Welcome to Classic Detective Mysteries. In today's story, The Poisoned Pen by Arthur B. Reeve, we join our sharp-minded detective, Craig Kennedy, as he embarks on a thrilling investigation into a chilling case of poisoning. Set in the quiet town of Danbridge, Kennedy must unravel a complex web of deceit, mystery, and hidden motives. Will he uncover the truth before it's too late? Join us as we dive into a world of suspense and intrigue, where every clue counts and the danger is ever present. Chapter 1. The Poisoned Pen. Kennedy's suitcase was lying open on the bed, and he was literally throwing things into it from his chiffonier. As I entered after a hurried trip uptown from the Star office, in response to an urgent message from him, "Come, Walter," he cried, hastily stuffing in a package of clean laundry without taking off the wrapping paper. "I've got your suitcase out. Pack up whatever you can in 5 minutes. We must take the 6 o'clock train for Danbridge." I did not wait to hear any more. The mere mention of the name of the quaint and quiet little Connecticut town was sufficient, for Danbridge was on everybody's lips at that time. It was the scene of the now famous Danbridge poisoning case, a brutal case in which the pretty little actress, Vera Lytton, had been the victim. "I've been retained by Senator Adrian Willard," he called from his room as I was busy packing in mine. The Willard family believe that young Dr. Dixon is the victim of a conspiracy, or at least Alma Willard does, which comes to the same thing, and, well, the senator called me up on long distance and offered me anything I would name in reason to take the case. "Are you ready? Come on, then. We've simply got to make that train." As we settled ourselves in the smoking compartment of the Pullman, which for some reason or other we had to ourselves, Kennedy spoke again for the first time since our frantic dash across the city to catch the train. "Now let us see, Walter," he began. "We've both read a good deal about this case in the papers. Let's try to get our knowledge in an orderly shape before we tackle the actual case itself. Ever been in Danbridge?" I asked. "Never," he replied. "What sort of place is it?" "Mighty interesting," I answered. "A combination of old New England and new, of ancestors and factories, of wealth and poverty, and above all it is interesting for its colony of New Yorkers. What shall I call it? A literary, artistic, musical combination, I guess." "Yes," he resumed. "I thought as much. Vera Lytton belonged to the colony, a very talented girl, too. You remember her in The Taming of the New Woman last season? Well, to get back to the facts as we know them at present, here is a girl with a brilliant future on the stage discovered by her friend, Mrs. Boncour, in convulsions, practically insensible, with a bottle of headache powder and a jar of ammonia on her dressing table. Mrs. Boncour sends the maid for the nearest doctor, who happens to be a Dr. Waterworth. Meanwhile, she tries to restore Miss Lytton, but with no result. She smells the ammonia and then just tastes the headache powder, a very foolish thing to do, for by the time Dr. Waterworth arrives he has 2 patients. "No," I corrected, "only 1, for Miss Lytton was dead when he arrived, according to his latest statement." "Very well, then. 1. He arrives, Mrs. Boncour is ill, the maid knows nothing at all about it, and Vera Lytton is dead. He too smells the ammonia, tastes the headache powder, just the merest trace, and then he has 2 patients, one of them himself. We must see him, for his experience must have been appalling. How he ever did it I can't imagine, but he saved both himself and Mrs. Boncour from poisoning cyanide, the papers say. But of course, we can't accept that until we see. It seems to me, Walter, that lately the papers have made the rule in murder cases. When in doubt, call it cyanide." Not relishing Kennedy in the humor of expressing his real opinion of the newspapers, I hastily turned the conversation back again by asking, "How about the note from Dr. Dixon?" "Ah, there is the crux of the whole case. That note from Dixon, let us see. Dr. Dixon is, if I am informed correctly, of a fine and aristocratic family, though not wealthy. I believe it has been established that while he was an intern in a city hospital, he became acquainted with Vera Lytton after her divorce from that artist Thurston. Then comes his removal to Danbridge and his meeting, and later his engagement with Miss Willard. On the whole, Walter, judging from the newspaper pictures, Alma Willard is quite the equal of Vera Lytton for looks, only of a different style of beauty. Oh, well, we shall see. Vera decided to spend the spring and summer at Danbridge in the bungalow of her friend, Mrs. Boncourt, the novelist. That's when things began to happen. Yes, I put in, when you come to know Danbridge as I did after that summer when you were abroad, you'll understand too. Everybody knows everybody else's business. It is the main occupation of a certain set, and the per capita output of gossip is a record that would stagger the Census Bureau. Still, you can't get away from the note, Craig. There it is, in Dixon's own handwriting, even if he does deny it. This will cure your headache. Dr. Dixon. That's a damning piece of evidence. Quite right, he agreed hastily. The note was queer, though, wasn't it? They found it crumpled up in the jar of ammonia. Oh, there are lots of problems the newspapers have failed to see the significance of, let alone trying to follow up. Our first visit in Danbridge was to the prosecuting attorney, whose office was not far from the station on the main street. Craig had wired him, and he had kindly waited to see us, for it was evident that Danbridge respected Senator Willard and every one connected with him. Would it be too much to ask just to see that note that was found in the Boncourt bungalow? Asked Craig. The prosecutor, an energetic young man, pulled out of a document case a crumpled note which had been pressed flat again. On it in clear, deep black letters were the words, just as reported, "This will cure your headache. Dr. Dixon." "How about the handwriting?" asked Kennedy. The lawyer pulled out a number of letters. "I'm afraid they will have to admit it," he said with reluctance, as if down in his heart he hated to prosecute Dixon. "We have lots of these, and no handwriting expert could successfully deny the identity of the writing." He stowed away the letters without letting Kennedy get a hint as to their contents. Kennedy was examining the note carefully. "May I count on having this note for further examination? Of course, always at such times and under such conditions as you agree to?" The attorney nodded. "I am perfectly willing to do anything not illegal to accommodate the senator," he said. "But on the other hand, I am here to do my duty for the state, cost whom it may." The Willard house was in a virtual state of siege. Newspaper reporters from Boston and New York were actually encamped at every gate, terrible as an army, with cameras. It was with some difficulty that we got in, even though we were expected, for some of the more enterprising had already fooled the family by posing as officers of the law and messengers from Dr. Dixon. The house was a real, old, colonial mansion with tall white pillars, a door with a glittering brass knocker, which gleamed out severely at you as you approached through a hedge of faultlessly trimmed boxwoods. Senator, or rather former Senator, Willard met us in the library, and a moment later his daughter Alma joined him. She was tall, like her father, a girl of poise and self-control. Yet even the schooling of 22 years in rigorous New England self-restraint could not hide the very human pallor of her face after the sleepless nights, and nervous days since this trouble had broken on her placid existence. Yet there was a mark of strength and determination on her face that was fascinating. The man who would trifle with this girl, I felt, was playing fast and loose with her very life. I thought then, and I said to Kennedy afterward, if this Dr. Dixon is guilty, you have no right to hide it from that girl. Anything less than the truth will only blacken the hideousness of the crime that has already been committed. The senator greeted us gravely, and I could not but take it as a good omen when, in his pride of wealth and family and tradition, he laid bare everything to us for the sake of Alma Willard. It was clear that in this family there was one word that stood above all others: duty. As we were about to leave after an interview barren of new facts, a young man was announced, Mr. Halsey Post. He bowed politely to us, but it was evident why he had called, as his eye followed Alma about the room. the son of the late Halsey Post of Post and Vance silversmiths, who have the large factory in town, which you perhaps noticed," explained the senator. "My daughter has known him all her life, a very fine young man." Later we learned that the senator had bent every effort towards securing Halsey Post as a son-in-law, but his daughter had had views of her own on the subject. Post waited until Alma had withdrawn before he disclosed the real object of his visit. In almost a whisper, lest she should still be listening, he said, "There is a story about town that Vera Lytton's former husband, an artist named Thurston, was here just before her death." Senator Willard leaned forward, as if expecting to hear Dixon immediately acquitted. None of us was prepared for the next remark. And the story goes on to say that he threatened to make a scene over a wrong he says he has suffered from Dixon. I don't know anything more about it, and I tell you only because I think you ought to know what Danbridge is saying under its breath. We shook off the last of the reporters who affixed themselves to us, and for a moment Kennedy dropped in at the little bungalow to see Mrs. Boncourt. She was much better, though she had suffered much. She had taken only a pinhead of the poison, but it had proved very nearly fatal. Had Miss Lytton any enemies whom you think of, people who were jealous of her professionally or personally?" asked Craig. "I should not even have said Dr. Dixon was an enemy," she replied evasively. "But this Mr. Thurston," put in Kennedy quickly, "one is not usually visited in perfect friendship by a husband who has been divorced." She regarded him keenly for a moment. "Halsey Post told you that," she said. "No one else knew he was here. But Halsey Post was an old friend of both Vera and Mr. Thurston before they separated. By chance he happened to drop in the day Mr. Thurston was here, and later in the day I gave him a letter to forward to Mr. Thurston, which had come after the artist left. I'm sure no one else knew the artist. He was here the morning of the day she died, and that's every bit I'm going to tell you about him, so there. I don't know why he came or where he went." "That's a thing we must follow up later," remarked Kennedy as we made our adieus. "Just now I want to get the facts in hand. The next thing on my program is to see this Dr. Waterworth. We found the doctor still in bed, in fact, a wreck as the result of his adventure. He had little to correct in the facts of the story which had been published so far, but there were many other details of the poisoning he was quite willing to discuss frankly." "It was true about the jar of ammonia?" asked Kennedy. "Yes," he answered. "It was standing on her dressing table with the note crumpled up in it, just as the papers said, and you have no idea why it was there." "I didn't say that. I can guess. Fumes of ammonia are one of the antidotes for poisoning of this kind." "But Vera Lytton could hardly have known that," objected Kennedy. "No, of course not. But she probably did know that ammonia is good for just that sort of faintness which she must have experienced after taking the powder. Perhaps she thought of sal volatile, I don't know. But most people know that ammonia in some form is good for faintness of this sort, even if they don't know anything about cyanides and—" "Then it was cyanide," interrupted Craig. "Yes," he replied slowly. It was evident that he was suffering great physical and nervous anguish as the result of his too intimate acquaintance with the poisons in question. "I will tell you precisely how it was, Professor Kennedy. When I was called in to see Miss Lytton, I found her on the bed. I pried open her jaws and smelled the sweetish odor of the cyanogen gas. I knew then what she had taken, and at the moment she was dead. In the next room I heard someone moaning. The maid said that it was Mrs. Boncourt, and that she was deathly sick. I ran into her room, and though she was beside herself with pain, I managed to control her, though she struggled desperately against me. I was rushing her to the bathroom, passing through Miss Lytton's room. 'What's wrong?' I asked as I carried her along. 'I took some of that,' she replied, pointing to the bottle on the dressing table. 'I put a small quantity of its crystal contents on my tongue. Then I realized the most tragic truth of my life. I had taken one of the deadliest poisons in the world. The odor of the released gas of cyanogen was strong, But more than that, the metallic taste and the horrible burning sensation told of the presence of some form of mercury too. In that terrible moment, my brain worked with the incredible swiftness of light. In a flash, I knew that if I added malic acid to the mercury, perchloride of mercury, or corrosive sublimate, I would have calomel or subchloride of mercury, the only thing that would switch the poison out of my system, and Mrs. Boncour's. Seizing her about the waist, I hurried into the dining room. On a sideboard was a dish of fruit. I took 2 apples. I made her eat one, core and all. I ate the other. The fruit contained the malic acid I needed to manufacture the calomel, and I made it right there in nature's own laboratory. But there was no time to stop. I had to act just as quickly to neutralize that cyanide too. Remembering the ammonia, I rushed back with Mrs. Boncour and we inhaled the fumes. Then I found a bottle of peroxide of hydrogen. I washed out her stomach with it, and then my own. Then I injected some of the peroxide into various parts of her body. The peroxide of hydrogen and hydrocyanic acid, make oxamide, which is a harmless compound. The maid put Mrs. Boncour to bed, saved. I went to my house, a wreck. Since then I have not left this bed. With my legs paralyzed, I lie here, expecting each hour to be my last. Would you taste an unknown drug again to discover the nature of a probable poison? Asked Craig. I don't know, he answered slowly, but I suppose I would. In such a case, a conscientious doctor has no thought of self. He is there to do things, and he does them, according to the best that is in him. In spite of the fact that I haven't had 1 hour of unbroken sleep since that fatal day, I suppose I would do it again. When we were leaving, I remarked, "That is a martyr to science." Could anything be more dramatic than his willing penalty for his devotion to medicine? We walked along in silence. Walter, did you notice he said not a word of condemnation of Dixon, though the note was before his eyes? Surely Dixon has some strong supporters in Danbridge, as well as enemies. The next morning we continued our investigation. We found Dixon's lawyer, Leland, in consultation with his client in the bare cell of the county jail. Dixon proved to be a clear-eyed, clean-cut young man. The thing that impressed me most about him, aside from the prepossession in his favor due to the faith of Alma Willard, was the nerve he displayed, whether guilty or innocent. Even an innocent man might well have been staggered by the circumstantial evidence against him and the high tide of public feeling, in spite of the support that he was receiving. Leland, we learned, had been very active. By prompt work at the time of the young doctor's arrest, he had managed to secure the greater part of Dr. Dixon's personal letters, though the prosecutor secured some, the contents of which had not been disclosed. Kennedy spent most of the day in tracing out the movements of Thurston. Nothing that proved important was turned up, and even visits to nearby towns failed to show any sales of cyanide or sublimate to anyone not entitled to buy them. Meanwhile, in turning over the gossip of the town, one of the newspaper men ran across the fact that the Boncour bungalow was owned by the Posts, and that Halsey Post, as the executor of the estate, was a more frequent visitor than the mere collection of the rent would warrant. Mrs. Boncour maintained a stolid silence that covered a seething internal fury when the newspaperman in question hinted that the landlord and tenant were on exceptionally good terms. It was after a fruitless day of such search that we were sitting in the reading room of the Fairfield Hotel. Leland entered. His face was positively white. Without a word, he took us by the arm and led us across Main Street and up a flight of stairs to his office. Then he locked the door. "What's the matter?" asked Kennedy. "When I took this case," he said, "I believed down in my heart that Dixon was innocent. I still believe it. But my faith has been rudely shaken. I feel that you should know about what I have just found. As I told you, we secured nearly all of Dr. Dixon's letters. I had not read them all then, but I have been going through them tonight. Here is a letter from Vera Lytton herself. You will notice it is dated the day of her death." He laid the letter before us. It was written in a curious greyish-black ink in a woman's hand, and read, "Dear Harris, Since we agreed to disagree, we have at least been good friends, if no longer lovers. I am not writing in anger to reproach you with your new love so soon after the old. I suppose Alma Willard is far better suited to be your wife than is a poor little actress, rather looked down on in this Puritan society here. But there is something I wish to warn you about, for it concerns us all intimately. We are in danger of an awful mix-up if we don't look out. Mr. Thurston, I had almost said my husband, though I don't know whether that is the truth or not, who has just come over from New York, tells me that there is some doubt about the validity of our divorce. You recall he was in the South at the time I sued him, and the papers were served on him in Georgia. He now says the proof of service was fraudulent and that he can set aside the divorce. In that case, you might figure in a suit for alienating my affections. I do not write this with ill will, but simply to let you know how things stand. If we had married, I suppose I would be guilty of bigamy. At any rate, if he were disposed, he could make a terrible scandal. Oh, Harris, can't you settle with him if he asks anything? Don't forget so soon that we once thought we were going to be the happiest of mortals, at least I did. Don't desert me, or the very earth will cry out against you. I am frantic and hardly know what I am writing. My head aches, but it is my heart that is breaking. Harris, I am yours still, down in my heart, but not to be cast off like an old suit for a new one. You know the old saying about a woman scorned. I beg you not to go back on your poor little deserted Vera. As we finished reading, Leland exclaimed, "That never must come before the jury." Kennedy was examining the letter carefully. "Strange," he muttered. "See how it was folded. It was written on the wrong side of the sheet, or rather folded up with the writing outside. Where have these letters been? Part of the time in my safe, part of the time this afternoon on my desk by the window. The office was locked, I suppose?" asked Kennedy. "There was no way to slip this letter in among the others since you obtained them?" "None. The office has been locked, and there is no evidence of anyone having entered or disturbed a thing." He was hastily running over the pile of letters as if looking to see whether they were all there. Suddenly he stopped. "Yes," he exclaimed excitedly. "One of them is gone." Nervously he fumbled through them again. "One is gone," he repeated, looking at us startled. "What was it about?" asked Craig. "It was a note from an artist, Thurston, who gave the address of Mrs. Boncour's bungalow." "Ah, I see you have heard of him. He asked Dixon's recommendation of a certain patent headache medicine. I thought it possibly evidential, and I asked Dixon about it. He explained it by saying that he did not have a copy of his reply, but as near as he could recall, he wrote that the compound would not cure a headache except at the expense of reducing heart action dangerously. He says he sent no prescription. Indeed, he thought it a scheme to extract advice without incurring the charge for an office call, and answered it only because he thought Vera had become reconciled to Thurston again. I can't find that letter of Thurston's. It is gone." We looked at each other in amazement. Why, if Dixon contemplated anything against Miss Lytton, should he preserve this letter from her? Mused Kennedy. Why didn't he destroy it? That's what puzzles me, remarked Leland. Do you suppose someone has broken in and substituted this Lytton letter for the Thurston letter? Kennedy was scrutinizing the letter, saying nothing. I may keep it, he asked at length. Leland was quite willing and even undertook to obtain some specimens of the writing of Vera Lytton. With these and the letter, Kennedy was working far into the night, and long after I had passed into a land troubled with many wild dreams of deadly poisons and secret intrigues of artists. The next morning a message from our old friend First Deputy O'Connor in New York told briefly of locating the rooms of an artist named Thurston in one of the CO operative studio apartments. Thurston himself had not been there for several days and was reported to have gone to Maine to sketch. He had had a number of debts, but before he left they had all been paid, strange to say, by a notorious firm of shyster lawyers, Kerr and Kimmel. Kennedy wired back to find out the facts from Kerr and Kimmel and to locate Thurston at any cost. Even the discovery of the new letter did not shake the wonderful self-possession of Dr. Dixon. He denied ever having received it and repeated his story of a letter from Thurston to which he had replied by sending an answer. Care of Mrs. Boncour, as requested. He insisted that the engagement between Miss Lytton and himself had been broken before the announcement of his engagement with Miss Willard. As for Thurston, he said the man was little more than a name to him. He had known perfectly all the circumstances of the divorce, but had had no dealings with Thurston and no fear of him. Again and again, he denied ever receiving the letter from Vera Lytton. Kennedy did not tell the Willards of the new letter. The strain had begun to tell on Alma, and her father had had her quietly taken to a farm of his up in the country. To escape the curious eyes of reporters, Halsey Post had driven up one night in his closed car. She had entered it quickly with her father, and the journey had been made in the car, while Halsey Post had quietly dropped off on the outskirts of the town, where another car was waiting to take him back. It was evident that the Willard family relied implicitly on Halsey, and his assistance to them was most considerate. While he never forced himself forward, he kept in close touch with the progress of the case, and now that Alma was away, his watchfulness increased proportionately. And twice a day he wrote a long report which was sent to her. Kennedy was now bending every effort to locate the missing artist. When he left Danbridge, he seemed to have dropped out of sight completely. However, with O'Connor's aid, the police of all New England were on the lookout. The Thurstons had been friends of Halsey's. Before Vera Lytton had ever met Dr. Dixon, we discovered from the Danbridge gossips, and I at least, jumped to the conclusion that Halsey was shielding the artist, perhaps through a sense of friendship, when he found that Kennedy was interested in Thurston's movement. I must say I rather liked Halsey, for he seemed very thoughtful of the Willards, and was never too busy to give an hour or so to any commission they wished carried out without publicity. 2 days passed with not a word from Thurston. Kennedy was obviously getting impatient. One day a rumor was received that he was in Bar Harbor, the next it was a report from Nova Scotia. At last, however, came the welcome news that he had been located in New Hampshire, arrested, and might be expected the next day. At once Kennedy became all energy. He arranged for a secret conference in Senator Willard's house the moment the artist was to arrive. The senator and his daughter made a flying trip back to town. Nothing was said to anyone about Thurston, but Kennedy quietly arranged with the district attorney to be present with the note and the jar of ammonia properly safeguarded. Leland, of course, came, although his client could not. Halsey Post seemed only too glad to be with Miss Willard, though he seemed to have lost interest in the case as soon as the Willards returned to look after it themselves. Mrs. Boncour was well enough to attend, and even Dr. Waterworth insisted on coming in a private ambulance which drove over from a nearby city especially for him. The time was fixed just before the arrival of the train that was to bring Thurston. It was an anxious gathering of friends and foes of Dr. Dixon, who sat impatiently waiting for Kennedy to begin this momentous exposition that was to establish the guilt or innocence of the calm young physician who sat impassively in the jail, not half a mile from the room where his life and death were being debated. In many respects, this is the most remarkable case that it has ever been my lot to handle, began Kennedy. Never before have I felt so keenly my sense of responsibility. Therefore, though this is a somewhat irregular proceeding, let me begin by setting forth the facts as I see them. First, let us consider the dead woman. The question that arises here is, was she murdered or did she commit suicide? I think you will discover the answer as I proceed. Miss Lytton, as you know, was, 2 years ago, Mrs. Burgess Thurston. The Thurstons had temperament, and temperament is quite often the highway to the divorce court. It was so in this case. Mrs. Thurston discovered that her husband was paying much attention to other women. She sued for divorce in New York, and he accepted service in the South, where he happened to be. At least it was so testified by Mrs. Thurston's lawyer. Now here comes the remarkable feature of the case. The law firm of Kerr and Kimmel, I find, not long ago began to investigate the equal to 20 legality of this divorce. Before a notary, Thurston made an affidavit that he had never been served by the lawyer for Miss Lytton, as she was now known. Her lawyer is dead, but his representative in the South who served the papers is alive. He was brought to New York and asserted squarely that he had served the papers properly. Here is where the shrewdness of Mose Kimmel, the shyster lawyer, came in. He arranged to have the Southern attorney identify the man he had served the papers on. For this purpose, he was engaged in conversation with one of his own clerks when the lawyer was due to appear. Kimmel appeared to act confused, as if he had been caught napping. The Southern lawyer, who had seen Thurston only once, fell squarely into the trap and identified the clerk as Thurston. There were plenty of witnesses to it, and it was point number 2 for the great Mose Kimmel. Papers were drawn up to set aside the divorce decree. In the meantime, Miss Lytton, or Mrs. Thurston, had become acquainted with a young doctor in a New York hospital and had become engaged to him. It matters not that the engagement was later broken. The fact remains that if the divorce were set aside, an action would lie against Dr. Dixon for alienating Mrs. Thurston's affections, and a grave scandal would result. I need not add that in this quiet little town of Danbridge the most could be made of such a suit. Kennedy was unfolding a piece equal to 20 of paper. As he laid it down, Leland, who was sitting next to me, exclaimed under his breath, "My God, he's going to let the prosecutor know about that letter. Can't you stop him?" It was too late. Kennedy had already begun to read Vera's letter. It was damning to Dixon, added to the other note found in the ammonia jar. When he had finished reading, you could almost hear the hearts throbbing in the room. A scowl overspread Senator Willard's features. Alma Willard was pale and staring wildly at Kennedy. Halsey Post, ever solicitous for her, handed her a glass of water from the table. Dr. Waterworth had forgotten his pain in his intense attention, and Mrs. Boncour seemed stunned with astonishment. The prosecuting attorney was eagerly taking notes. "In some way," pursued Kennedy in an even voice, "this letter was either overlooked in the original correspondence of Dr. Dixon, or it was added to it later. I shall come back to that presently. My next point is that Dr. Dixon says he received a letter from Thurston on the day the artist visited the Boncour bungalow. It asked about a certain headache compound, and his reply was brief, and as nearly as I can find out, read, 'This compound will not cure your headache, except at the expense of reducing heart action dangerously.'" Next comes the tragedy. On the evening of the day that Thurston called to 20 EFT, after presumably telling Miss Lytton about what Kerr and Kimmel had discovered, Miss Lytton is found dying with a bottle containing cyanide and sublimate beside her. You are all familiar with the circumstances, and with the note discovered in the jar of ammonia. Now, if the prosecutor will be so kind as to let me see that note. Thank you, sir. This is the identical note. You have all heard the various theories of the jar and have read the note. Here it is in plain, cold, black and white, in Dr. Dixon's own handwriting, as you know, and reads, "This will cure your headache. Dr. Dixon." Alma Willard seemed as one paralyzed. Was Kennedy, who had been engaged by her father to defend her fiancé called 282, about to convict him? "Before we draw the final conclusion," continued Kennedy gravely, "there are 1 or 2 points I wish to elaborate. Walter, will you open that door into the main hall?" I did so, and 2 policemen stepped in with a prisoner. It was Thurston, but changed almost beyond recognition. His clothes were worn, his beard shaved off, and he had a generally hunted appearance. Thurston was visibly nervous. Apparently he had heard all that Kennedy had said and intended he should hear, for as he entered he almost broke away from the police officers in his eagerness to speak. "Before God," he cried dramatically, "I am as innocent as you are of this crime, Professor Kennedy. Are you prepared to swear before me?" almost shouted Kennedy, his eyes blazing, "that you were never served properly by your wife's lawyers in that suit?" The man cringed back as if a stinging blow had been delivered between his eyes. As he met Craig's fixed glare, he knew there was no hope. Slowly, as if the words were being wrung from him syllable by syllable, he said in a muffled voice, "No, I perjured myself. I was served in that suit, but— And you swore falsely before Kimmel that you were not? Persisted Kennedy. Yes, he murmured. And you are prepared now to make another affidavit to that effect? Yes, he replied. If— No buts or ifs, Thurston, cried Kennedy sarcastically. What did you make that affidavit for? What is your story? Kimmel sent for me. I did not go to him. He offered to pay my debts if I would swear to such a statement. I did not ask why or for whom. I swore to it and gave him a list of my creditors. I waited until they were paid. Then my conscience— I could not help revolting at the thought of conscience in such a wretch, and the word itself seemed to stick in his throat as he went on, and saw how feeble an impression he was making on us. My conscience began to trouble me. I determined to see Vera, tell her all, and find out whether it was she who wanted this statement. I saw her. When at last I told her, she scorned me. I can confirm that, for as I left a man entered. I now knew how grossly I had sinned in listening to Mose Kimmel. I fled. I disappeared in Maine. I travelled. Every day my money grew less. At last I was overtaken, captured, and brought back here. He stopped and sank wretchedly down in a chair and covered his face with his hands. A likely story, muttered Leland in my ear. Kennedy was working quickly. Motioning the officers to be seated by Thurston, he uncovered a jar which he had placed on the table. The colour had now appeared in Alma's cheeks, as if hope had again sprung in her heart, and I fancied that Halsey Post saw his claim on her favour declining correspondingly. I want you to examine the letters in this case with me, continued Kennedy. Take the letter which I read from Miss Lytton, which was found following the strange disappearance of the note from Thurston. He dipped a pen into a little bottle and wrote on a piece of paper, "What is your opinion about Cross's headache cure? Would you recommend it for a nervous headache? Burgess Thurston, care of Mrs. Esponcourt." Craig held up the writing so that we could all see that he had written what Dixon declared Thurston wrote in the note that had disappeared. Then he dipped another pen into a second bottle, and for some time he scrawled on another sheet of paper. He held it up, but it was still perfectly blank. "Now," he added, "I'm going to give a little demonstration which I expect to be successful only in a measure. Here in the open sunshine by this window, I'm going to place these two sheets of paper side by side. It will take longer than I care to wait to make my demonstration complete, but I can do enough to convince you." For a quarter of an hour we sat in silence, wondering what he would do next. At last he beckoned us over to the window. As we approached, he said, "On sheet number 1, I have written with quinoline. On sheet number 2, I wrote with a solution of nitrate of silver." We bent over. The writing signed Thurston on sheet number 1 was faint, almost imperceptible, but on paper number 2, in black letters, appeared what Kennedy had written: "Dear Harris, since we agreed to disagree, we have at least been good friends. It is like the start of the substituted letter, and the other is like the missing note," gasped Leland in a daze. "Yes," said Kennedy quickly. "Leland, no one entered your office. No one stole the Thurston note. No one substituted the Lytton letter. According to your own story, you took them out of the safe and left them in the sunlight all day. The process that had been started earlier in ordinary light, slowly, was now quickly completed. In other words, there was writing which would soon fade away on one side of the paper, and writing which was invisible, but would soon appear on the other. For instance, quinoline rapidly disappears in sunlight. Starch with a slight trace of iodine writes a light blue which disappears in air. It was something like that used in the Thurston letter. Then, too, silver nitrate dissolved in ammonia gradually turns black as it is acted on by light and air. Or magenta treated with a bleaching agent in just sufficient quantity to decolorize it is invisible when used for writing, but the original color reappears as the oxygen of the air acts upon the pigment. I haven't a doubt but that my analyses of the inks are correct, and on one side quinoline was used and on the other nitrate of silver. This explains the inexplicable disappearance of evidence incriminating one person, Thurston, and the sudden appearance of evidence incriminating another, Dr. Dixon. Sympathetic ink also accounts for the curious circumstance that the written letter was folded up with the writing apparently outside. It was outside and unseen until the sunlight brought it out and destroyed the other. Inside, writing, a change, I suspect, that was intended for the police to see after it was completed, not for the defense to witness as it was taking place. We looked at each other aghast. Thurston was nervously opening and shutting his lips and moistening them as if he wanted to say something but could not find the words. Lastly, went on Craig, utterly regardless of Thurston's frantic efforts to speak, we come to the note that was discovered so queerly crumpled up in the jar of ammonia on Vera Lytton's dressing table. I have here a cylindrical glass jar in which I place some sal ammoniac and quicklime. I will wet it and heat it a little. That produces the pungent gas of ammonia. On one side of this third piece of paper I myself write with this mercurous nitrate solution. You see, I leave no mark on the paper as I write. I fold it up and drop it into the jar and in a few seconds withdraw it. Here is a very quick way of producing something like the slow result of sunlight with silver nitrate. The fumes of ammonia have formed the precipitate of black mercurous nitrate, a very distinct black writing which is almost indelible. That is what is technically called invisible rather than sympathetic ink. We leaned over to read what he had written. It was the same as the note incriminating Dixon. This will cure your headache. Dr. Dixon. A servant entered with a telegram from New York. Scarcely stopping in his exposure, Kennedy tore it open, read it hastily, stuffed it into his pocket, and went on. Here in this fourth bottle, I have an acid solution of iron chloride, diluted until the writing is invisible when dry. He hurried on. I will just make a few scratches on this fourth sheet of paper, so it leaves no mark, but it has the remarkable property of becoming red in vapor of sulfocyanide. Here is a long-necked flask of the gas, made by sulfuric acid acting on potassium sulfocyanide. Keep back, Dr. Waterworth, for it would be very dangerous for you to get even a whiff of this in your condition. Ah, see, the scratches I made on the paper are red. Then, hardly giving us more than a moment to let the fact impress itself on our minds, he seized the piece of paper and dashed it into the jar of ammonia. When he withdrew it, it was just a plain sheet of white paper again. The red marks which the gas in the flask had brought out of nothingness had been effaced by the ammonia. They had gone and left no trace. In this way, I can alternately make the marks appear and disappear by using the sulfocyanide and the ammonia. Whoever wrote this note with Dr. Dixon's name on it must have had the doctor's reply to the Thurston letter containing the words, "This will not cure your headache." He carefully traced the words, holding the genuine note up to the light with a piece of paper over it, leaving out the word "not" and using only such words as he needed. This note was then destroyed. But he forgot that after he had brought out the red writing by the use of the sulfocyanide, and though he could count on Vera Lytton's placing the note in the jar of ammonia and hence obliterating the writing, while at the same time the invisible writing in the mercurous nitrate involving Dr. Dixon's name would be brought out by the ammonia indelibly on the other side of the note, he forgot. Kennedy was now speaking eagerly and loudly, that the sulfocyanide vapors could always be made to bring back to accuse him the words that the ammonia had blotted out. Before the prosecutor could interfere, Kennedy had picked up the note found in the ammonia jar beside the dying girl and had jammed the state's evidence into the long-necked flask of sulfocyanide vapor. "Don't fear," he said, trying to pacify the now furious prosecutor. "It will do nothing to the Dixon writing. That is permanent now, even if it is only a tracing." When he withdrew the note, there was writing on both sides, the black of the original note, and something in red on the other side. We crowded around, and Craig read it with as much interest as any of us. "Before taking the headache powder, be sure to place the contents of this paper in a jar with a little warm water." "Hum," commented Craig. This was apparently on the outside wrapper of a paper folded about some sal ammoniac and quicklime. It goes on. Just drop the whole thing in, paper and all. Then if you feel a faintness from the medicine, the ammonia will quickly restore you. 1 spoonful of the headache powder swallowed quickly is enough. No name was signed to the directions, but they were plainly written, and paper and all was underscored heavily. Craig pulled out some letters. I have here specimens of writing of many persons connected with this case, but I can see at a glance which one corresponds to the writing on this red death warrant by an almost inhuman fiend. I shall, however, leave that part of it to the handwriting experts to determine at the trial. Thurston, who was the man whom you saw enter the Boncour bungalow as you left, the constant visitor? Thurston had not yet regained his self-control, but with trembling forefinger he turned and pointed to Halsey Post. "Yes, ladies and gentlemen," cried Kennedy, as he slapped the telegram that had just come from New York down on the table decisively. "Yes, the real client of Kerr and Kimmel who bent Thurston to his purposes was Halsey Post, once secret lover of Vera Lytton till threatened by scandal in Danbridge. Halsey Post, graduate in technology, student of sympathetic inks, forger of the Vera Lytton letter and the other notes, and dealer in cyanides in the silversmithing business, fortune hunter for the Willard millions with which to recoup the Post and Vance losses, and hence rival of Dr. Dixon for the love of Alma Willard. That is the man who wielded the poisoned pen. Dr. Dixon is innocent." Chapter 2. The Yeggman. "Hello. Yes, this is Professor Kennedy. I didn't catch the name. Oh, yes. President Blake of the Standard Burglary Insurance Company. What, really? The Branford pearls? Stolen? Made? Chloroformed? Yes, I'll take the case. You'll be up in half an hour? All right, I'll be here. Goodbye." It was through this brief and businesslike conversation over the telephone that Kennedy became involved in what proved to be one of the most dangerous cases he had ever handled. At the mention of the Branford pearls, I involuntarily stopped reading and listened, not because I wanted to pry into Craig's affairs, but because I simply couldn't help it. This was news that had not yet been given out to the papers, and my instinct told me that there must be something more to it than the bare statement of the robbery. "Someone has made a rich haul," I commented. "It was reported, I remember, when the Branford pearls were bought in Paris last year that Mrs. Branford paid upward of £1,000,000 for the collection. Blake is bringing up his shrewdest detective to cooperate with me in the case," added Kennedy. "Blake, I understand, is the head of the Burglary Insurance Underwriters Association, too. This will be a big thing, Walter, if we can carry it through." It was the longest half-hour that I ever put in, waiting for Blake to arrive. When he did come, it was quite evident that my surmise had been correct. Blake was one of those young old men who are increasingly common in business today. There was an air of dignity and keenness about his manner that showed clearly how important he regarded the case. So anxious was he to get down to business that he barely introduced himself and his companion, Special Officer Maloney, a typical private detective. "Of course you haven't heard anything except what I have told you over the wire," he began, going right to the point. "We were notified of it only this noon ourselves, and we haven't given it out to the papers yet, though the local police in Jersey are now on the scene. The New York police must be notified tonight, so that whatever we do must be done before they muss things up. We've got a clue that we want to follow up secretly. These are the facts." In the terse, straightforward language of the up-to-date man of efficiency, he sketched the situation for us. The Branford estate, you know, consists of several acres on the mountain back of Montclair, overlooking the valley, and surrounded by even larger estates. Branford, I understand, is in the west with a party of capitalists, inspecting a reported find of potash salts. Mrs. Branford closed up the house a few days ago and left for a short stay at Palm Beach. Of course, they ought to have put their valuables in a safe deposit vault, but they didn't. They relied on a safe that was really one of the best in the market, a splendid safe, I may say. Well, it seems that while the master and mistress were both away, the servants decided on having a good time in New York. They locked up the house securely, there's no doubt of that, and just went. That is, they all went except Mrs. Branford's maid, who refused to go for some reason or other. We've got all the servants, but there's not a clue to be had from any of them. They just went off on a bust, that's clear. They admit it. Now, when they got back early this morning, they found the maid in bed dead. There was still a strong odor of chloroform about the room. The bed was disarranged as if there had been a struggle. A towel had been wrapped up in a sort of cone, saturated with chloroform, and forcibly held over the girl's nose. The next thing they discovered was the safe blown open in a most peculiar manner. I won't dwell on that. We're going to take you out there and show it to you after I've told you the whole story. Here's the real point. It looks all right so far. The local police say that the thief or thieves, whoever they were, apparently gained access by breaking a back window. That's mistake number one. Tell Mr. Kennedy about the window, Maloney. It's just simply this, responded the detective. When I came to look at the broken window, I found that the glass had fallen outside in such a way as it could not have fallen if the window had been broken from the outside. The thing was a blind. Whoever did it got into the house in some other way and then broke the glass later to give a false clue. And, concluded Blake, taking his cigar between his thumb and forefinger and shaking it to give all possible emphasis to his words, we have had our agent at Palm Beach on long-distance phone twice this afternoon. Mrs. Branford did go to Palm Beach. She did not engage rooms in any hotel there, and furthermore she never had any intention of going there. By a fortunate circumstance, Maloney picked up a hint from one of the servants, and he has located her at the Grattan Inn in this city. In other words, Mrs. Branford has stolen her own jewels from herself in order to collect the burglary insurance. A common enough thing in itself, but never to my knowledge done on such a large scale before. The insurance man sank back in his chair and surveyed us sharply. But, interrupted Kennedy slowly, how about, I know the maid, continued Blake. I do not mean that Mrs. Branford did the actual stealing. Oh no. That was done by a yeggman of experience. He must have been above the average, but everything points to the work of a yeggman. She hired him, but he overstepped the mark when he chloroformed the maid. For a moment, Kennedy said nothing. Then he remarked, "Let us go out and see the safe. There must be some clue. After that I want to have a talk with Mrs. Branford. By the way," he added as we all rose to go down to Blake's car, "I once handled a life insurance case for the Great Eastern. I made the condition that I was to handle it in my own way, whether it went for or against the company. That's understood, is it, before I undertake the case?" Yes, agreed Blake. "Get at the truth. We're not seeking to squirm out of meeting an honest liability. Only we want to make a signal example if it is as we have every reason to believe. There has been altogether too much of this sort of fake burglary to collect insurance, and as president of the underwriters it is my duty and intention to put a stop to it. Come on." Maloney nodded his head vigorously in assent with his chief. "Never fear," he murmured. "The truth is what will benefit the company, all right. She did it." The Branford estate lay some distance back from the railroad station, so that, although it took longer to go by automobile than by train, the car made us independent of the rather fitful night train service and the local cabman. We found the house not deserted by the servants, but subdued. The body of the maid had been removed to a local morgue, and a police officer was patrolling the grounds. Though of what use that could be, I was at a loss to understand. Kennedy was chiefly interested in the safe. It was of the so-called burglar-proof variety, spherical in shape, and looking for all the world like a miniature piece of electrical machinery. I doubt if anything could have withstood such savage treatment as has been given to this safe, remarked Craig as he concluded a cursory examination of it. It shows great resistance to high explosives, chiefly, I believe, as a result of its rounded shape. But nothing could stand up against such continued assaults. He continued to examine the safe while we stood idly by. "I like to reconstruct my cases in my own mind," explained Kennedy. as he took his time in the examination. Now, this fellow must have stripped the safe of all the outer trimmings. His next move was to make a dent in the manganese surface across the joint where the door fits the body. That must have taken a good many minutes of husky work. In fact, I don't see how he could have done it without a sledgehammer and a hot chisel. Still, he did it, and then— "But the maid," interposed Maloney. "She was in the house. She would have heard and given an alarm." For answer, Craig simply went to a bay window and raised the curtain. Pointing to the lights of the next house far down the road, he said, "I'll buy the best cigars in the state if you can make them hear you on a blustery night like last night." No, she probably did scream. Either at this point or at the very start, the burglar must have chloroformed her. I don't see any other way to explain it. I doubt if he expected such a tough proposition as he found in this safe, but he was evidently prepared to carry it through, now that he was here and had such an unexpectedly clear field except for the maid. He simply got her out of the way, or his confederates did, in the easiest possible way, poor girl. Returning to the safe, he continued, "Well, anyhow, he made a furrow perhaps 1.5 inches long and 1/4 of an inch wide, and I should say not over 1/8 of an inch deep. Then he commenced to burgle in earnest. Under the dent he made a sort of little cup of red clay and poured in the soup, the nitroglycerin, so that it would run into the depression. Then he exploded it in the regular way with a battery and a fulminate cap. I doubt if it did much more than discolor the metal at first. Still, with the true persistency of his kind, he probably repeated the dose, using more and more of the soup until the joint was stretched a little and more of an opening made so that the soup could run in. Again and again he must have repeated and increased the charges. Perhaps he used 2 or 3 cups at a time. By this time, the outer door must have been stretched so as to make it easy to introduce the explosive. No doubt he was able to use 10 or 12 ounces of the stuff at a charge. It must have been more like target practice than safe blowing. But the chance doesn't often come, an empty house and plenty of time. Finally, the door must have bulged a fraction of an inch or so, and then a good big charge, and the outer portion was ripped off and the safe turned over. There was still 2 or 3 inches of manganese steel protecting the contents, wedged in so tight that it must have seemed that nothing could budge it, but he must have kept at it until we have the wreck that we see here. And Kennedy kicked the safe with his foot as he finished. Blake was all attention by this time, while Maloney gasped, "If I was in the safe-cracking business, I'd make you the head of the firm." "And now," said Craig, "let us go back to New York and see if we can find Mrs. Branford." "Of course you understand," explained Blake as we were speeding back, "that most of these cases of fake robberies are among small people, many of them on the East Side among little jewelers or other tradesmen. Still, they are not limited to any one class. Indeed, it is easier to foil the insurance companies when you sit in the midst of finery and wealth, protected by a self-assuring halo of moral rectitude, than under less fortunate circumstances. Too often, I'm afraid, we have good-naturedly admitted the unsolved burglary and paid the insurance claim. That has got to stop. Here's a case where we considered the moral hazard a safe one, and we are mistaken. It's the last straw. Our interview with Mrs. Branford was about as awkward an undertaking as I have ever been concerned with. Imagine yourself forced to question a perfectly stunning woman who was suspected of plotting so daring a deed and knew that you suspected her. Resentment was no name for her feelings. She scorned us, loathed us. It was only by what must have been the utmost exercise of her remarkable willpower that she restrained herself from calling the hotel porters and having us thrown out bodily. That would have put a bad face on it, so she tolerated our presence. Then, of course, the insurance company had reserved the right to examine everybody in the household, under oath if necessary, before passing on the claim. "This is an outrage," she exclaimed, her eyes flashing and her breast rising and falling with suppressed emotion. "An outrage. When my husband returns, I intend to have him place the whole matter in the hands of the best attorney in the city. Not only will I have the full amount of the insurance, but I will have damages and costs and everything the law allows. Spying on my every movement in this way. It is an outrage. One would think we were in St. Petersburg instead of New York." "One moment, Mrs. Branford," put in Kennedy as politely as he could. Suppose nothing," she cried angrily. "I shall explain nothing, say nothing. What if I do choose to close up that lonely big house in the suburbs and come to the city to live for a few days? Is it anybody's business except mine?" "And your husband's?" added Kennedy, nettled at her treatment of him. She shot him a scornful glance. "I suppose Mr. Branford went out to Arizona for the express purpose of collecting insurance on my jewels," she added sarcastically with eyes that snapped fire. "I was about to say," remarked Kennedy, as imperturbably as if he were an automaton, "that supposing someone took advantage of your absence to rob your safe, don't you think the wisest course would be to be perfectly frank about it, and give just one plausible reason why you wish so much to have it known that you were going to Palm Beach when in reality you were in New York?" pursued Maloney, while Kennedy frowned at his tactless attempt at a third degree. If she had resented Kennedy, she positively flew up in the air and commenced to aviate at Maloney's questioning. Tossing her head, she said icily, "I do not know that you have been appointed my guardian, sir. Let us consider this interview at an end. Good night." And with that, she swept out of the room, ignoring Maloney and bestowing one biting glance on Blake, who actually winced, so little relish did he have for this ticklish part of the proceedings. I think we all felt like schoolboys who had been detected robbing a melon patch or in some other heinous offense, as we slowly filed down the hall to the elevator. A woman of Mrs. Branford's stamp so readily and successfully puts one in the wrong that I could easily comprehend why Blake wanted to call on Kennedy for help in what otherwise seemed a plain case. Blake and Maloney were some distance ahead of us, as Craig leaned over to me and whispered, "That Maloney is impossible. I'll have to shake him loose in some way. Either we handle this case alone, or we quit." "Right-o," I agreed emphatically. "He's put his foot in it badly at the very start. Only be decent about it, Craig. The case is too big for you to let it slip by. Trust me, Walter. I'll do it tactfully," he whispered. Then to Blake he added as we overtook them, "Maloney is right. The case is simple enough after all. But we must find out some way to fasten the thing more closely on Mrs. Branford. Let me think out a scheme tonight. I'll see you tomorrow." As Blake and Maloney disappeared down the street in the car, Kennedy wheeled about and walked deliberately back into the Grattan Inn again. It was quite late. People were coming in from the theatres, laughing and chatting gaily. Kennedy selected a table that commanded a view of the parlour as well as of the dining room itself. She was dressed to receive someone. "Did you notice?" he remarked, as we sat down and cast our eyes over the dizzy array of inedibles on the card before us. "I think it is worth waiting a while to see who it is." Having ordered what I did not want, I glanced about until my eye rested on a large pier glass at the other end of the dining room. "Craig," I whispered excitedly, "Mrs. B is in the writing room. I can see her in that glass at the end of the room behind you. Get up and change places with me as quietly as you can, Walter," he said quickly. "I want to see her when she can't see me." Kennedy was staring in rapt attention at the mirror. "There's a man with her, Walter," he said under his breath. "He came in while we were changing places. A fine-looking chap. By Jove, I've seen him before somewhere. His face and his manner are familiar to me, but I simply can't place him. Did you see her wraps in the chair? No? Well, he's helping her on with them. They're going out. Garçon, l'addition weit." We were too late, however, for just as we reached the door, we caught a fleeting glimpse of a huge new limousine. "Who was that man who just went out with the lady?" asked Craig of the man who turned the revolving door at the carriage entrance. "Jack Delarue, sir, in the Grass Widower, sir," replied the doorman. "Yes, sir, he stays here once in a while. Thank you, sir," as Kennedy dropped a quarter into the man's hand. "That complicates things considerably," he mused as we walked slowly down to the subway station. "Jack Delarue. I wonder if he is mixed up in this thing also." "I've heard that the Grass Widower isn't such a howling success as a moneymaker," I volunteered. "Delarue has a host of creditors, no doubt." "By the way, Craig," I exclaimed, "don't you think it would be a good plan to drop down and see O'Connor? The police will have to be informed in a few hours now anyhow. Maybe Delarue has a criminal record." "A good idea, Walter," agreed Craig, turning into a drugstore which had a telephone booth. "I'll just call O'Connor up and we'll see if he does know anything about it." O'Connor was not at headquarters, but we finally found him at his home, and it was well into the small hours when we arrived there. Trusting to the first deputy's honor, which had stood many a test, Craig began to unfold the story. He had scarcely got as far as describing the work of the suspected hired yeggman when O'Connor raised both hands and brought them down hard on the arms of his chair. "Say," he ejaculated, "that explains it." "What?" we asked in chorus. "Why, one of my best stool pigeons told me today that there was something doing at a house in the Chatham Square district that we have been watching for a long time. It's full of crooks, and today they've all been as drunk as lords, a sure sign someone has made a haul and been generous with the rest. And one or two of the professional fences have been acting suspiciously too." "Oh, that explains it all right." I looked at Craig as much as to say, "I told you so," but he was engrossed in what O'Connor was saying. "You know," continued the police officer, "there is one particular fence who runs his business under the guise of a loan shark's office. He probably has a wider acquaintance among the big criminals than any other man in the city. From him crooks can obtain anything from a jimmy to a safe-cracking outfit. I know that this man has been trying to dispose of some unmounted pearls today among jewelers in Maiden Lane. I'll bet he has been disposing of some of the Branford pearls, one by one. I'll follow that up. I'll arrest this fence and hold him till he tells me what yeggman came to him with the pearls. And if you find out, will you go with me to that house near Chatham Square, providing it was someone in that gang?" asked Craig eagerly. O'Connor shook his head. "I'd better keep out of it. They know me too well. Go alone. I'll get that stool pigeon, the Gay Cat is his name, to go with you. I'll help you in any way. I'll have any number of plainclothes men you want ready to raid the place the moment you get the evidence. But you'll never get any evidence if they know I'm in the neighborhood." The next morning, Craig scarcely ate any breakfast himself and made me bolt my food most unceremoniously. We were out in Montclair again before the commuters had started to go to New York, and that in spite of the fact that we had stopped at his laboratory on the way and had got a package which he carried carefully. Kennedy instituted a most thorough search of the house from cellar to attic in daylight. What he expected to find I did not know, but I am quite sure nothing escaped him. "Now, Walter," he said after he had ransacked the house, "there remains just one place. Here is this little wall safe in Mrs. Branford's room. We must open it." For an hour, if not longer, he worked over the combination, listening to the fall of the tumblers in the lock. It was a simple little thing, and one of the old-timers in the industry would no doubt have opened it in short order. The perspiration stood out on his forehead, so intent was he in working the thing. At last it yielded. Except for some of the family silver, the safe was empty. Carefully noting how the light shone on the wall safe, Craig unwrapped the package he had brought and disclosed a camera. He placed it on a writing desk opposite the safe in such a way that it was not at all conspicuous, and focused it on the safe. "This is a camera with a newly invented between-lens shutter of great illumination and efficiency," he explained. "It has always been practically impossible to get such pictures, but this new shutter has so much greater speed than anything ever invented before that it is possible to use it in detective work. I'll just run these fine wires like a burglar alarm. Only instead of having an alarm, I'll attach them to the camera so that we can get a picture. I've proved its speed up to 1/2000th of a second. It may or it may not work. If it does, we'll catch somebody right in the act." About noon we went down to Liberty Street, home of burglary insurance. I don't think Blake liked it very much because Kennedy insisted on playing the lone hand, but he said nothing, for it was part of the agreement. Maloney seemed rather glad than otherwise. He had been combing out some tangled clues of his own about Mrs. Branford. Still, Kennedy smoothed things over by complimenting the detective on his activity, and indeed he had shown remarkable ability in the first place in locating Mrs. Branford. I started out with the assumption that the Branfords must have needed money for some reason or other, said Maloney. So I went to the commercial agencies today and looked up Branford. I can't say he has been prosperous. Nobody has been in Wall Street these days, and that's just the thing that causes an increase in fake burglaries. Then there is another possibility, he continued triumphantly. I had a man up at the Grattan Inn, and he reports to me that Mrs. Branford was seen with the actor Jack Delarue last night. I imagine they quarrelled, for she returned alone, much agitated, in a taxicab. Any way you look at it, the clues are promising, whether she needed money for Branford's speculations or for the financing of that rake Delarue. Maloney regarded Craig with the air of an expert who could afford to patronize a good amateur, but after all an amateur. Kennedy said nothing, and of course I took the cue. Yes, agreed Blake. You see, our original hypothesis was a pretty good one. Meanwhile, of course, the police are floundering around in a bog of false scents. It would make our case a good deal stronger, remarked Kennedy quietly, if we could discover some of the stolen jewellery hidden somewhere by Mrs. Branford herself. He said nothing of his own unsuccessful search through the house, but continued, What do you suppose she has done with the jewels? She must have put them somewhere before she got the yeggman to break the safe. She'd hardly trust them in his hands, but she might have been foolish enough for that. Of course, it's another possibility that he really got away with them. I doubt if she has them at Grattan Inn, or even if she would personally put them in a safe deposit vault. Perhaps Delarue figures in that end of it. We must let no stone go unturned. That's right, meditated Maloney, apparently turning something over in his mind as if it were a new idea. If we only had some evidence, even part of the jewels that she had hidden, it would clinch the case. That's a good idea, Kennedy. Craig said nothing, but I could see, or fancied I saw, that he was gratified at the thought that he had started Maloney off on another trail, leaving us to follow ours unhampered. The interview with Blake was soon over, and as we left I looked inquiringly at Craig. I want to see Mrs. Branford again, he said. I think we can do better alone today than we did last night. I must say I half expected that she would refuse to see us, and was quite surprised when the page returned with the request that we go up to her suite. It was evident that her attitude toward us was very different from that of the first interview, whether she was ruffled by the official presence of Blake or the officious presence of Maloney. She was at least politely tolerant of us. Or was it that she at last began to realize that the toils were closing about her and that things began to look unmistakably black? Kennedy was quick to see his advantage. Mrs. Branford, he began, since last night I have come into the possession of some facts that are very important. I have heard that several loose pearls, which may or may not be yours, have been offered for sale by a man on the Bowery who is what the yeggmen call a fence. Yeggmen fence, she repeated. Mr. Kennedy, really, I do not care to discuss the pearls any longer. It is immaterial to me what becomes of them. My first desire is to collect the insurance. If anything is recovered, I am quite willing to deduct that amount from the total. But I must insist on the full insurance or the return of the pearls. As soon as Mr. Branford arrives, I shall take other steps to secure redress. A boy rapped at the door and brought in a telegram which she tore open nervously. He will be here in 4 days, she said, tearing the telegram petulantly, and not at all as if she were glad to receive it. Is there anything else that you wish to say? She was tapping her foot on the rug, as if anxious to conclude the interview. Kennedy leaned forward earnestly and played his trump card boldly. Do you remember that scene in The Grass Widower, he said slowly, where Jack Delarue meets his runaway wife at the masquerade ball? She coloured slightly, but instantly regained her composure. Vaguely, she murmured, toying with the flowers in her dress. In real life, said Kennedy, his voice purposely betraying that he meant it to have a personal application. Husbands do not forgive even rumours of, shall we say affinities, much less the fact. "In real life," she replied. "Wives do not have affinities as often as some newspapers and plays would have us believe. I saw Delarue after the performance last night," went on Kennedy inexorably. "I was not seen, but I saw, and he was with—" She was pacing the room now in unsuppressed excitement. "Will you never stop spying on me?" she cried. "Must my every act be watched and misrepresented? I suppose a distorted version of the facts will be given to my husband. Have you no chivalry, or justice, or mercy?" she pleaded, stopping in front of Kennedy. "Mrs. Branford," he replied coldly, "I cannot promise what I shall do. My duty is simply to get at the truth about the pearls. If it involves some other person, it is still my duty to get at the truth. Why not tell me all that you really know about the pearls and trust me to bring it out all right?" She faced him, pale and haggard. "I have told," she repeated steadily. "I cannot tell any more. I know nothing more." Was she lying? I was not expert enough in feminine psychology to judge, but down in my heart, I knew that the woman was hiding something behind that forced steadiness. What was it she was battling for? We had reached an impasse. It was after dinner when I met Craig at the laboratory. He had made a trip to Montclair again, where his stay had been protracted because Maloney was there, and he wished to avoid him. He had brought back the camera and had had another talk with O'Connor, at which he had mapped out a plan of battle. "We are to meet the gay cat at the City Hall at 9 o'clock, explained Craig laconically. "We are going to visit a haunt of yeggmen, Walter, that few outsiders have ever seen. Are you game? O'Connor and his men will be close by, hiding, of course." "I suppose so," I replied slowly. "But what excuse are you going to have for getting into this yegg resort? Simply that we are two newspaper men looking for an article, without names, dates, or places, just a good story of yeggmen and tramps. I've got a little, well, we'll call it a little camera outfit that I'm going to sling over my shoulder. You are the reporter, remember, and I'm the newspaper photographer. They won't pose for us, of course, but that will be all right. Speaking about photographs, I got one out at Montclair that is interesting. I'll show it to you later in the evening, and in case anything should happen to me, Walter, you'll find the original plate locked here in the top drawer of my desk. I guess we'd better be getting downtown." The house to which we were guided by the gay cat was on a cross street within a block or two of Chatham Square. If we had passed it casually in the daytime, there would have been nothing to distinguish it above the other ramshackle buildings on the street, except that the other houses were cluttered with children and baby carriages. While this one was vacant, the front door closed and the blinds tightly drawn. As we approached, a furtive figure shambled from the basement areaway and slunk off into the crowd for the night's business of pocket-picking or second-story work. I had had misgivings as to whether we would be admitted at all, I might almost say hopes, but the gay cat succeeded in getting a ready response at the basement door. The house itself was the dilapidated ruin of what had once been a fashionable residence in the days when society lived in the then suburban Bowery. The iron handrail on the steps was still graceful, though rusted and insecure. The stones of the steps were decayed and eaten away by time, and the front door was never opened. As we entered the low basement door, I felt that those who entered here did indeed abandon hope. Inside, the evidences of the past grandeur were still more striking. What had once been a drawing room was now the general assembly room of the resort. Broken-down chairs lined the walls, and the floor was generously sprinkled with sawdust. A huge pot-bellied stove occupied the center of the room, and by it stood a box of sawdust plentifully discolored with tobacco juice. 3 or 4 of the guests, there was no register in this yeggman's hotel, were seated about the stove discussing something in a language that was English, to be sure, but of a variation that only a yegg could understand. I noted the once handsome white marble mantel, now stained by age, standing above the unused grate. Double folding doors led to what I imagine was once a library. Dirt and grime indescribable were everywhere. There was the smell of old clothes and old cooking, the race odors of every nationality known to the metropolis. I recalled a night I once spent in a Bowery lodging house for local color. Only this was infinitely worse. No law regulated this house. There was an atmosphere of cheerlessness that a half-thickened Welsbach mantle turned into positive ghastliness. Our guide introduced us. There was a dead silence as 8 eyes were craftily fixed on us, sizing us up. What should I say? Craig came to the rescue. To him the adventure was a lark. It was novel, and that was merit enough. Ask about the slang, he suggested. That makes a picturesque story. It seemed to me innocuous enough, so I engaged in conversation with a man whom the gay cat had introduced as the proprietor. Much of the slang I already knew by hearsay, such as bulls for policemen, a mouthpiece for a lawyer to defend one when he is ditched or arrested. In fact, as I busily scribbled away, I must have collected a lexicon of 100 words or so for future reference. "And names?" I queried. "You have some queer nicknames." "Oh, yes," replied the man. "Now here's the gay cat. That's what we call a fellow who is the finder, who enters a town ahead of the gang. Then there's Chiefat. That means he's from Chicago and fat. And Pitts Slim, he's from Pittsburgh and—" "Oh, cut it," broke in one of the others. "Pitts Slim'll be here tonight. He'll give you the devil if he hears you talking to reporters about him." The proprietor began to talk of less dangerous subjects. Craig succeeded in drawing out from him the yegg recipe for making soup. "It's here in this cipher," said the man, drawing out a dirty piece of paper. "It's well known, and you can have this. Here's the key. It was written by Deffy Smith, and the police pinched it." Craig busily translated the curious document. "Take 10 or a dozen sticks of dynamite, crumble it up fine, and put it in a pan or wash bowl, then pour over it enough alcohol, wood or pure, to cover it well. Stir it up well with your hands, being careful to break all the lumps. Leave it set for a few minutes. Then get a few yards of cheesecloth and tear it up in pieces and strain the mixture through the cloth into another vessel. Wring the sawdust dry and throw it away. The remains will be the soup and alcohol mixed. Next, take the same amount of water as you used of alcohol and pour it in. Leave the whole set for a few minutes." "Very interesting," commented Craig. "Safe blowing in one lesson by correspondence school. The rest of this tells how to attack various makes, doesn't it?" Just then a thin man in a huge worn ulster came stamping upstairs from the basement, his collar up and his hat down over his eyes. There was something indefinably familiar about him, but as his face and figure were so well concealed, I could not tell just why I thought so. Catching a glimpse of us, he beat a retreat across the opposite end of the room, beckoning to the proprietor, who joined him outside the door. I thought I heard him ask, "Who are those men? Who let them in?" But I could not catch the reply. One by one, the other occupants of the room rose and sidled out, leaving us alone with the gay cat. Kennedy reached over to get a cigarette from my case and light it from one that I was smoking. "That's equal to 20 our man, I think," he whispered. "Pitts Slim." I said nothing, but I would have been willing to part with a large section of my bank account to be up on the Chatham Square station of the elevator just then. There was a rush from the half-open door behind us. Suddenly everything turned black before me. My eyes swam. I felt a stinging sensation on my head and a weak feeling about the stomach. I sank half-conscious to the floor. All was blank, but dimly I seemed to be dragged and dropped down hard. How long I lay there I don't know. Kennedy says it was not over 5 minutes. It may have been so, but to me it seemed an age. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on my back on a very dirty sofa in another room. Kennedy was bending over me with blood streaming from a long, deep gash on his head. Another figure was groaning in the semi-darkness opposite. It was the gay cat. "They blackjacked us," whispered Kennedy to me as I staggered to my feet. "Then they dragged us through a secret passage into another house. How do you feel?" "All right," I answered, bracing myself against a chair, for I was weak from the loss of blood and dizzy. I was sore in every joint and muscle. I looked about, only half comprehending, then my recollection flooded back with a rush. We had been locked in another room after the attack, and left to be dealt with later. I felt in my pocket. I had left my watch at the laboratory, but even the dollar watch I had taken and the small sum of money in my pocketbook were gone. Kennedy still had his camera slung over his shoulder, where he had fastened it securely. Here we were, imprisoned, while Pitt Slim, the man we had come after, whoever he was making his escape. Somewhere across the street was O'Connor, waiting in a room as we had agreed. There was only one window in our room, and it opened on a miserable little dumbwaiter air shaft. It would be hours yet before his suspicions would be aroused, and he would discover which of the houses we were held in. Meanwhile, what might not happen to us? Kennedy calmly set up his tripod. One leg had been broken in the rough house, but he tied it together with his handkerchief, now wet with blood. I wondered how he could think of taking a picture. His very deliberation set me fretting and fuming, and I swore at him under my breath. Still, he worked calmly ahead. I saw him take the black box and set it on the tripod. It was indistinct in the darkness. It looked like a camera, and yet it had some attachment at the side that was queer, including a little lamp. Craig bent and attached some wires about the box. At last he seemed ready. "Walter," he whispered, "roll that sofa quietly over against the door. There, now the table and that bureau, and wedge the chairs in. Keep that door shut at any cost. It's now or never. Here goes." He stopped a moment and tinkered with the box on the tripod. "Hello, hello, hello, is that you, O'Connor?" he shouted. I watched him in amazement. Was the man crazy? Had the blow affected his brain? Here he was, trying to talk into a camera. A little signaling bell in the box commenced to ring, as if by spirit hands. "Shut up in that room," growled a voice from outside the door. "By God, they've barricaded the door. Come on, pals, we'll kill the spies." A smile of triumph lighted up Kennedy's pale face. "It works! It works!" he cried as the little bell continued to buzz. "This is a wireless telephone you perhaps have seen announced recently, good for several hundred feet, through walls and everything. The inventor placed it in a box easily carried by a man, including a battery, and mounted on an ordinary camera tripod so that the user might well be taken for a traveling photographer. It is good in one direction only, but I have a signaling bell here that can be rung from the other end by Hertzian waves. Thank heaven, it's compact and simple. O'Connor," he went on, "it is as I told you. It was Pitt Slim. He left here 10 or 15 minutes ago. I don't know by what exit, but I heard them say they would meet at the central freight yards at midnight. Start your plainclothes men out and send someone here, quick, to release us. We are locked in a room in the 4th or 5th house from the corner. There's a secret passage to the Yegg house. The gay cat is still unconscious, Jameson is groggy, and I have a bad scalp wound. They are trying to beat in our barricade. Hurry!" I think I shall never get straight in my mind the fearful 5 minutes that followed, the battering at the door, the oaths, the scuffle outside, the crashes, the sofa, bureau, table and chairs all yielded at once, and my relief when I saw the square-set, honest face of O'Connor and half a dozen plainclothes men holding the Yeggs who would certainly have murdered us this time to protect their pal in his getaway. The fact is, I didn't think straight until we were halfway uptown, speeding toward the railroad freight yards in O'Connor's car. The fresh air at last revived me, and I began to forget my cuts and bruises in the renewed excitement. We entered the yards carefully, accompanied by several of the railroad's detectives, who met us with a couple of police dogs. Skulking in the shadow, under the high embankment that separated the yards with their interminable lines of full and empty cars on one side, and the San Juan Hill district of New York up on the bluff on the other side, we came upon a party of 3 men who were waiting to catch the midnight side-door Pullman, the fast freight out of New York. The fight was brief, for we outnumbered them more than 3 to 1. O'Connor himself snapped a pair of steel bracelets on the thin man who seemed to be leader of the party. "It's all up, Pitt Slim," he ground out from his set teeth. One of our men flashed his bullseye on the 3 prisoners. I caught myself as in a dream. Pitt Slim was Maloney, the detective. An hour later, At headquarters, after the pedigrees had been taken, the mugging done, and the jewels found on the 3 eggs checked off from the list of the Branford pearls, leaving a few $1,000s worth unaccounted for, O'Connor led the way into his private office. There were Mrs. Branford and Blake waiting. Maloney sullenly refused to look at his former employer as Blake rushed over and grasped Kennedy's hand, asking eagerly, "How did you do it, Kennedy?" "This is the last thing I expected." Craig said nothing, but slowly opened a now crumpled envelope, which contained an untoned print of a photograph. He laid it on the desk. "There is your yeggman at work," he said. We bent over to look. It was a photograph of Maloney in the act of putting something in the little wall safe in Mrs. Branford's room. In a flash it dawned on me. The quick shutter camera, the wire connected with the wall safe, Craig's hint to Maloney that if some of the jewels were found hidden in a likely place in the house, it would furnish the last link in the chain against her, Maloney's eager acceptance of the suggestion, and his visit to Montclair, during which Craig had had hard work to avoid him. "Pitt Slim, alias Maloney," added Kennedy, turning to Blake. "Your shrewdest private detective was posing in 2 characters at once very successfully. He was your trusted agent in possession of the most valuable secrets of your clients, at the same time engineering all the robberies that you thought were fakes, and then working up the evidence, incriminating the victims themselves. He got into the Branford house with a skeleton key and killed the maid. The picture shows him putting this shield-shaped brooch in the safe this afternoon. Here's the brooch. And all this time he was the leader of the most dangerous band of yeggmen in the country." "Mrs. Branford," exclaimed Blake, advancing and bowing most profoundly, "I trust that you understand my awkward position. My apologies cannot be too humble. It will give me great pleasure to hand you a certified check for the missing gems the first thing in the morning." Mrs. Branford bit her lip nervously. The return of the pearls did not seem to interest her in the least. "And I, too, must apologize for the false suspicion I had of you, and depend on me, it is already forgotten," said Kennedy, emphasizing the false and looking her straight in the eyes. She read his meaning, and a look of relief crossed her face. "Thank you," she murmured simply. Then, dropping her eyes, she added in a lower tone, which no one heard except Craig, "Mr. Kennedy, how can I ever thank you? Another night, and it would have been too late to save me from myself." Chapter: The Germ of Death. By this time I was becoming used to Kennedy's strange visitors, and in fact had begun to enjoy keenly the uncertainty of not knowing just what to expect from them next. Still, I was hardly prepared one evening to see a tall, nervous foreigner stalk noiselessly and unannounced into our apartment and hand his card to Kennedy without saying a word. "Dr. Nicholas Karkoff, Jameson, you must have forgotten to latch the door. Well, Dr. Karkoff, what can I do for you? It is evident something has upset you." The tall Russian put his forefinger to his lips and, taking one of our good chairs, placed it by the door. Then he stood on it and peered cautiously through the transom into the hallway. "I think I eluded him this time," he exclaimed as he nervously took a seat. "Professor Kennedy, I am being followed. Every step that I take somebody shadows me, from the moment I leave my office until I return. It is enough to drive me mad, but that is only one reason why I have come here tonight. I believe that I can trust you as a friend of justice, a friend of Russian freedom." He had included me in his earnest but somewhat vague query, so that I did not withdraw. Somehow, apparently, he had heard of Kennedy's rather liberal political views. "It is about Vasily Saratovsky, the father of the Russian Revolution, as we call him, that I have come to consult you," he continued quickly. "Just 2 weeks ago, he was taken ill. It came on suddenly, a violent fever which continued for a week. Then he seemed to grow better after the crisis had passed, and even attended a meeting of our Central Committee the other night. But in the meantime, Olga Samarova, the little Russian dancer, whom you have perhaps seen, fell ill in the same way. Samarova is an ardent revolutionist, you know. This morning the servant at my own home on East Broadway was also stricken. And, who knows, perhaps it will be my turn next." For tonight, Saratovsky had an even more violent return of the fever, with intense shivering, excruciating pains in the limbs and delirious headache. "It is not like anything I ever saw before. Can you look into the case before it grows any worse, Professor?" Again the Russian got on the chair and looked over the transom to be sure that he was not being overheard. "I shall be only too glad to help you in any way I can," returned Kennedy, his manner expressing the genuine interest that he never feigned over a particularly knotty problem in science and crime. "I had the pleasure of meeting Saratovsky once in London. I shall try to see him the first thing in the morning." Dr. Kharkov's face fell. "I had hoped you would see him tonight. If anything should happen, is it as urgent as that?" "I believe it is," whispered Kharkov, leaning forward earnestly. "We can call a taxicab." "It will not take long, sir. Consider there are many lives possibly at stake," he pleaded. "Very well. I will go," consented Kennedy. At the street door, Kharkov stopped short and drew Kennedy back. "Look, across the street in the shadow. There is the man. If I start toward him, he will disappear. He is very clever. He followed me from Saratovsky's here and has been waiting for me to come out." "There are 2 taxicabs waiting at the stand," suggested Kennedy. "Doctor, you jump in the first, and Jameson and I will take the second. Then he can't follow us." It was done in a moment, and we were whisked away, to the chagrin of the figure, which glided impotently out of the shadow in vain pursuit, too late even to catch the number of the cab. "A promising adventure," commented Kennedy, as we bumped along over New York's uneven asphalt. "Have you ever met Saratovsky?" "No," I replied dubiously. "Will you guarantee that he will not blow us up with a bomb?" "Grandmother," replied Craig. "Why, Walter, he is the most gentle, engaging old philosopher that ever cut a throat or scuttled a ship," I interrupted. "On the contrary," insisted Kennedy, somewhat nettled. "He is a patriarch, respected by every faction of the revolutionists, from the fighting organization to the believers in non-resistance and Tolstoy. I tell you, Walter, the nation that can produce a man such as Saratovsky deserves, and someday will win political freedom. I have heard of this Dr. Kharkov before, too. His life would be a short one if he were in Russia. A remarkable man who fled after those unfortunate uprisings in 1905. Ah, we are on Fifth Avenue. I suspect that he is taking us to a club on the lower part of the avenue, where a number of the Russian reformers live, patiently waiting and planning for the great awakening in their native land. Kharkov's cab had stopped. Our quest had indeed brought us almost to Washington Square. Here we entered an old house of the past generation. As we passed through the wide hall, I noted the high ceilings, the old-fashioned marble mantels stained by time, the long narrow rooms and dirty white woodwork, and the threadbare furniture of black walnut and horsehair. Upstairs, in a small back room, we found the venerable Saratovsky, tossing half-delirious with the fever on a disordered bed. His was a striking figure in this sordid setting, with a high intellectual forehead and deep-set, glowing coals of eyes which gave a hint at the things which had made his life one of the strangest among all the revolutionists of Russia, and the works he had done among the most daring. The brown dye was scarcely yet out of his flowing white beard, a relic of his last trip back to his fatherland, where he had eluded the secret police in the disguise of a German gymnasium professor. Saratovsky extended a thin, hot, emaciated hand to us, and we remained standing. Kennedy said nothing for the moment. The sick man motioned feebly to us to come closer. "Professor Kennedy," he whispered, "there is some deviltry afoot. The Russian autocracy would stop at nothing. Kharkov has probably told you of it." "I am so weak," he groaned and sank back, overcome by a chill that seemed to rack his poor gaunt form. "Kazanovich can tell Professor Kennedy something, Doctor. I am too weak to talk, even at this critical time. Take him to see Boris and Ekaterina." Almost reverently we withdrew, and Kharkov led us down the hall to another room. The door was ajar, and a light disclosed a man in a Russian peasant's blouse, bending laboriously over a writing desk. So absorbed was he that not until Kharkov spoke did he look up. His figure was somewhat slight, and his face pointed, and of an ascetic mould. "Ah," he exclaimed, "you have recalled me from a dream. I fancied I was on the old mere with Ivan, one of my characters. Welcome, comrades." It flashed over me at once that this was the famous Russian novelist Boris Kazanovich. I had not at first connected the name with that of the author of those gloomy tales of peasant life. Kazanovich stood with his hands tucked under his blouse. "Night is my favorite time for writing," he explained. "It is then that the imagination works at its best." I gazed curiously about the room. There seemed to be a marked touch of a woman's hand here and there. It was unmistakable. At last my eye rested on a careless heap of dainty wearing apparel on a chair in the corner. "Where is Nevsky?" asked Dr. Kharkov, apparently missing the person who owned the garments. "Ekaterina has gone to a rehearsal of the little play of Gershuni's escape from Siberia and betrayal by Rosenberg. She will stay with friends on East Broadway tonight. She has deserted me, and here I am all alone, finishing a story for one of the American magazines." "Ah, Professor Kennedy, that is unfortunate," commented Kharkov. "A brilliant woman is Mademoiselle Nevsky, devoted to the cause. I know only one who equals her, and that is my patient downstairs, the little dancer Samarova." "Samarova is faithful. Nevsky is a genius," put in Kazanovich. Kharkov said nothing for a time, though it was easy to see he regarded the actress highly. "Samarova," he said at length to us, "was arrested for her part in the assassination of Grand Duke Sergius and thrown into solitary confinement in the fortress of St. Peter and St. Paul. They tortured her, the beasts, burned her body with their cigarettes. It was unspeakable. But she would not confess, and finally they had to let her go. Nevsky, who was a student of biology at the University of St. Petersburg when von Plehve was assassinated, was arrested, but her relatives had sufficient influence to secure her release. They met in Paris, and Nevsky persuaded Olga to go on the stage and come to New York. "Next to Ekaterina's devotion to the cause is her devotion to science," said Kazanovich, opening a door to a little room. Then he added, "If she were not a woman, or if your universities were less prejudiced, she would be welcome anywhere as a professor. See, here is her laboratory. It is the best she can afford. Organic chemistry, as you call it in English, interests me too, but of course I am not a trained scientist. I am a novelist." The laboratory was simple, almost bare. Photographs of Koch, Ehrlich, Metchnikoff, and a number of other scientists adorned the walls. The deeply stained deal table was littered with beakers and test tubes. "How is Saratovsky?" asked the writer of the doctor, aside, as we gazed curiously about. Kharkov shook his head gravely. "We have just come from his room. He was too weak to talk, but he asked that you tell Mr. Kennedy anything that it is necessary he should know about our suspicions. It is that we are living with the sword of Damocles constantly dangling over our heads, gentlemen," cried Kazanovich passionately, turning toward us. "You will excuse me if I get some cigarettes downstairs. Over them I will tell you what we fear." A call from Saratovsky took the doctor away also at the same moment, and we were left alone. "A queer situation, Craig," I remarked, glancing involuntarily at the heap of feminine finery on the chair as I sat down before Kazanovich's desk. "Queer for New York, not for St. Petersburg," was his laconic reply as he looked around for another chair. Everything was littered with books and papers, and at last he leaned over and lifted the dress from the chair to place it on the bed, as the easiest way of securing a seat in the scantily furnished room. A pocketbook and a letter fell to the floor from the folds of the dress. He stooped to pick them up, and I saw a strange look of surprise on his face. Without a moment's hesitation, he shoved the letter into his pocket and replaced the other things as he had found them. A moment later, Kazanovich returned with a large box of Russian cigarettes. "Be seated, sir," he said to Kennedy, sweeping a mass of books and papers off a large divan. "When Nevsky is not here, the room gets sadly disarranged. I have no genius for order." Amid the clouds of fragrant light smoke, we waited for Kazanovich to break the silence. Perhaps you think that the iron hand of the Russian Prime Minister has broken the backbone of revolution in Russia, he began at length. But because the Duma is subservient, it does not mean that all is over. Not at all. We are not asleep. Revolution is smoldering, ready to break forth at any moment. The agents of the government know it. They are desperate. There is no means they would not use to crush us. Their long arm reaches even to New York, in this land of freedom. He rose and excitedly paced the room. Somehow or other, this man did not prepossess me. Was it that I was prejudiced by a puritanical disapproval of the things that pass current in old-world morality? Or was it merely that I found the great writer of fiction seeking the dramatic effect always at the cost of sincerity? "Just what is it that you suspect?" asked Craig, anxious to dispense with the rhetoric and to get down to facts. "Surely when 3 persons are stricken, you must suspect something." "Poison," replied Kazanovich quickly. "Poison, and of a kind that even the poison doctors of St. Petersburg have never employed. Dr. Kharkov is completely baffled. Your American doctors, too, were called in to see Saratovsky. Say it is the typhus fever. But Kharkov knows better. There is no typhus rash. Besides," and he leaned forward to emphasize his words, "one does not get over typhus in a week and have it again as Saratovsky has." I could see that Kennedy was growing impatient. An idea had occurred to him, and only politeness kept him listening to Kazanovich longer. "Doctor," he said, as Kharkov entered the room again, "do you suppose you could get some perfectly clean test tubes and sterile bouillon from Miss Nevsky's laboratory? I think I saw a rack of tubes on the table." "Surely," answered Kharkov. "You will excuse us, Mr. Kazanovich," apologized Kennedy briskly, "but I feel that I am going to have a hard day tomorrow, and, by the way, would you be so kind as to come up to my laboratory sometime during the day and continue your story?" On the way out, Craig took the doctor aside for a moment, and they talked earnestly. At last, Craig motioned to me. "Walter," he explained, "Doctor, Kharkov is going to prepare some cultures in the test tubes tonight so that I can make a microscopic examination of the blood of Saratovsky, Samarova, and later of his servant. The tubes will be ready early in the morning, and I have arranged with the doctor for you to call and get them if you have no objection." I assented, and we started downstairs. As we passed a door on the 2nd floor, a woman's voice called out, "Is that you, Boris?" "No, Olga, this is Nicholas," replied the doctor. "It is Samarova," he said to us as he entered. In a few moments he rejoined us. "She is no better," he continued, as we again started away. "I may as well tell you, Professor Kennedy, just how matters stand here. Samarova is head over heels in love with Kazanovich." "You heard her call for him just now?" Before they left Paris, Kazanovich showed some partiality for Olga, but now Nevsky has captured him. She is indeed a fascinating woman, but as for me, if Olga would consent to become Madame Kharkov, it should be done tomorrow, and she need worry no longer over her broken contract with the American theater managers. But women are not that way. She prefers the hopeless love. "Ah, well, I shall let you know if anything new happens. Good night, and 1,000 thanks for your help, gentlemen." Nothing was said by either of us on our journey uptown, for it was late, and I, at least, was tired. But Kennedy had no intention of going to bed, I found. Instead, he sat down in his easy chair and shaded his eyes, apparently in deep thought. As I stood by the table to fill my pipe for a last smoke, I saw that he was carefully regarding the letter he had picked up, turning it over and over, and apparently debating with himself what to do with it. "Some kinds of paper can be steamed open without leaving any trace," he remarked in answer to my unspoken question, laying the letter down before me. I read the address, Alexander Alexandrovich Orlov, Rue de Paris, France. "Letter opening has been raised to a fine art by the Secret Service agents of foreign countries," he continued. "Why not take a chance? The simple operation of steaming a letter open is followed by reburnishing the flap with a bone instrument, and no trace is left. I can't do that, for this letter is sealed with wax. One way would be to take a matrix of the seal before breaking the wax and then replace a duplicate of it. No, I won't risk it." I'll try a scientific way. Between two pieces of smooth wood, Craig laid the letter flat, so that the edges projected about 1/32 of an inch. He flattened the projecting edge of the envelope, then roughened it, and finally slit it open. "You see, Walter, later I will place the letter back, apply a hairline of strong white gum, and unite the edges of the envelope under pressure. Let us see what we have here." He drew out what seemed to be a manuscript on very thin paper and spread it out flat on the table before us. Apparently it was a scientific paper on a rather unusual subject, spontaneous generation of life. It was in longhand and read, "Many thanks for the copy of the paper by Prof. Battalion of Dijon on the artificial fertilization of the eggs of frogs. I consider it a most important advance in the artificial generation of life. In the printed book this is shown as handwritten, equal to 20. I will not attempt to reproduce in facsimile the entire manuscript, for it is unnecessary, and, in fact, I merely set down part of its contents here because it seemed so utterly valueless to me at the time." It went on to say, "While Battalion punctured the eggs with a platinum needle and developed them by means of electric discharges, Loeb in America placed eggs of the sea urchin in a strong solution of seawater. Then in a bath where they were subjected to the action of butyric acid. Finally they were placed in ordinary seawater again, where they developed in the natural manner. Delage at Roscoff used a liquid containing salts of magnesia and tannate of ammonia to produce the same result. In his latest book on the origin of life, Dr. Charlton Bastian tells of using two solutions. One consisted of 2 or 3 drops of dilute sodium silicate with 8 drops of Lycopherne penetratis to 1 ounce of distilled water. The other was composed of the same amount of the silicate with 6 drops of dilute phosphoric acid and 6 grains of ammonium phosphate. He filled sterilized tubes, sealed them hermetically, and heated them to 125 or 145 degrees centigrade, although 60 or 70 degrees would have killed any bacteria remaining in them. Next he exposed them to sunlight in a south window for from 2 to 4 months. When the tubes were opened, Dr. Bastian found organisms in them which differed in no way from real bacteria. They grew and multiplied. He contends that he has proved the possibility of spontaneous generation of life. Then there were the experiments of John Butler Burke of Cambridge, who claimed that he had developed radiobes in tubes of sterilized bouillon by means of radium emanations. Daniel Berthelot in France last year announced that he had used the ultraviolet rays to duplicate nature's own process of chlorophyll assimilation. He has broken up carbon dioxide and water vapor in the air in precisely the same way that the green cells of plants do it. Leduc at Nantes has made crystals grow from an artificial egg composed of certain chemicals. These crystals show all the apparent vital phenomena without being actually alive. His work is interesting, for it shows the physical forces that probably control minute life cells once they are created. "What do you make of it?" asked Kennedy, noting the puzzled look on my face as I finished reading. "Well, recent research in the problem of the origin of life may be very interesting," I replied. "There are a good many chemicals mentioned here. I wonder if any of them is poisonous. But I am of the opinion that there is something more to this manuscript than a mere scientific paper." "Exactly, Walter," said Kennedy in half-raillery. "What I wanted to know was how you would suggest getting at that something. Study as I might, I could make nothing out of it." Meanwhile, Craig was busily figuring with a piece of paper and a pencil. "I give it up, Craig," I said at last. "It is late. Perhaps we had better both turn in, and we may have some ideas on it in the morning." For answer, he merely shook his head and continued to scribble and figure on the paper. With a reluctant good night, I shut my door, determined to be up early in the morning and go for the tubes that Kharkov was to prepare. But in the morning, Kennedy was gone. I dressed hastily and was just about to go out when he hurried in, showing plainly the effects of having spent a sleepless night. He flung an early edition of a newspaper on the table. "Too late," he exclaimed. "I tried to reach Kharkov, but it was too late. Another East Side bomb outrage," I read. While returning at a late hour last night from a patient, Dr. Nicholas Kharkov of East Broadway was severely injured by a bomb which had been placed in his hallway earlier in the evening. Dr. Kharkov, who is a well-known physician on the East Side, states that he has been constantly shadowed by someone unknown for the past week or two. He attributes his escape with his life to the fact that since he was shadowed he has observed extreme caution. Yesterday his cook was poisoned and is now dangerously ill. Dr. Kharkov stands high in the Russian community, and it is thought by the police that the bomb was placed by a Russian political agent, as Kharkov has been active in the ranks of the revolutionists. But what made you anticipate it? I asked of Kennedy, considerably mystified. The manuscript, he replied. The manuscript? How? Where is it? After I found that it was too late to save Kharkov and that he was well cared for at the hospital, I hurried to Saratovsky's. Kharkov had fortunately left the tubes there, and I got them. Here they are. As for the manuscript in the letter, I was going to ask you to slip upstairs by some strategy and return it where I found it. When you went for the tubes this morning, Kazanovich was out, and I have returned it myself, so you need not go now. He's coming to see you today, isn't he? I hope so. I left a note asking him to bring Miss Nevsky, if possible, too. Come, let us breakfast and go over to the laboratory. They may arrive at any moment. Besides, I'm interested to see what the tubes disclose. Instead of Kazanovich awaiting us at the laboratory, however, we found Miss Nevsky, haggard and worn. She was a tall, striking girl with more of the Gaul than the Slav in her appearance. There was a slightly sensuous curve to her mouth, but on the whole her face was striking and intellectual. I felt that if she chose, she could fascinate a man so that he would dare anything. I never before understood why the Russian police feared the women revolutionists so much. It was because they were themselves, plus every man they could influence. Nevsky appeared very excited. She talked rapidly, and fire flashed from her grey eyes. They tell me at the club, she began, that you are investigating the terrible things that are happening to us. Oh, Professor Kennedy, it is awful. Last night I was staying with some friends on East Broadway. Suddenly we heard a terrific explosion up the street. It was in front of Dr. Kharkov's house. Thank heaven, he is still alive. But I was so unnerved I could not sleep. I fancied I might be the next to go. Early this morning I hastened to return to Fifth Avenue. As I entered the door of my room, I could not help thinking of the horrible fate of Dr. Kharkov. For some unknown reason, just as I was about to push the door farther open, I hesitated and looked. I almost fainted. There stood another bomb just inside. If I had moved the door a fraction of an inch, it would have exploded. I screamed, and Olga, sick as she was, ran to my assistance, or perhaps she thought something had happened to Boris. It is standing there yet. None of us dares touch it. Oh, Professor Kennedy, it is dreadful, dreadful, and I cannot find Boris, Mr. Kazanovich, I mean. Saratovsky, who is like a father to us all, is scarcely able to speak. Dr. Kharkov is helpless in the hospital. Oh, what are we to do? What are we to do? She stood trembling before us, imploring. Calm yourself, Miss Nevsky, said Kennedy in a reassuring tone. Sit down and let us plan. I take it that it was a chemical bomb and not one with a fuse, or you would have a different story to tell. First of all, we must remove it. That is easily done. He called up a nearby garage and ordered an automobile. I will drive it myself, he ordered. Only send a man around with it immediately. No, 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 she cried, running toward him. You must not risk it. It is bad enough that we should risk our lives, but strangers must not. Think, Professor Kennedy. Suppose the bomb should explode at a touch. Had we not better call the police and let them take the risk, even if it does get into the papers? No, replied Kennedy firmly. Miss Nevsky, I am quite willing to take the risk. Besides, here comes the automobile. You are too kind, she exclaimed. Kazanovich himself could do no more. How am I ever to thank you? On the back of the automobile, Kennedy placed a peculiar oblong box swung on two concentric rings balanced on pivots like a most delicate compass. We rode quickly downtown, and Kennedy hurried into the house, bidding us stand back. With a long pair of tongs, he seized the bomb firmly. It was a tense moment. Suppose his hand should unnecessarily tremble, or he should tip it just a bit, it might explode and blow him to atoms. Keeping it perfectly horizontal, he carried it carefully out to the waiting automobile and placed it gingerly in the box. "Wouldn't it be a good thing to fill the box with water?" I suggested, having read somewhere that that was the usual way of opening a bomb, under water. "No," he replied as he closed the lid. "That wouldn't do any good with a bomb of this sort. It would explode under water just as well as in air. This is a safety bomb carrier. It is known as the Cardan suspension. It was invented by Professor Cardano, an Italian. You see, it is always held in a perfectly horizontal position, no matter how you jar it. I am now going to take the bomb to some safe and convenient place where I can examine it at my leisure. Meanwhile, Miss Nevsky, I will leave you in charge of Mr. Jameson." "Thank you so much," she said. "I feel better now. I didn't dare go into my own room with that bomb at the door. If Mr. Jameson can only find out what has become of Mr. Kazanovich, that is all I want. What do you suppose has happened to him? Is he too hurt or ill?" "Very well then," Craig replied. "I will commission you, Walter, to find Kazanovich. I shall be back again shortly before noon to examine the wreck of Kharkov's office. Meet me there. Goodbye, Miss Nevsky." It was not the first time that I had had a roving commission to find someone who had disappeared in New York. I started by inquiring for every possible place that he might be found. No one at the Fifth Avenue house could tell me anything definite, though they were able to give me a number of places where he was known. I consumed practically the whole morning going from one place to another on the East Side. Some of the picturesque haunts of the revolutionists would have furnished material for a story in themselves, but nowhere had they any word of Kazanovich, until I visited a Polish artist who was illustrating his stories. He had been there, looking very worn and tired, and had talked vacantly about the sketches which the artist had showed him. After that, I lost all trace of him again. It was nearly noon as I hurried to meet Craig at Kharkov's. Imagine my surprise to see Kazanovich already there, seated in the wrecked office, furiously smoking cigarettes and showing evident signs of having something very disturbing on his mind. The moment he caught sight of me, he hurried forward. "Is Professor Kennedy coming soon?" he inquired eagerly. "I was going up to his laboratory, but I called up Nevsky and she said he would be here at noon." Then he put his hand up to my ear and whispered, "I have found out who it was who shadowed Kharkov." "Who?" I asked, saying nothing of my long search of the morning. "His name is Revalenko, Fyodor Revalenko. I saw him standing across the street in front of the house last night after you had gone. When Kharkov left, he followed him. I hurried out quietly and followed both of them. Then the explosion came. This man slipped down a narrow street as soon as he saw Kharkov fall. As people were running to Kharkov's assistance, I did the same. He saw me following him and I ran too and overtook him. Mr. Jameson, when I looked into his face, I could not believe it. Revalenko, he is one of the most ardent members of our organization. He would not tell me why he had followed Kharkov. I could make him confess nothing, but I am sure he is an agent provocateur of the Russian government, that he is secretly giving away the plans that we are making, everything. We have a plot on now. Perhaps he has informed them of that. Of course, he denied setting the bomb or trying to poison any of us, but he was very frightened. I shall denounce him at the first opportunity." I said nothing. Kazanovich regarded me keenly to see what impression the story made on me, but I did not let my looks betray anything except proper surprise, and he seemed satisfied. It might be true, after all, I reasoned, the more I thought of it. I had heard that the Russian consul general had a very extensive spy system in the city. In fact, even that morning I had pointed out to me some spies at work in the public libraries, watching what young Russians were reading. I did not doubt that there were spies in the very inner circle of the revolutionists themselves. At last, Kennedy appeared. While Kazanovich poured forth his story, with here and there, I fancied, an elaboration of a particularly dramatic point. Kennedy quickly examined the walls and floor of the wrecked office with his magnifying glass. When he had concluded his search, he turned to Kazanovich. "Would it be possible," he asked, "to let this Revalenko believe that he could trust you, that it would be safe for him to visit you tonight at Saratovsky's? Surely you can find some way of reassuring him." "Yes, I think that can be arranged," said Kazanovich. "I will go to him, will make him think I have misunderstood him, that I have not lost faith in him, provided he can explain all. He will come, trust me." "Very well then. Tonight at 8 I shall be there," promised Kennedy, as the novelist and he shook hands. "What do you think of the Revalenko story?" I asked of Craig, as we started uptown again. "Anything is possible in this case," he answered sententiously. "Well," I exclaimed, "this all is truly Russian. For intrigue, they are certainly the leaders of the world today. There is only one person that I have any real confidence in, and that is old Saratovsky himself. Somebody is playing traitor, Craig. Who is it?" "That is what science will tell us tonight," was his brief reply. There was no getting anything out of Craig until he was absolutely sure that his proofs had piled up irresistibly. Promptly at 8, we met at the old house on Fifth Avenue. Kharkov's wounds had proved less severe than had at first been suspected, and, having recovered from the shock, he insisted on being transferred from the hospital in a private ambulance so that he could be near his friends. Saratovsky, in spite of his high fever, ordered that the door to his room be left open and his bed moved so that he could hear and see what passed in the room down the hall. Nevsky was there, and Kazanovich, and even brave Olga Samarova, her pretty face burning with the fever, would not be content until she was carried upstairs, although Dr. Kharkov protested vigorously that it might have fatal consequences. Revalenko, an enigma of a man, sat stolidly. The only thing I noticed about him was an occasional look of malignity at Nevsky and Kazanovich when he thought he was unobserved. It was indeed a strange gathering, the like of which the old house had never before harbored in all its varied history. Every one was on the qui-vive as Kennedy placed on the table a small wire basket containing some test tubes, each tube corked with a small wadding of cotton. There was also a receptacle holding a dozen glass-handled platinum wires, a microscope, and a number of slides. The bomb, now rendered innocuous by having been crushed in a huge hydraulic press, lay in fragments in the box. "First, I want you to consider the evidence of the bomb," began Kennedy. "No crime, I firmly believe, is ever perpetrated without leaving some clue. The slightest trace, even a drop of blood no larger than a pinhead, may suffice to convict a murderer. The impression made on a cartridge by the hammer of a pistol, or a single hair found on the clothing of a suspected person, may serve as valid proof of crime. Until lately, however, science was powerless against the bomb thrower. A bomb explodes into 1,000 parts, and its contents suddenly become gaseous. You can't collect and investigate the gases. Still, the bomb thrower is sadly deceived if he believes the bomb leaves no trace for the scientific detective. It is difficult for the chemist to find out the secrets of a shattered bomb, but it can be done. I examined the walls of Dr. Kharkov's house, and fortunately was able to pick out a few small fragments of the contents of the bomb which had been thrown out before the flame ignited them. I have analyzed them, and find them to be a peculiar species of blasting gelatine. It is made at only one factory in this country, and I have a list of purchasers for some time back. One name, or rather the description of an assumed name, in the list agrees with other evidence I have been able to collect. Moreover, the explosive was placed in a lead tube. Lead tubes are common enough. However, there is no need of further evidence." He paused, and the revolutionists stared fixedly at the fragments of the now harmless bomb before them. "The exploded bomb," concluded Craig, "was composed of the same materials as this, which I found unexploded at the door of Miss Nevsky's room, the same sort of lead tube, the same blasting gelatine. The fuse, a long cord saturated in sulfur, was merely a blind. The real method of explosion was by means of a chemical contained in a glass tube, which was inserted after the bomb was put in place. The least jar, such as opening a door, which would tip the bomb ever so little out of the horizontal, was all that was necessary to explode it. The exploded bomb and the unexploded were in all respects identical, the same hand set both. A gasp of astonishment ran through the circle. Could it be that one of their own number was playing false? In at least this instance, in the warfare of the chemist and the dynamiter, the chemist had come out ahead. But, Kennedy hurried along, the thing that interests me most about this case is not the evidence of the bombs. Bombs are common enough weapons, after all. It is the evidence of almost diabolical cunning that has been shown in the effort to get rid of the father of the revolution, as you like to call him. Craig cleared his throat and played with our feelings as a cat does with a mouse. Strange to say, the most deadly, the most insidious, the most elusive agency for committing murder is one that can be obtained and distributed with practically no legal restrictions. Any doctor can purchase disease germs in quantities sufficient to cause thousands and thousands of deaths without giving any adequate explanation for what purpose he requires them. More than that, any person claiming to be a scientist or having some acquaintance with science and scientists can usually obtain germs without difficulty. Every pathological laboratory contains stores of disease germs, neatly sealed up in test tubes sufficient to depopulate whole cities and even nations. With almost no effort, I myself have actually cultivated enough germs to kill every person within a radius of a mile of the Washington Arch down the street. They are here in these test tubes. We scarcely breathed. Suppose Kennedy should let loose this deadly foe, these germs of death, whatever they were. Yet that was precisely what some fiend incarnate had done, and that fiend was sitting in the room with us. Here I have one of the most modern dark field microscopes, he resumed. On this slide I have placed a little pinpoint of a culture made from the blood of Saratovsky. I will stain the culture. Now, Walter, look through the microscope under this powerful light and tell us what you see on the slide. I bent over. In the darkened field I see a number of germs like dancing points of colored light, I said. They are wriggling about with a peculiar twisting motion. Like a corkscrew, interrupted Kennedy, impatient to go on. They are of the species known as Spirilla. Here is another slide, a culture from the blood of Samarova. I see them there too, I exclaimed. Everyone was now crowding about for a glimpse as I raised my head. What is this germ? Asked a hollow voice from the doorway. We looked startled. There stood Saratovsky, more like a ghost than a living being. Kennedy sprang forward and caught him as he swayed, and I moved up an armchair for him. It is the Spirillum obermeieri, said Kennedy, the germ of the relapsing fever, but of the most virulent Asiatic strain. Obermeier, who discovered it, caught the disease and died of it, a martyr to science. A shriek of consternation rang forth from Samarova. The rest of us paled but repressed our feelings. One moment, added Kennedy hastily. Don't be unnecessarily alarmed. I have something more to say. Be calm for a moment longer. He unrolled a blueprint and placed it on the table. This, he continued, is the photographic copy of a message which I suppose is now on its way to the Russian minister to France in Paris. Someone in this room besides Mr. Jameson and myself has seen this letter before. I will hold it up as I pass around and let each one see it. In intense silence, Kennedy passed before each of us, holding up the blueprint and searchingly scanning the faces. No one betrayed by any sign that he recognized it. At last it came to Revalenko himself. "The checkerboard, the checkerboard!" he cried, his eyes half starting from their sockets as he gazed at it. "Yes," said Kennedy in a low tone, "the checkerboard. It took me some time to figure it out. It is a cipher that would have baffled Poe. In fact, there is no means of deciphering it unless you chance to know its secret. I happen to have heard of it a long time ago abroad, yet my recollection was vague, and I had to reconstruct it with much difficulty. It took me all night to do it. It is a cipher, however, that is well known among the official classes of Russia. Fortunately, I remember the crucial point, without which I should still be puzzling over it. It is that a perfectly innocent message, on its face, may be used to carry a secret hidden message. The letters which compose the words, instead of being written continuously along, as we ordinarily write, have, as you will observe if you look twice, breaks here and there. These breaks in the letters stand for numbers. Thus, the first words are many thanks. The first break is at the end of the letter N, between it and the Y. There are 3 letters before this break. That stands for the number 3. When you come to the end of a word, if the stroke is down at the end of the last letter, that means no break. If it is up, it means a break. The stroke at the end of the Y is plainly down, therefore there is no break until after the T. That gives us the number 2. So we get 1 next, and again 1, and still again 1, then 5, then 5, then 1, and so on. Now, take these numbers in pairs, thus 3 to 2, 1 to 1, 1 to 5, 5 to 1. By consulting this table, you can arrive at the hidden message. He held up a cardboard bearing the following arrangement of the letters of the alphabet. Thus, he continued, 3 to 2 means the third column and second line. That is H. Then 1 to 1 is A, 1 to 5 is V, 5 to 1 is E, and we get the word have. Not a soul stirred as Kennedy unfolded the cipher. What was the terrible secret in that scientific essay I had puzzled so unsuccessfully over the night before? Even this can be complicated by choosing a series of fixed numbers to be added to the real numbers over and over again, or the order of the alphabet can be changed. However, we have the straight cipher only to deal with here. "And what for heaven's sake does it reveal?" asked Saratovsky, leaning forward, forgetful of the fever that was consuming him. Kennedy pulled out a piece of paper on which he had written the hidden message and read, "Have successfully inoculated S with fever. Public opinion America would condemn violence. Think best death should appear natural. Samarova infected also. Cook unfortunately took dose in food intended Kharkov. Now have 3 cases. Shall stop there at present. Dangerous excite further suspicion health authorities." Rapidly I eliminated in my mind the persons mentioned as Craig read. Saratovsky, of course, was not guilty, for the plot had centered about him, nor was little Samarova, nor Dr. Kharkov. I noted Revalenko and Kazanovich glaring at each other, and hastily tried to decide which I more strongly suspected. "We'll get K," continued Kennedy. "Think bomb perhaps all right. K case different from S, no public sentiment. So Kharkov had been marked for slaughter, I thought. Or was Kazanovich? I regarded Revalenko more closely. He was suspiciously sullen. "Must have more money. Cable 10,000 rubles at once, Russian Consul General. Will advise you plot against Tsar as details perfected here. Expect break-up New York band with death of S." If Kennedy himself had thrown a bomb or scattered broadcast the contents of the test tubes, the effect could not have been more startling than his last quiet sentence, and sentence it was in 2 senses. "Signed," he said, folding the paper up deliberately, "Ekaterina Nevsky." It was as if a cable had snapped and a weight had fallen. Revalenko sprang up and grasped Kazanovich by the hand. "Forgive me, comrade, for ever suspecting you," he cried. "And forgive me for suspecting you," replied Kazanovich. "But how did you come to shadow Kharkov?" "I ordered him to follow Kharkov secretly and protect him," explained Saratovsky. Olga and Ekaterina faced each other fiercely. Olga was trembling with emotion. Nevsky stood coldly, defiantly. If ever there was a consummate actress, it was she, who had put the bomb at her own door and had rushed off to start Kennedy on a blind trail. "You traitress!" cried Olga passionately, forgetting all in her outraged love. "You won his affections from me by your false beauty, yet all the time you would have killed him like a dog for the Tsar's gold. At last you are unmasked, you Azef in skirts, false friend, you would have killed us all. Saratovsky, Kharkov, be still, little fool, exclaimed Nevsky contemptuously. The spirilla fever has affected your brains. Bah! I will not stay with those who are so ready to suspect an old comrade on the mere word of a charlatan. Boris Kazanovich, do you stand there silent and let this insult be heaped upon me? For answer, Kazanovich deliberately turned his back on his lover of a moment ago and crossed the room. Olga, he pleaded, I have been a fool. Someday I may be worthy of your love. Fever or not, I must beg your forgiveness. With a cry of delight, the actress flung her arms about Boris as he imprinted a penitent kiss on her warm lips. Simpleton, hissed Nevsky with curling lips, now you too will die. One moment, Ekaterina Nevsky, interposed Kennedy as he picked up some vacuum tubes full of a golden yellow powder that lay on the table. The spirilla, as scientists now know, belong to the same family as those which cause what we call, euphemistically, the Black Plague. It is the same species as that of the African sleeping sickness and the Philippine yaws. Last year, a famous doctor whose photograph I see in the next room, Dr. Ehrlich of Frankfurt, discovered a cure for all these diseases. It will rid the blood of your victims of the Asiatic relapsing fever germs in 48 hours. In these tubes I have the now famous Salvarsan. With a piercing shriek of rage at seeing her deadly work so quickly and completely undone, Nevsky flung herself into the little laboratory behind her and bolted the door. Her face still wore the same cold, contemptuous smile as Kennedy gently withdrew a sharp scalpel from her breast. Perhaps it is best this way after all, he said simply. Chapter 4. The Firebug. A big, powerful red touring car with a shining brass bell on the front of it was standing at the curb before our apartment late one afternoon as I entered. It was such a machine as one frequently sees threading its reckless course in and out among the trucks and streetcars, breaking all rules and regulations, stopping at nothing, the bell clanging with excitement. Policemen holding back traffic instead of trying to arrest the driver, in other words, a fire department automobile. I regarded it curiously for a moment, for everything connected with modern firefighting is interesting. Then I forgot about it as I was whisked up in the elevator, only to have it recalled sharply by the sight of a strongly built, grizzled man in a blue uniform with red lining. He was leaning forward, earnestly pouring forth a story into Kennedy's ear. "And back of the whole thing, sir," I heard him say as he brought his large fist down on the table, "is a firebug, mark my words." Before I could close the door, Craig caught my eye, and I read in his look that he had a new case, one that interested him greatly. "Walter," he cried, "this is Fire Marshal McCormick. It's all right, McCormick. Mr. Jameson is an accessory both before and after the fact in my detective cases. A firebug, one of the most dangerous of criminals." The word excited my imagination at once, for the newspapers had lately been making much of the strange and appalling succession of apparently incendiary fires that had terrorized the business section of the city. "Just what makes you think that there is a firebug, back of this curious epidemic of fires?" asked Kennedy, leaning back in his Morris chair with his fingertips together and his eyes half closed as if expecting a revelation from some subconscious train of thought while the fire marshal presented his case. "Well, usually there is no rhyme or reason about the firebug," replied McCormick, measuring his words, "but this time I think there is some method in his madness. You know the Stacy department stores and their allied dry goods and garment trade interests?" Craig nodded. "Of course we knew of the gigantic dry goods combination. It had been the talk of the press at the time of its formation, a few months ago, especially as it included among its organizers one very clever businesswoman, Miss Rebecca Wend. There had been considerable opposition to the combination in the trade, but Stacy had shattered it by the sheer force of his personality." McCormick leaned forward and, shaking his forefinger to emphasize his point, replied slowly, "Practically every one of these fires has been directed against a Stacy subsidiary or a corporation controlled by them. But if it has gone as far as that, put in Kennedy, surely the regular police ought to be of more assistance to you than I. I have called in the police, answered McCormick wearily, but they haven't even made up their minds whether it is a single firebug or a gang. And in the meantime, my God, Kennedy, the firebug may start a fire that will get beyond control. You say the police haven't a single clue to anyone who might be responsible for the fires? I asked, hoping that perhaps the marshal might talk more freely of his suspicions to us than he had already expressed himself in the newspaper interviews I had read. Absolutely not a clue, except such as are ridiculous, replied McCormick, twisting his cap viciously. No one spoke. We were waiting for McCormick to go on. The first fire, he began, repeating his story for my benefit, although Craig listened quite as attentively as if he had not heard it already, was at the big store of Jones, Green and Company, the clothiers. The place was heavily insured. Warren, the manager and real head of the firm, was out of town at the time. The marshal paused as if to check off the strange facts in his mind as he went along. The next day, another puzzling fire occurred. It was at the Quadrangle Cloak and Suit Company, on Fifth Avenue. There had been some trouble, I believe, with the employees, and the company had discharged a number of them. Several of the leaders have been arrested, but I can't say we have anything against any of them. Still, Max Bloom, the manager of this company, insists that the fire was set for revenge. And indeed, it looks as much like a fire for revenge as the Jones Green fire does. Here he lowered his voice confidentially, for the purpose of collecting insurance. Then came the fire in the Slauson building, a new loft building that had been erected just off 4th Avenue. Other than the fact that the Stacy interests put up the money for financing this building, there seemed to be no reason for that fire at all. The building was reputed to be earning a good return on the investment, and I was at a loss to account for the fire. I have made no arrests for it, just set it down as the work of a pure pyromaniac, a man who burns buildings for fun, a man with an inordinate desire to hear the fire engines screech through the streets, and perhaps get a chance to show a little heroism in rescuing tenants. However, the adjuster for the insurance company, Lazard, and the adjuster for the insured, Hartstein, have reached an agreement, and I believe the insurance is to be paid. But, interposed Kennedy, I see no evidence of organized arson so far. Wait, replied the fire marshal. That was only the beginning, you understand. A little later came a fire that looked quite like an attempt to mask a robbery by burning the building afterward. That was in a silk house near Spring Street. But after a controversy, the adjusters have reached an agreement on that case. I mention these fires because they show practically all the types of work of the various kinds of firebug: insurance, revenge, robbery, and plain insanity. But since the Spring Street fire, the character of the fires has been more uniform. They have all been in business places, or nearly all. Here the fire marshal launched forth into a catalogue of fires of suspected incendiary origin, at least 8 in all. I took them down hastily, intending to use the list sometime in a box head with an article in the Star. When he had finished his list, I hastily counted up the number of killed. There were 6, 2 of them firemen, and 4 employees. The money loss ranged into the millions. McCormick passed his hand over his forehead to brush off the perspiration. I guess this thing has got on my nerves, he muttered hoarsely. Everywhere I go, they talk about nothing else. If I drop into the restaurant for lunch, my waiter talks of it. If I meet a newspaper man, he talks of it. My barber talks of it. Everybody. Sometimes I dream of it. Other times I lie awake thinking about it. I tell you, gentlemen, I've sweated blood over this problem. But, insisted Kennedy, I still can't see why you link all these fires as due to one firebug. I admit there is an epidemic of fires, but what makes you so positive that it is all the work of one man? I was coming to that. For one thing, he isn't like the usual firebug at all. Ordinarily they start their fires with excelsior and petroleum, or they smear the wood with paraffin, or they use gasoline, benzene, or something of that sort. This fellow apparently scorns such crude methods. I can't say how he starts his fires, But in every case I have mentioned we have found the remains of a wire. It has something to do with electricity. But what? I don't know. That's one reason why I think these fires are all connected. Here's another." McCormick pulled a dirty note out of his pocket and laid it on the table. We read it eagerly. "Hello, Chief. Haven't found the firebug yet, have you? You will know who he is only when I am dead and the fires stop. I don't suppose you even realize that the firebug talks with you almost every day about catching the firebug. That's me. I am the real firebug that is writing this letter. I'm going to tell you why I am starting these fires. There's money in it, an easy living. They never caught me in or anywhere, so you might as well quit looking for me and take your medicine." "A spark." "Humph," ejaculated Kennedy. "He has a sense of humor anyhow. A spark." "Queer sense of humor," growled McCormick, gritting his teeth. "Here's another I got today. Say, Chief, we are going to get busy again and fire a big department store next. How does that suit your Majesty? Till the fun begins when the firebug gets to work again." "A spark." "Well, sir, when I got that letter," cried McCormick, "I was almost ready to ring in a 999 alarm at once. They have me that bluffed out. But I said to myself, there's only one thing to do, see this man Kennedy. So here I am. You see what I am driving at? I believe that Firebug is an artist at the thing. Does it for the mere fun of it and the ready money in it. But more than that, there must be someone back of him. Who is the man higher up? We must catch him. See? A big department store," mused Kennedy. "That's definite. There are only a score or so of them, and the Stacy interests control several. Mac, I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me sit up with you tonight at headquarters until we get an alarm. By George, I'll see this case through to a finish." The fire marshal leaped to his feet and bounded over to where Kennedy was seated. With one hand on Craig's shoulder and the other grasping Craig's hand, he started to speak, but his voice choked. "Thanks," he blurted out huskily at last. "My reputation in the department is at stake, my promotion, my position itself, my family, not a word, sir," said Kennedy, his features working sympathetically. "Tonight at 8 I will go on watch with you. By the way, leave me those spark notes." McCormick had so far regained his composure as to say a hearty farewell. He left the room as if 10 years had been lifted off his shoulders. A moment later he stuck his head in the door again. "I'll have one of the department machines call for you, gentlemen," he said. After the marshal had gone, we sat for several minutes in silence. Kennedy was reading and rereading the notes, scowling to himself as if they presented a particularly perplexing problem. I said nothing, though my mind was teeming with speculations. At length he placed the notes very decisively on the table and snapped out the remark, "Yes, it must be so." "What?" I queried, still drumming away at my typewriter, copying the list of incendiary fires against the moment when the case should be complete and the story released for publication, as it were. "This note," he explained, picking up the first one and speaking slowly, "was written by a woman." I swung around in my chair quickly. "Get out!" I exclaimed skeptically. "No woman ever used such phrases." "I didn't say composed by a woman. I said written by a woman," he replied. "Oh," I said, rather chagrined. "It is possible to determine sex from handwriting in perhaps 80 cases out of 100, Kennedy went on, enjoying my discomfiture. "Once I examined several hundred specimens of writing to decide that point to my satisfaction. Just to test my conclusions, I submitted the specimens to 2 professional graphologists. I found that our results were slightly different, but I averaged the thing up to 4 cases out of 5 correct. The so-called sex signs are found to be largely influenced by the amount of writing done, by age, and to a certain extent by practice and professional requirements, as in the conventional writing of teachers and the rapid hand of bookkeepers. Now, in this case, the person who wrote the first note was only an indifferent writer. Therefore, the sex signs are pretty likely to be accurate. Yes, I'm ready to go on the stand and swear that this note was written by a woman, and the second by a man. Then there's a woman in the case, and she wrote the first note for the firebug. Is that what you mean? I asked. Exactly. There nearly always is a woman in the case, somehow or other. This woman is closely connected with the firebug. As for the firebug, whoever it may be, he performs his crimes with cold premeditation and, as De Quincey said, in a spirit of pure artistry. The lust of fire propels him, and he uses his art to secure wealth. The man may be a tool in the hands of others, however. It's unsafe to generalize on the meager facts we now have. Oh, well, there is nothing we can do just yet. Let's take a walk, get an early dinner, and be back here before the automobile arrives. Not a word more did Kennedy say about the case during our stroll or even on the way downtown to fire headquarters. We found McCormick anxiously waiting for us. High up in the sandstone tower at headquarters, we sat with him in the maze of delicate machinery with which the fire game is played in New York. In great glass cases were glistening brass and nickel machines with discs and levers and bells, tickers, sheets of paper, and annunciators without number. This was the fire alarm telegraph, the roulette wheel of the fire demon, as someone has aptly called it. All the alarms for fire from all the boroughs, both from the regular alarm boxes and the auxiliary systems, come here first over the network of 3,000 miles or more of wire nerves that stretch out through the city. McCormick was explaining to us. A buzzer hissed. "Here's an alarm now," he exclaimed, all attention. 3, 6, 7, the numbers appeared on the annunciator. The clerks in the office moved as if they were part of the mechanism. Twice the alarm was repeated, being sent out all over the city. McCormick relapsed from his air of attention. That alarm was not in the shopping district, he explained, much relieved. Now the firehouses in the particular district where that fire ice equal to 20 have received the alarm instantly. 4 engines, 2 hook and ladders, a water tower, the battalion chief, and a deputy are hurrying to that fire. Hello, here comes another. Again the buzzer sounded. 1, 4, 5 showed in the annunciator. Even before the clerks could respond, McCormick had dragged us to the door. In another instant, we were wildly speeding uptown, the bell on the front of the automobile clanging like a fire engine, the siren horn going continuously, the engine of the machine throbbing with energy until the water boiled in the radiator. "Let her out, Frank," called McCormick to his chauffeur as we rounded into a broad and now almost deserted thoroughfare. Like a red streak in the night, we flew up that avenue, turned into 14th Street on 2 wheels, and at last were on 6th Avenue. With a jerk and a skid, we stopped. There were the engines, the hose carts, the hook and ladders, the salvage corps, the police establishing fire lines, everything. But where was the fire? The crowd indicated where it ought to be. It was Stacy's. Firemen and policemen were entering the huge building. McCormick shouldered in after them, and we followed. "Who turned in the alarm?" he asked as we mounted the stairs with the others. "I did," replied a night watchman on the 3rd landing. "Saw a light in the office on the 3rd floor back, something blazing, but it seems to be out now." We had at last come to the office. It was dark and deserted. Yet with the lanterns we could see the floor of the largest room littered with torn books and ledgers. Kennedy caught his foot in something. It was a loose wire on the floor. He followed it. It led to an electric light socket, where it was attached. "Can't you turn on the lights?" shouted McCormick to the watchman. "Not here. They're turned on from downstairs and they're off for the night." "I'll go down if you want me to, and—" "No," roared Kennedy. "Stay where you are until I follow the wire to the other end." At last we came to a little office partitioned off from the main room. Kennedy carefully opened the door. One whiff of the air from it was sufficient. He banged the door shut again. "Stand back with those lanterns, boys," he ordered. I sniffed, expecting to smell illuminating gas. Instead, a peculiar sweetish odor pervaded the air. For a moment it made me think of a hospital operating room. "Ether," exclaimed Kennedy. "Stand back farther with those lights and hold them up from the floor." For a moment he seemed to hesitate as if at loss what to do next. Should he open the door and let this highly inflammable gas out? or should he wait patiently until the natural ventilation of the little office had dispelled it? While he was debating, he happened to glance out of the window and catch sight of a drugstore across the street. "Walter," he said to me, "hurry across there and get all the saltpeter and sulfur the man has in the shop." I lost no time in doing so. Kennedy dumped the two chemicals into a pan in the middle of the main office, about 3/5 saltpeter and 2/5 sulfur, I should say. Then he lighted it. The mass burned with a bright flame, but without explosion. We could smell the suffocating fumes from it, and we retreated. For a moment or two we watched it curiously at a distance. "That's very good extinguishing powder," explained Craig as we sniffed at the odor. "It yields a large amount of carbon dioxide and sulfur dioxide. Now, before it gets any worse, I guess it's safe to open the door and let the ether out. You see, this is as good a way as any to render safe a room full of inflammable vapor. Come, we'll wait outside the main office for a few minutes until the gases mix." It seemed hours before Kennedy deemed it safe to enter the office again with a light. When we did so, we made a rush for the little cubby hole of an office at the other end. On the floor was a little can of ether, evaporated of course, and beside it a small apparatus apparently used for producing electric sparks. "So, that's how he does it," mused Kennedy, fingering the can contemplatively. "He lets the ether evaporate in a room for a while and then causes an explosion from a safe distance with this little electric spark. There's where your wire comes in, McCormick. Say, my man, you can switch on the lights from downstairs now." As we waited for the watchman to turn on the lights, I exclaimed, "He failed this time because the electricity was shut off." "Precisely, Walter," assented Kennedy. "But the flames which the night watchman saw, what of them?" put in McCormick, considerably mystified. "He must have seen something." Just then the lights winked up. "Oh, that was before the fellow tried to touch off the ether vapor," explained Kennedy. "He had to make sure of his work of destruction first, and, judging by the charred papers about, he did it well. See, he tore leaves from the ledgers and lighted them on the floor. There was an object in all that. What was it? Hello! Look at this mass of charred paper in the corner." He bent down and examined it carefully. Memoranda of some kind, I guess. "I'll save this burnt paper and look it over later. Don't disturb it. I'll take it away myself." Search as we might, we could find no other trace of the firebug, and at last we left. Kennedy carried the charred paper carefully in a large hatbox. "There'll be no more fires tonight, McCormick," he said, "but I'll watch with you every night until we get this incendiary. Meanwhile, I'll see what I can decipher, if anything, in this burnt paper." Next day, McCormick dropped in to see us again. This time he had another note, a disguised scrawl which read, "Chief, I'm not through. Watch me get another store yet. I won't fall down this time." Craig scowled as he read the note and handed it to me. "The man's a spark. Writing this time like the second note," was all he said. "McCormick, since we know where the lightning is going to strike, don't you think it would be wiser to make our headquarters in one of the engine houses in that district?" The fire marshal agreed, and that night saw us watching at the firehouse nearest the department store region. Kennedy and I were assigned to places on the hose cart and engine, respectively, Kennedy being in the hose cart so that he could be with McCormick. We were taught to descend one of the 4 brass poles hand under elbow from the dormitory on the 2nd floor. They showed us how to jump into the turnouts. A pair of trousers opened out over the high-top boots. We were given helmets which we placed in regulation fashion on our rubber coats, turned inside out with the right armhole up. Thus it came about that Craig and I joined the fire department temporarily. It was a novel experience for us both. "Now, Walter," said Kennedy, "as long as we have gone so far, we'll roll to every fire, just like the regulars. We won't take any chances of missing the firebug at any time of night or day." It proved to be a remarkably quiet evening with only one little blaze in a candy shop on 7th Avenue. Most of the time we sat around trying to draw the men out about their thrilling experiences at fires. But if there is one thing the fireman doesn't know, it is the English language when talking about himself. It was quite late when we turned into the neat white cots upstairs. We had scarcely fallen into a half-doze in our strange surroundings when the gong downstairs sounded. It was our signal. We could hear the rapid clatter of the horses' hoofs as they were automatically released from their stalls and the collars and harness mechanically locked about them. All was stir and motion and shouts. Craig and I had bounded awkwardly into our paraphernalia at the first sound. We slid ungracefully down the pole and were pushed and shoved into our places, for scientific management in a New York firehouse has reached 100% efficiency, and we were not to be allowed to delay the game. The oil torch had been applied to the engine, and it rolled forth, belching flames. I was hanging on for dear life, now and then catching sight of the driver urging his plunging horses onward like a charioteer in a modern Ben-Hur race. The tender with Craig and McCormick was lost in the clouds of smoke and sparks that trailed behind us. On we dashed until we turned into 6th Avenue. The glare of the sky told us that this time the firebug had made good. "I'll be hanged if it isn't the Stacy store again," shouted the man next me on the engine, as the horses lunged up the avenue and stopped at the allotted hydrant. It was like a war game. Every move had been planned out by the fire strategists, even down to the hydrants that the engines should take at a given fire. Already several floors were aflame, the windows glowing like open hearth furnaces, the glass bulging and cracking, and the flames licking upward and shooting out in long streamers. The hose was coupled up in an instant, the water turned on, and the limp rubber and canvas became as rigid as a post, with the high pressure of the water being forced through it. Company after company dashed into the blazing, fireproof building, urged by the hoarse profanity of the chief. 20 or 30 men must have disappeared into the stifle from which the police retreated. There was no haste, no hesitation. Everything moved as smoothly as if by clockwork. Yet we could not see one of the men who had disappeared into the burning building. They had been swallowed up, as it were, for that is the way with the New York firemen. They go straight to the heart of the fire. Now and then, a stream of a hose spat out of a window, showing that the men were still alive and working. About the ground floors, the red-helmeted salvage corps were busy covering up what they could of the goods with rubber sheets to protect them from water. Doctors with black bags and white trousers were working over the injured. Kennedy and I were busy about the engine, and there was plenty for us to do. Above the shrill whistle for more coal, I heard a voice shout, "Began with an explosion. It's the firebug, all right." I looked up. It was McCormick, dripping and grimy, in a high state of excitement, talking to Kennedy. I had been so busy trying to make myself believe that I was really of some assistance about the engine that I had not taken time to watch the fire itself. It was now under control. The sharp and scientific attack had nipped what might have been one of New York's historic conflagrations. "Are you game to go inside?" I heard McCormick ask. For answer, Kennedy simply nodded. As for me, where Craig went, I went. The three of us drove through the scorching door, past twisted masses of iron still glowing dull red in the smoke and steam, while the water hissed and spattered and slopped. The smoke was still suffocating, and every once in a while we were forced to find air close to the floor and near the wall. My hands and arms and legs felt like lead, yet on we drove. Coughing and choking, we followed McCormick to what had been the heart of the fire, the office. Men with picks and axes and all manner of cunningly devised instruments were hacking and tearing at the walls and woodwork, putting out the last smouldering sparks, while 1,000 gallons of water were pouring in at various parts of the building where the fire still showed spirit. There on the floor of the office lay a charred, shapeless, unrecognizable mass. What was that gruesome odor in the room? Burned human flesh? I recoiled from what had once been the form of a woman. McCormick uttered a cry, and as I turned my eyes away, I saw him holding a wire with the insulation burned off. He had picked it up from the wreckage of the floor. It led to a bent and blackened can. That had once been a can of ether. My mind worked rapidly, but McCormick blurted out the words before I could form them. "Caught in her own trap at last." Kennedy said nothing, but as one of the firemen roughly but reverently covered the remains with a rubber sheet, he stooped down and withdrew from the breast of the woman a long letter file. "Come, let us go," he said. Back in our apartment again, we bathed our racking heads, gargled our parched throats, and washed out our bloodshot eyes in silence. The whole adventure, though still fresh and vivid in my mind, seemed unreal, like a dream. The choking air, the hissing steam, the ghastly object under the tarpaulin. What did it all mean? Who was she? I strove to reason it out, but could find no answer. It was nearly dawn when the door opened and McCormick came in and dropped wearily into a chair. "Do you know who that woman was?" he gasped. It was Miss Wend herself. "Who identified her?" asked Kennedy calmly. "Oh, several people. Stacy recognized her at once. Then Hartstein, the adjuster for the insured, and Lazard, the adjuster for the company, both of whom had had more or less to do with her in connection with settling up for other fires, recognized her. She was a very clever woman, was Miss Wend, and a very important cog in the Stacy enterprises. And to think she was the firebug after all. I can hardly believe it." "Why believe it?" asked Kennedy quietly. "Why believe it?" echoed McCormick. "Stacy has found shortages in his books due to the operation of her departments. The bookkeeper who had charge of the accounts in her department, a man named Douglas, is missing. She must have tried to cover up her operations by fires and juggling the accounts, failing in that she tried to destroy Stacy's store itself twice. She was one of the few that could get into the office unobserved. Oh, it's a clear case now. To my mind, the heavy vapors of ether, they are heavier than air, you know, must have escaped along the surface of the floor last night and become ignited at a considerable distance from where she expected. She was caught in a backdraft, or something of the sort. Well, thank God we've seen the last of this firebug business. What's that?" Kennedy had laid the letter file on the table. "Nothing, only I found this embedded in Miss Wend's breast right over her heart." "Then she was murdered?" exclaimed McCormick. "We haven't come to the end of this case yet," replied Craig evasively. "On the contrary, we have just got our first good clue. No, McCormick, your theory will not hold water. The real point is to find this missing bookkeeper at any cost. You must persuade him to confess what he knows. Offer him immunity. He was only a pawn in the hands of those higher up." McCormick was not hard to convince. Tired as he was, he grabbed up his hat and started off to put the final machinery in motion to wind up the long chase for the firebug. "I must get a couple of hours' sleep," he yawned as he left us. "But first I want to start something toward finding Douglas. I shall try to see you about noon." I was too exhausted to go to the office. In fact, I doubt if I could have written a line. But I telephoned in a story of personal experiences at the Stacy fire and told them they could fix it up as they chose, and even sign my name to it. About noon McCormick came in again, looking as fresh as if nothing had happened. He was used to it. "I know where Douglas is," he announced breathlessly. "Fine," said Kennedy, "and can you produce him at any time when it is necessary? Let me tell you what I have done. I went down to the district attorney from here, routed him out of bed. He has promised to turn loose his accountants to audit the reports of the adjusters Hartstein and Lazard, as well as to make a cursory examination of what Stacy books there are left. He says he will have a preliminary report ready tonight, but the detailed report will take days, of course. It's the Douglas problem that is difficult, though. I haven't seen him, but one of the central office men, by shadowing his wife, has found that he is in hiding down on the east side. He's safe there. He can't make a move to get away without being arrested. The trouble is that if I arrest him, the people higher up will know it, and will escape before I can get his confession and the warrants. I'd much rather have the whole thing done at once. Isn't there some way we can get the whole Stacy crowd together, make the arrest of Douglas, and nab the guilty ones in the case, all together without giving them a chance to escape or to shield the real firebug?" Kennedy thought a moment. "Yes," he answered slowly, "there is. If you can get them all together at my laboratory tonight at, say, 8 o'clock, I'll give you 2 clear hours to make the arrest of Douglas, get the confession, and swear out the warrants. All that you'll need to do is to let me talk a few minutes this afternoon with the judge who will sit in the night court tonight. I shall install a little machine on his desk in the court, and we'll catch the real criminal. He'll never get a chance to cross the state line or disappear in any way. You see, my laboratory will be neutral ground. I think you can get them to come, inasmuch as they know the bookkeeper is safe and the dead women tell no tales. When next I saw Kennedy, it was late in the afternoon, in the laboratory. He was arranging something in the top drawer of a flat-top desk. It seemed to be 2 instruments, composed of many levers and discs and magnets, each instrument with a roll of paper about 5 inches wide. On one was a sort of stylus with 2 silk cords attached at right angles to each other near the point. On the other was a capillary glass tube at the junction of 2 aluminum arms, also at right angles to each other. It was quite like old times to see Kennedy at work in his laboratory preparing for a séance. He said nothing as I watched him curiously, and I asked nothing. 2 sets of wires were attached to each of the instruments, and these he carefully concealed and led out the window. Then he arranged the chairs on the opposite side of the desk from his own. "Walter," he said, "when our guests begin to arrive, I want you to be master of ceremonies. Simply keep them on the opposite side of the desk from me. Don't let them move their chairs around to the right or left, and above all, leave the doors open. I don't want anyone to be suspicious or to feel that he is shut in any way. Create the impression that they are free to go and come when they please." Stacy arrived first in a limousine, which he left standing at the door of the chemistry building. Bloom and Warren came together in the latter's car. Lazard came in a taxicab which he dismissed, and Hartstein came up by the subway, being the last to arrive. Everyone seemed to be in good humor. I seated them as Kennedy had directed. Kennedy pulled out the extension on the left of his desk and leaned his elbow on it as he began to apologize for taking up their time at such a critical moment. As near as I could make out, he had quietly pulled out the top drawer of his desk on the right, the drawer in which I had seen him place the complicated apparatus. But as nothing further happened, I almost forgot about it in listening to him. He began by referring to the burned papers he had found in the office. "It is sometimes possible," he continued, "to decipher writing on burned papers if one is careful. The processes of color photography have recently been applied to obtain a legible photograph of the writing on burned manuscripts, which are unreadable by any other known means. As long as the sheet has not been entirely disintegrated, positive results can be obtained every time. The charred manuscript is carefully arranged in as near its original shape as possible, on a sheet of glass and covered with a drying varnish, after which it is backed by another sheet of glass. By using carefully selected color screens and orthochromatic plates, a perfectly legible photograph of the writing may be taken, although there may be no marks on the charred remains that are visible to the eye. This is the only known method in many cases. I have here some burned fragments of paper which I gathered up after the first attempt to fire your store, Mr. Stacy." Stacy coughed in acknowledgement. As for Craig, he did not mince matters in telling what he had found. "Some were notes given in favor of Rebecca Wend and signed by Joseph Stacy," he said quietly. "They represent a large sum of money in the aggregate. Others were memoranda of Miss Wend's, and still others were autograph letters to Miss Wend of a very incriminating nature in connection with the fires by another person." Here he laid the "A Spark" letters on the desk before him. "Now," he added, "someone, in a spirit of bravado, sent these notes to the fire marshal at various times. Curiously enough, I find that the handwriting of the first one bears a peculiar resemblance to that of Miss Wend, while the second and third, though disguised also, greatly suggest the handwriting of Miss Wend's correspondent." No one moved, but I sat aghast. She had been a part of the conspiracy after all, not a pawn. Had they played fair? "Taking up next the remarkable succession of fires," resumed Kennedy. "This case presents some unique features. In short, it is a clear case of what is known as a firebug trust. Now, just what is a firebug trust? Well, it is, as near as I can make out, a combination of dishonest merchants and insurance adjusters engaged in the business of deliberately setting fires for profit. These arson trusts are not the ordinary kind of firebugs whom the firemen plentifully damn in the fixed belief that 1/4 of all fires are kindled by incendiaries. Such trusts exist all over the country. They have operated in Chicago, where they are said to have made $750,000 in 1 year. Another group is said to have its headquarters in Kansas City. Others have worked in St. Louis, Pittsburgh, Cleveland, and Buffalo. The fire marshals of Illinois, Kentucky, Tennessee, and Ohio have investigated their work. But until recently, New York has been singularly free from the organized work of this sort. Of course, we have plenty of firebugs and pyromaniacs in a small way, but the big conspiracy has never come to my personal attention before. Now, the Jones Green fire, the Quadrangle fire, the Slauson Building fire, and the rest have all been set for one purpose: to collect insurance. I may as well say right here that some people are in bad in this case, but that others are in worse. Miss Wend was originally a party to the scheme. Only the trouble with Miss Wend was that she was too shrewd to be fooled. She insisted that she have her full share of the pickings. In that case, it seems to have been the whole field against Miss Wend. Not a very gallant thing, nor yet according to the adage about honor among thieves. A certain person whose name I am frank to say I do not know, yet conceived the idea of destroying the obligations of the Stacy companies to Miss Wend, as well as the incriminating evidence which she held of the Firebug Trust, of which she was a member up to this time. The plan only partly succeeded. The chief coup, which was to destroy his Stacy's store into the bargain, miscarried. What was the result? Miss Wend, who had been hand in glove with the Trust, was now a bitter enemy, perhaps would turn state's evidence. What more natural than to complete the conspiracy by carrying out the coup and at the same time get rid of the dangerous enemy of the conspirators? I believe that Miss Wend was lured under some pretext or other to the Stacy store on the night of the big fire. The person who wrote the second and third spark letters did it. She was murdered with this deadly instrument. Craig laid the letter file on the table, and it was planned to throw the entire burden of suspicion on her by asserting that there was a shortage in the books of her department. "Pooh!" exclaimed Stacy, smoking complacently at his cigar. "We have been victimized in those fires by people who have grudges against us, labor unions and others. This talk of an arson trust is bosh yellow journalism. More than that, we have been systematically robbed by a trusted head of a department, and the fire at Stacy's was the way the thief took to cover, her stealings. At the proper time we shall produce the bookkeeper Douglas and prove it." Kennedy fumbled in the drawer of the desk, then drew forth a long strip of paper covered with figures. "All the Stacy companies," he said, "have been suffering from the depression that exists in the trade at present. They are insolvent. Glance over that, Stacy. It is a summary of the preliminary report of the accountants of the district attorney who have been going over your books today." Stacy gasped. "How did you get it?" "The report was not to be ready until 9 o'clock, and it is scarcely a quarter past now. Never mind how I got it. Go over it with the adjusters, anybody. I think you will find that there was no shortage in Miss Wend's department, that you were losing money, that you were in debt to Miss Wend, and that she would have received the lion's share of the proceeds of the insurance if the firebug scheme had turned out as planned. We absolutely repudiate these figures as fiction," said Stacy, angrily turning toward Kennedy after a hurried consultation. "Perhaps then you'll appreciate this," replied Craig, pulling another piece of paper from the desk. "I'll read it. Henry Douglas, being duly sworn, deposes and says that one, we'll call him blank for the present, with force and arms did feloniously, wilfully, and intentionally kill Rebecca Wend, while said blank was wilfully burning and setting on fire." "One moment," interrupted Stacy. "Let me see that paper." Kennedy laid it down so that only the signature showed. The name was signed in a full round hand. "Henry Douglas." "It's a forgery," cried Stacy in rage. "Not an hour before I came into this place I saw Henry Douglas. He had signed no such paper then. He could not have signed it since, and you could not have received it. I brand that document as a forgery." Kennedy stood up and reached down into the open drawer on the right of his desk. From it he lifted the 2 machines I had seen him place there early in the evening. "Gentlemen," he said, "this is the last scene of the play you are enacting. You see here on the desk an instrument that was invented many years ago, but has only recently become really practical. It is the telautograph, the long-distance writer. In this new form it can be introduced into the drawer of a desk for the use of anyone who may wish to make inquiries, say, of clerks, without the knowledge of a caller. It makes it possible to write a message under these conditions and receive an answer concerning the personality or business of the individual seated at one's elbow without leaving the desk or seeming to make inquiries. With an ordinary pencil I have written on the paper of the transmitter. The silk cord attached to the pencil regulates the current which controls a pencil at the other end of the line. The receiving pencil moves simultaneously with my pencil. It is the principle of the pantograph cut in half, one half here, the other half at the end of the line, 2 telephone wires in this case connecting the halves. While we have been sitting here, I have had my right hand in the half-open drawer of my desk, writing with this pencil notes of what has transpired in this room. These notes, with other evidence, have been simultaneously placed before Magistrate Brenner in the night court. At the same time, on this other, the receiving instrument, the figures of the accountants written in court have been reproduced here. You have seen them. Meanwhile, Douglas was arrested, taken before the magistrate, and the information for a charge of murder in the 1st degree perpetrated in committing arson has been obtained. You have seen it. It came in while you were reading the figures. The conspirators seemed dazed. "And now," continued Kennedy, "I see that the pencil of the receiving instrument is writing again. Let us see what it is." We bent over. The writing started, "County of New York, in the name of the people of the state of New York." Kennedy did not wait for us to finish reading. He tore the writing from the telautograph and waved it over his head. "It is a warrant. You are all under arrest for arson. But you, Samuel Lazard, are also under arrest for the murder of Rebecca Wend and 6 other persons in fires which you have set. You are the real firebug, the tool of Joseph Stacy perhaps, but that will all come out in the trial." McCormick, called Craig. "It's all right. I have the warrant. Are the police there?" There was no answer. Lazard and Stacy made a sudden dash for the door, and in an instant they were in Stacy's waiting car. The chauffeur took off the brake and pulled the lever. Suddenly Craig's pistol flashed, and the chauffeur's arms hung limp and useless on the steering wheel. As McCormick with the police loomed up, a moment late, out of the darkness and after a short struggle, clapped the irons on Stacy and Lazard in Stacy's own magnificently upholstered car. I remarked reproachfully to Kennedy, "But Craig, you have shot the innocent chauffeur. Aren't you going to attend to him?" "Oh," replied Kennedy nonchalantly. "Don't worry about that. They were only rock-salt bullets. They didn't penetrate far. They'll sting for some time, but they're antiseptic, and they'll dissolve and absorb quickly." Chapter: The Confidence King. "Shake hands with Mr. Burke of the Secret Service, Professor Kennedy." It was our old friend First Deputy O'Connor who thus in his bluff way introduced a well-groomed and prosperous-looking man whom he brought up to our apartment one evening. The formalities were quickly over. "Mr. Burke and I are old friends," explained O'Connor. "We try to work together when we can, and very often the city department can give the government service a lift, and then again it's the other way, as it was in the trunk murder mystery. Show Professor Kennedy the queer, Tom." Burke drew a wallet out of his pocket, and from it slowly and deliberately selected a crisp, yellow-backed $100 bill. He laid it flat on the table before us. Diagonally across its face from the upper left, To the lower right-hand corner extended two parallel scorings in indelible ink. Not being initiated into the secrets of the gentle art of shoving the queer, otherwise known as passing counterfeit money, I suppose my questioning look betrayed me. "A counterfeit, Walter," explained Kennedy. "That's what they do with bills when they wish to preserve them as records in the Secret Service and yet render them valueless." Without a word, Burke handed Kennedy a pocket magnifying glass, and Kennedy carefully studied the bill. He was about to say something when Burke opened his capacious wallet again and laid down a Bank of England £5 note which had been similarly treated. Again Kennedy looked through the glass with growing amazement written on his face. But before he could say anything, Burke laid down an express money order on the International Express Company. "I say," exclaimed Kennedy, putting down the glass. "Stop! How many more of these are there?" Burke smiled. "That's all," he replied. "But it's not the worst." "Not the worst? Good heavens, man. Next you'll tell me that the government is counterfeiting its own notes. How much of this stuff do you suppose has been put into circulation?" Burke chewed a pencil thoughtfully, jotted down some figures on a piece of paper, and thought some more. "Of course I can't say exactly, but from hints I've received here and there, I should think that a safe bet would be that someone has cashed in upward of $500,000 already." "Whew," whistled Kennedy. "That's going some. And I suppose it is all salted away in some portable form. What an inventory it must be. Good bills, gold, diamonds, and jewelry. This is a stake worth playing for." "Yes," broke in O'Connor, "but from my standpoint professionally, I mean the case is even worse than that. It's not the counterfeits that bother us. We understand that, all right, but—" and he leaned forward earnestly and brought his fist down hard on the table with a resounding Irish oath. "The fingerprint system, the infallible fingerprint system, has gone to pieces. We've just imported this new portrait pile fresh from Paris and London, invented by Bertillon and all that sort of thing. It has gone to pieces too. It's a fine case, this is, with nothing left of either scientific or unscientific criminal catching to rely on. There, what do you know about that?" "You'll have to tell me the facts first," said Kennedy. "I can't diagnose your disease until I know the symptoms." "It's like this," explained Burke, the detective in him showing now with no effort at concealment. "A man, an Englishman apparently, went into a downtown banker's office about 3 months ago and asked to have some English banknotes exchanged for American money. After he had gone away, the cashier began to get suspicious. He thought there was something phony in the feel of the notes. Under the glass he noticed that the little curl on the E of the 5 was missing. It's the protective mark. The watermark was quite equal to that of the genuine, maybe better. Hold that note up to the light and see for yourself." Well, the next day, down to the custom house, where my office is, a man came who runs a swell gambling house uptown. He laid 10 brand new bills on my desk. An Englishman had been betting on the wheel. He didn't seem to care about winning, and he cashed in each time with a new $100 bill. Of course he didn't care about winning. He cared about the change. That was his winning. The bill on the table is one of the original 10, though since then scores have been put into circulation. I made up my mind that it was the same Englishman in both cases. Then within a week in walked the manager of the Mozambique Hotel. He had been stung with the fake International Express money order. Same Englishman too, I believe. "And you have no trace of him?" asked Kennedy eagerly. "We had him under arrest once, we thought. A general alarm was sent out, of course, to all the banks and banking houses, but the man was too clever to turn up in that way again. In one gambling joint which women frequent a good deal, a classy dame who might have been a duchess or well, she was a pretty good loser and always paid with $100 bills. Now, you know, women are not good losers. Besides, the $100 bill story had got around among the gambling houses. This joint thought it worth taking a chance, so they called me up on the phone. Extracted a promise that I'd play fair and keep O'Connor from raiding them, but wouldn't I please come up and look over the dame of the yellow bills? Of course I made a jump at it. Sure enough, they were the same counterfeits. I could tell because the silk threads were drawn in with coloured ink. But instead of making an arrest, I decided to trail the lady. Now, here comes the strange part of it. Let me see, this must have been over 2 months ago. I followed her out to a suburban town, Riverwood along the Hudson, and to a swell country house overlooking the river, private drive, stone gate, hedges, old trees, and all that sort of thing. A sporty-looking Englishman met her at the gate with one of those big imported touring cars, and they took a spin. I waited a day or so, but nothing more happened, and I began to get anxious. Perhaps I was a bit hasty. Anyhow, I watched my chance and made an arrest of both of them when they came to New York on a shopping expedition. You should have heard that Englishman swear. I didn't know such language was possible, but in his pocket we found 20 more of those $100 bills. That was all. Do you think he owned up? Not a bit of it. He swore he had picked the notes up in a pocketbook on the pier as he left the steamer. I laughed. But when he was arraigned in court, he told the magistrate the same story, and that he had advertised his find at the time. Sure enough, in the files of the papers we discovered in the Lost and Found column the ad. Just as he claimed. We couldn't even prove that he had passed the bills, so the magistrate refused to hold them, and they were both released. But we had had them in our power long enough to take their fingerprints and get descriptions and measurements of them, particularly by this new portrait PAL system. We felt we could send out a strange detective and have him pick them out of a crowd. You know the system, I presume. Kennedy nodded, and I made a mental note of finding out more about the portrait PAL later. Burke paused, and O'Connor prompted, "Tell them about Scotland Yard, Tom." "Oh, yes," resumed Burke. "Of course I sent copies of the fingerprints to Scotland Yard. Within 2 weeks, they replied that one set belonged to William Forbes, a noted counterfeiter, who, they understood, had sailed for South Africa, but had never arrived there. They were glad to learn that he was in America, and advised me to look after him sharply. The woman was also a noted character, Harriet Wollstone, an adventuress. I suppose you have shadowed them ever since?" Kennedy asked. "Yes, a few days after they were arrested, the man had an accident with his car. It was said he was cranking the engine and that it kicked back and splintered the bone in his forearm. Anyhow, he went about with his hand and arm in a sling. And then they gave my man the slip that night in their fast touring car. You know, automobiles have about made shadowing impossible in these days. The house was closed up, and it was said by the neighbors that Williams and Mrs. Williams, as they called themselves, had gone to visit a specialist in Philadelphia. Still, as they had a year's lease on the house, I detailed a man to watch it more or less all the time. They went to Philadelphia all right, some of the bills turned up there, but we saw nothing of them. A short time ago, word came to me that the house was open again. It wasn't 2 hours later that the telephone rang like mad. A Fifth Avenue jeweler had just sold a rope of pearls to an Englishwoman who paid for it herself in crisp, new $100 bills. The bank had returned them to him that very afternoon. Counterfeits. I didn't lose any time making a second arrest up at the House of Mystery at Riverwood. I had the county authorities hold them, and now, O'Connor, tell the rest of it. You took the fingerprints up there." O'Connor cleared his throat as if something stuck in it, in the telling. "The Riverwood authorities refused to hold them," he said with evident chagrin. "As soon as I heard of the arrest, I started up myself with the fingerprint records to help Burke. It was the same man, all right. I'll swear to that on a stack of Bibles. So will Burke. I'll never forget that snub nose, the concave nose, the nose being the first point of identification in the portrait park. And the ears, too. Oh, it was the same man, all right. But when we produced the London fingerprints, which tallied with the New York fingerprints which we had made, believe it or not, but it is a fact, the Riverwood fingerprints did not tally at all." He laid the prints on the table. Kennedy examined them closely. His face clouded. It was quite evident that he was stumped, and he said so. "There are some points of agreement," he remarked, "but more points of difference. Any points of difference are usually considered fatal to the fingerprint theory. We had to let the man go," concluded Burke. "We could have held the woman, but we let her go too, because she was not the principal in the case. My men are shadowing the house now, and have been ever since then. But the next day after the last arrest, a man from New York, who looked like a doctor, made a visit. The Secret Service man on the job didn't dare leave the house to follow him, but as he never came again, perhaps it doesn't matter. Since then the house has been closed. The telephone rang. It was Burke's office calling him. As he talked, we could gather that something tragic must have happened at Riverwood, and we could hardly wait until he had finished. "There has been an accident up there," he remarked as he hung up the receiver rather petulantly. "They returned in the car this afternoon with a large package in the back of the tonneau, but they didn't stay long. After dark, they started out again in the car. The accident was at the bad railroad crossing just above Riverwood. It seems Williams's car got stalled on the track just as the Buffalo Express was due. No one saw it, but a man in a buggy around the bend in the road heard a woman scream. He hurried down. The train had smashed the car to bits. How the woman escaped was a miracle, but they found the man's body up the tracks, horribly mangled. It was Williams, they say. They identified him by the clothes and by letters in his pockets. But my man tells me he found a watch on him with W.F. engraved on it. His hands and arms and head must have been right under the locomotive when it struck him, I judge." "I guess that winds the case up, eh?" exclaimed O'Connor with evident chagrin. "Where's the woman?" "They said she was in the little local hospital, but not much hurt. Just the shock and a few bruises." O'Connor's question seemed to suggest an idea to Burke, and he reached for the telephone again. "Riverwood 297, he ordered. Then to us as he waited he said, "We must hold the woman. Hello, 297, the hospital? This is Burke of the Secret Service. Will you tell my man, who must be somewhere about, that I would like to have him hold that woman who was in the auto smash until I can—" "What? Gone?" "The deuce!" He hung up the receiver angrily. "She left with a man who called for her about half an hour ago," he said. "There must be a gang of them. Forbes is dead, but we must get the rest. Mr. Kennedy, I'm sorry to have bothered you, but I guess we can handle this alone after all. It was the fingerprints that fooled us, but now that Forbes is out of the way, it's just a straight case of detective work of the old style which won't interest you." "On the contrary," answered Kennedy, "I'm just beginning to be interested. Does it occur to you that after all Forbes may not be dead?" "Not dead," echoed Burke and O'Connor together. "Exactly. That's just what I said. Not dead. Now stop and think a moment. Would the great Forbes be so foolish as to go about with a watch marked W.F.? If he knew, as he must have known, that you would communicate with London and by means of the prints find out all about him?" "Yes," agreed Burke. "All we have to go by is his watch found on Williams. I suppose there is some possibility that Forbes may still be alive. Who is this third man who comes in and with whom Harriet Woolston goes away so willingly?" put in O'Connor. "You said the house had been closed, absolutely closed?" Burke nodded. "Been closed ever since the last arrest. There's a servant who goes in now and then, but the car hasn't been there before tonight, wherever it has been." "I should like to watch that house myself for a while," mused Kennedy. "I suppose you have no objections to my doing so?" "Of course not. Go ahead," said Burke. "I will go along with you if you wish, or my man can go with you." "No," said Kennedy. "Too many of us might spoil the broth. I'll watch alone tonight, and we'll see you in the morning. You needn't even say anything to your man there about us." "Walter, what's on for tonight?" he asked when they had gone. "How are you fixed for a little trip out to Riverwood?" "To tell the truth, I had an engagement at the college club with some of the fellows." "Oh, cut it." "That's what I intend to do," I replied. It was a raw night, and we bundled ourselves up in old football sweaters under our overcoats. Half an hour later, we were on our way up to Riverwood. "By the way, Craig," I asked, "I didn't like to say anything before those fellows. They'd think I was a dub. But I don't mind asking you. What is this portrait pal they talk about anyway?" "Why, it's a word picture. A spoken picture, to be literal. I took some lessons in it at Bertillon's school when I was in Paris. It's a method of scientific apprehension of criminals, a sort of necessary addition and completion to the methods of scientific identification of them after they are arrested. For instance, in trying to pick out a given criminal from his mere description, You begin with the nose. Now, noses are all concave, straight, or convex. This Forbes had a nose that was concave, Burke says. Suppose you were sent out to find him. Of all the people you met, we'll say, roughly, 2/3 wouldn't interest you. You'd pass up all with straight or convex noses. Now the next point to observe is the ear. There are 4 general kinds of ears: triangular, square, oval, and round, besides a number of other differences which are clear enough after you study ears. This fellow is a pale man with square ears and a peculiar lobe to his ear, so you wouldn't give a second glance to, say, 3/4 of the square-eared people. So by a process of elimination of various features, the eyes, the mouth, the hair, wrinkles, and so forth, you would be able to pick your man out of 1,000, that is, if you were trained. And it works? I asked rather doubtfully. Oh, yes, that's why I'm taking up this case. I believe science can really be used to detect crime, any crime. And in the present instance, I've just pride enough to stick to this thing until they begin to cut ice on the sticks. But it will be cold out in the country tonight, Walter. Speaking about ice, it was quite late when we reached Riverwood, and Kennedy hurried along the dimly lighted streets, avoiding the main street lest someone might be watching or following us. He pushed on, following the directions Burke had given him. The house in question was a large, newly built affair of concrete, surrounded by trees and a hedge, directly overlooking the river. A bitter wind swept in from the west, but in the shadow of an evergreen tree and of the hedge, Kennedy established our watch. Of all fruitless errands, this seemed to me to be the acme. The house was deserted, that was apparent, I thought, and I said so. Hardly had I said it when I heard the baying of a dog. It did not come from the house, however, and I concluded that it must have come from the next estate. "It's in the garage," whispered Kennedy. "I can hardly think they would go away and leave a dog locked up in it. They would at least turn him loose." Hour after hour we waited. Midnight passed, and still nothing happened. At last, when the moon had disappeared under the clouds, Kennedy pulled me along. We had seen not a sign of life in the house, yet he observed all the caution he would have if it had been well guarded. Quickly we advanced over the open space to the house, approaching in the shadow as much as possible, on the side farthest from the river. Tiptoeing over the porch, Kennedy tried a window. It was fastened. Without hesitation, he pulled out some instruments. One of them was a rubber suction cup, which he fastened to the window pane. Then, with a very fine diamond cutter, he proceeded to cut out a large section. It soon fell and was prevented from smashing on the floor by the string and the suction cup. Kennedy put his hand in and unlatched the window, and we stepped in. All was silent. Apparently the house was deserted. Cautiously, Kennedy pressed the button of his pocket storage battery lamp and flashed it slowly about the room. It was a sort of library, handsomely furnished. At last, the beam of light rested on a huge desk at the opposite end. It seemed to interest Kennedy, and we tiptoed over to it. One after another he opened the drawers. One was locked, and he saved that until the last. Quietly as he could, he jimmied it open, muffling the jimmy in a felt cloth that was on a table. Most people do not realize the disruptive force that there is in a simple jimmy. I didn't until I saw the solid drawer with its heavy lock yield with just the trace of a noise. Kennedy waited an instant and listened. Nothing happened. Inside the drawer was a most nondescript collection of useless articles. There were a number of pieces of fine sponge, some of them very thin and cut in a flat oval shape. Smelling of Lysol strongly, several bottles, a set of sharp little knives, some paraffin, bandages, antiseptic gauze, cotton. In fact, it looked like a first aid kit. As soon as he saw it, Kennedy seemed astonished, but not at a loss to account for it. "I thought he left that sort of thing to the doctors, but I guess he took a hand in it himself," he muttered, continuing to fumble with the knives in the drawer. It was no time to ask questions, and I did not. Kennedy rapidly stowed away the things in his pockets. One bottle he opened and held to his nose. I could distinguish immediately the volatile smell of ether. He closed it quickly, and it too went into his pocket with the remark, "Somebody must have known how to administer an anesthetic, probably the Woolston woman." A suppressed exclamation from Kennedy caused me to look. The drawer had a false back. Safely tucked away in it reposed a tin box, one of those so-called strong boxes, which are so handy in that they save a burglar much time and trouble in hunting all over for the valuables he has come after. Kennedy drew it forth and laid it on the desk. It was locked. Even that did not seem to satisfy Kennedy, who continued to scrutinize the walls and corners of the room as if looking for a safe or something of that sort. "Let's look in the room across the hall," he whispered. Suddenly a piercing scream of a woman rang out upstairs. "Help! Help! There's someone in the house! Billy, help!" I felt an arm grasp me tightly, and for a moment a chill ran over me at being caught in the nefarious work of breaking and entering a dwelling house at night. But it was only Kennedy, who had already tucked the precious little tin box under his arm. With a leap he dragged me to the open window, cleared it, vaulted over the porch, and we were running for the clump of woods that adjoined the estate on one side. Lights flashed in all the windows of the house at once. There must have been some sort of electric light system that could be lighted instantly as a burglar expeller. Anyhow, we had made good our escape. As we lost ourselves in the woods, I gave a last glance back and saw a lantern carried from the house to the garage. As the door was unlocked, I could see, in the moonlight, a huge dog leap out and lick the hands and face of a man. Quickly we now crashed through the frozen underbrush. Evidently Kennedy was making for the station by a direct route across country instead of the circuitous way by the road and town. Behind us we could hear a deep baying. "By the Lord, Walter," cried Kennedy, for once in his life thoroughly alarmed, "it's a bloodhound and our trail is fresh." Closer it came. Press forward as we might, we could never expect to beat that dog. "Oh, for a stream," groaned Kennedy, "but they are all frozen, even the river." He stopped short, fumbled in his pocket, and drew out the bottle of ether. "Raise your foot, Walter," he ordered. I did so, and he smeared first mine and then his with the ether. Then we doubled on our trail once or twice and ran again. "The dog will never be able to pick up the ether as our trail," panted Kennedy. "That is, if he is any good and trained not to go off on wild goose chases." On we hurried from the woods to the now dark and silent town. It was indeed fortunate that the dog had been thrown off our scent, for the station was closed, and indeed, if it had been open, I am sure the station agent would have felt more like locking the door against two such tramps as we were, carrying a tin box and pursued by a dog, than opening it for us. The best we could do was to huddle into a corner until we succeeded in jumping a milk train that luckily slowed down as it passed Riverwood Station. Neither of us could wait to open the tin box in our apartment, and instead of going uptown, Kennedy decided it would be best to go to a hotel near the station. Somehow we succeeded in getting a room without exciting suspicion. Hardly had the bellboy's footsteps ceased echoing in the corridor than Kennedy was at work wrenching off the lid of the box with such leverage as the scanty furnishings of the room afforded. At last it yielded, and we looked in curiously, expecting to find fabulous wealth in some form. A few $100 and a rope of pearls lay in it. It was a good haul, but where was the vast spoil the counterfeiters had accumulated? We had missed it. So far, we were completely baffled. "Perhaps we had better snatch a couple of hours' sleep," was all that Craig said, stifling his chagrin. Over and over in my mind I was turning the problem of where they had hidden the spoil. I dozed off, still thinking about it and thinking that, even should they be captured, they might have stowed away perhaps $1 million to which they could go back after their sentences were served. It was still early for New York when Kennedy roused me by talking over the telephone in the room. In fact, I doubt if he had slept at all. Burke was at the other end of the wire. His man had just reported that something had happened during the night at Riverwood, but he couldn't give a very clear account. Craig seemed to enjoy the joke immensely as he told his story to Burke. The last words I heard were, "All right, send a man up here to the station, one who knows all the descriptions of these people. I'm sure they will have to come into town today, and they will have to come by train, for their car is wrecked. Better watch at the uptown stations also." After a hasty breakfast, we met Burke's man and took our places at the exit from the train platforms. Evidently, Kennedy had figured out that the counterfeiters would have to come into town for some reason or other. The incoming passengers were passing us in a steady stream, for a new station was then being built, and there was only a temporary structure with one large exit. "Here is where the portrait pile ought to come in, if ever," commented Kennedy as he watched eagerly. And yet, neither man nor woman passed us who fitted the description. Train after train emptied its human freight, yet the pale man with the concave nose and the peculiar ear, accompanied perhaps by a lady, did not pass us. At last, the incoming stream began to dwindle down. It was long past the time when the counterfeiters should have arrived, if they had started on any reasonable train. "Perhaps they have gone up to Montreal instead," I ventured. Kennedy shook his head. "No," he answered. "I have an idea that I was mistaken about the money being kept at Riverwood. It would have been too risky. I thought it out on the way back this morning. They probably kept it in a safe deposit vault here. I had figured that they would come down and get it and leave New York after last night's events. We have failed. They have got by us. Neither the portrait pile, nor the ordinary photography, nor any other system will suffice alone against the arch-criminal back of this, I'm afraid. Walter, I am sore and disgusted. What I should have done was to accept Burke's offer, surround the house with a posse if necessary last night, and catch the counterfeiters by sheer force. I was too confident. I thought I could do it with finesse, and I have failed. I'd give anything to know what safe deposit vault they kept the fake money in." I said nothing as we strolled away, leaving Burke's man still to watch, hoping against hope. Kennedy walked disconsolately through the station, and I followed. In a secluded part of the waiting room, he sat down, his face drawn up in a scowl such as I had never seen. Plainly, he was disgusted with himself, with only himself. This was no bungling of Burke or anyone else. Again, the counterfeiters had escaped from the hand of the law. As he moved his fingers restlessly in the pockets of his coat, he absently pulled out the little pieces of sponge and the ether bottle. He regarded them without much interest. "I know what they were for," he said, diving back into his pocket for the other things and bringing out the sharp little knives in their case. I said nothing, for Kennedy was in a deep study. At last he put the things back into his pocket. As he did so, his hand encountered something which he drew forth with a puzzled air. It was the piece of paraffin. "Now what do you suppose that was for?" he asked, half to himself. I had forgotten that. What was the use of a piece of paraffin? Phew! Smell the antiseptic worked into it. "I don't know," I replied rather testily. "If you would tell me what the other things were for, I might enlighten you, but—" "By George, Walter, what a chump I am!" cried Kennedy, leaping to his feet, all energy again. "Why did I forget that lump of paraffin? Why, of course, I think I can guess what they have been doing. Of course. Why, man alive, he walked right past us and we never knew it. Boy, he shouted to a newsboy who passed, "What's the latest sporting edition you have?" Eagerly he almost tore a paper open and scanned the sporting pages. "Racing at Lexington begins tomorrow," he read. "Yes, I'll bet that's it. We don't have to know the safe deposit vault after all. It would be too late anyhow. Quick, let us look up the train to Lexington." As we hurried over to the information booth, I gasped in a whirl. "Now look here, Kennedy, what's all this lightning calculation? What possible connection is there between a lump of paraffin and one of the few places in the country where they still race horses?" "None," he replied, not stopping an instant. "None. The paraffin suggested to me the possible way in which our man managed to elude us under our very eyes. That set my mind at work again. Like a flash it occurred to me, where would they be most likely to go next to work off some of the bills? The banks are on, the jewelry houses are on, the gambling joints are on. Why, to the racetracks, of course. That's it. Counterfeiters all use the bookmakers. Only since racing has been killed in New York, they have had to resort to other means here. If New York has suddenly become too hot, what more natural than to leave it? Here, let me see. There's a train that gets there early tomorrow, the best train, too. Say, is number 144 made up yet? He inquired at the desk. No, 144 will be ready in 15 minutes. Track 8. Kennedy thanked the man, turned abruptly, and started for the still-closed gate at track 8. Beg pardon, why hello, it's Burke, he exclaimed as we ran plump into a man staring vacantly about. It was not the gentleman farmer of the night before, nor yet the supposed college graduate. This man was a Western rancher. His broad-brimmed hat, long moustache, frock coat, and flowing tie proclaimed it. Yet there was something indefinably familiar about him, too. It was Burke in another disguise. Pretty good work, Kennedy, nodded Burke, shifting his tobacco from one side of his jaws to the other. Now, tell me how your man escaped you this morning when you can recognize me instantly in this rig. You haven't altered your features, explained Kennedy simply. Our pale-faced, snub-nosed, peculiar-eared friend has. What do you think of the possibility of his going to the Lexington track, now that he finds it too dangerous to remain in New York? Burke looked at Kennedy rather sharply. Say, do you add telepathy to your other accomplishments? No, laughed Craig, but I'm glad to see that two of us working independently have arrived at the same conclusion. Come, let us saunter over to track 8. I guess the train is made up. The gate was just opened and the crowd filed through. No one who seemed to satisfy either Burke or Kennedy appeared. The train announcer made his last call. Just then a taxicab pulled up at the street end of the platform, not far from track 8. A man jumped out and assisted a heavily veiled lady, paid the driver, picked up the grips, and turned toward us. We waited expectantly. As he turned, I saw a dark-skinned, hook-nosed man, and I exclaimed disgustedly to Burke, "Well, if they are going to Lexington, they can't make this train. Those are the last people who have a chance." Kennedy, however, continued to regard the couple steadily. The man saw that he was being watched and faced us defiantly. Such impertinence. Then to his wife, "Come, my dear, we'll just make it. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to show us what's in that grip," said Kennedy, calmly laying his hand on the man's arm. "Well now, did you ever hear of such blasted impudence? Get out of my way, sir, this instant, or I'll have you arrested." Come, Kennedy," interrupted Burke. "Surely you are getting in wrong here. This can't be the man." Craig shook his head decidedly. "You can make the arrest or not, Burke, as you choose. If not, I am through. If so, I'll take all the responsibility." Reluctantly, Burke yielded. The man protested, the woman cried, a crowd collected. The train gate shut with a bang. As it did so, the man's demeanor changed instantly. "There," he shouted angrily, "you have made us miss our train. I'll have you in jail for this. Come on now to the nearest magistrate's court. I'll have my rights as an American citizen. You have carried your little joke too far. Knight is my name, John Knight of Omaha Porkpacker. Come on now. I'll see that somebody suffers for this if I have to stay in New York a year. It's an outrage, an outrage." Burke was now apparently alarmed, more at the possibility of the humorous publicity that would follow such a mistake by the Secret Service than at anything else. However, Kennedy did not weaken, and on general principles I stuck to Kennedy. "Now," said the man surlily while he placed Mrs. Knight in as easy a chair as he could find in the judge's chambers, "what is the occasion of all this row? Tell the judge what a bad man from Bloody Gulch I am." O'Connor had arrived, having broken all speed laws and perhaps some records on the way up from headquarters. Kennedy laid the Scotland Yard fingerprints on the table. Beside them, he placed those taken by O'Connor and Burke in New York. "Here," he began, "we have the fingerprints of a man who was one of the most noted counterfeiters in Great Britain. Beside them are those of a man who succeeded in passing counterfeits of several kinds recently in New York. Some weeks later, this third set of prints was taken from a man who was believed to be the same person. The magistrate was examining the 3 sets of prints. As he came to the third, he raised his head as if about to make a remark, when Kennedy quickly interrupted. One moment, sir. You were about to say that fingerprints never change, never show such variations as these. That is true. There are fingerprints of people taken 50 years ago that are exactly the same as their fingerprints of today. They don't change, they are permanent. The fingerprints of mummies can be deciphered even after thousands of years. But, he added slowly, you can change fingers. The idea was so startling that I could scarcely realize what he meant at first. I had read of the wonderful work of the surgeons of the Rockefeller Institute in transplanting tissues and even whole organs, in grafting skin, and in keeping muscles artificially alive for days under proper conditions. Could it be that a man had deliberately amputated his fingers and grafted on new ones? Was the stake sufficient for such a game? Surely there must be some scars left after such grafting. I picked up the various sets of prints. It was true that the third set was not very clear, but there certainly were no scars there. Though there is no natural changeability of fingerprints, pursued Kennedy, such changes can be induced, as Dr. Paul Prager of Vienna has shown, by acids and other reagents, by grafting and by injuries. Now, is there any method by which lost fingertips can be restored? I know of one case where the end of a finger was taken off and only 1/16th inch of the nail was left. The doctor incised the edges of the granulating surface and then led the granulations on by what is known in the medical profession as the sponge graft. He grew a new fingertip. The sponge graft consists in using portions of a fine Turkish surgical sponge, such I have here. I found these pieces in a desk at Riverwood. The patient is anesthetized. An incision is made from side to side in the stump of the finger, and flaps of skin are sliced off and turned up for the new end of the finger to develop in a sort of shell of living skin. Inside this, the sponge is placed, not a large piece, but a very thin piece, sliced off and cut to the shape of the finger stump. It is perfectly sterilized in water and washed in green soap after all the stony particles are removed by hydrochloric acid. Then the finger is bound up and kept moist with normal salt solution. The result is that the end of the finger, instead of healing over, grows into the fine meshes of the pieces of sponge by capillary attraction. Of course, even this would heal in a few days, but the doctor does not let it heal. In 3 days he pulls the sponge off gently. The end of the finger has grown up just a fraction of an inch. Then, a new thin layer of sponge is added. Day after day this process is repeated, each time the finger growing a little more. A new nail develops if any of the matrix is left. And I suppose a clever surgeon, by grafting up pieces of epidermis, could produce on such a stump very passable fingerprints. No one of us said anything, but Kennedy seemed to realize the thought in our minds and proceeded to elaborate the method. It is known as the education sponge method, and was first described by Dr. D.J. Hamilton of Edinburgh in 1881. It has frequently been used in America since then. The sponge really acts in a mechanical manner to support the new finger tissue that is developed. The meshes are filled in by growing tissue, and as it grows, the tissue absorbs part of the sponge, which is itself an animal tissue and acts like catgut. Part of it is also thrown off. In fact, the sponge imitates what happens naturally in the porous network of a regular blood clot. It educates the tissue to grow, stimulates it, new blood vessels and nerves as well as flesh. In another case I know of, almost the whole of the first joint of a finger was crushed off, and the doctor was asked to amputate the stump of bone that protruded. Instead, he decided to educate the tissue to grow out to cover it and appear like a normal finger. In these cases, the doctors succeeded admirably in giving the patients entire new fingertips, without scars, and, except for the initial injury and operation, with comparatively little inconvenience, except that absolute rest of the hands was required. That is what happened, gentlemen, concluded Kennedy. That is why Mr. Forbes, alias Williams, made a trip to Philadelphia to be treated for crushed fingertips, not for the kick of an automobile engine. He may have paid the doctors in counterfeits. In reality, this man was playing a game in which there was indeed a heavy stake at issue. He was a counterfeiter sought by two governments with the net closing about him. What are the tips of a few fingers compared with life, liberty, wealth, and a beautiful woman? The first two sets of prints are different from the third because they are made by different fingertips on the same man. The very core of the prints was changed, but the fingerprint system is vindicated by the very ingenuity of the man who so cleverly has contrived to beat it. Very interesting to one who is interested, remarked the stranger. But what has that to do with detaining my wife and myself, making us miss our train and insulting us? Just this, replied Craig. If you will kindly oblige us by laying your fingers on this inking pad and then lightly on this sheet of paper, I think I can show you an answer. Knight demurred, and his wife grew hysterical at the idea, but there was nothing to do but comply. Kennedy glanced at the fourth set of prints, then at the third set taken a week ago, and smiled. No one said a word. Knight or Williams, which was it? He nonchalantly lit a cigarette. So you say I am this Williams, the counterfeiter? He asked superciliously. I do, reiterated Kennedy. You are also Forbes. I don't suppose Scotland Yard has neglected to furnish you with photographs and a description of this Forbes? Burke reluctantly pulled out a Bertillon card from his pocket and laid it on the table. It bore the front face and profile of the famous counterfeiter, as well as his measurements. The man picked it up, as if indeed it was a curious thing. His coolness nearly convinced me. Surely he should have hesitated in actually demanding this last piece of evidence. I had heard, however, that the Bertillon system of measurements often depended on the personal equation of the measurer as well as on the measured. Was he relying on that, or on his difference in features? I looked over Kennedy's shoulder at the card on the table. There was the concave nose of the portrait pal of Forbes, as it had first been described to us. Without looking further, I involuntarily glanced at the man, although I had no need to do so. I knew that his nose was the exact opposite of that of Forbes. Ingenious at argument as you are, he remarked quietly, you will hardly deny that Knight of Omaha is the exact opposite of Forbes, of London. My nose is almost Jewish. My complexion is dark as an Arab's. Still, I suppose I am the sallow, snub-nosed Forbes described here, inasmuch as I have stolen Forbes's fingers and lost them again by a most preposterous method. The colour of the face is easily altered, said Kennedy. A little picric acid will do that. The ingenious rogue Sarcy in Paris eluded the police very successfully until Dr. Charcot exposed him and showed how he changed the arch of his eyebrows and the wrinkles of his face. Much is possible today that would make Frankenstein and Dr. Moreau look clumsy and antiquated. A sharp feminine voice interrupted. It was the woman who had kept silent up to this time. But I have read in one of the papers this morning that a Mr. Williams was found dead in an automobile accident up the Hudson yesterday. I remember reading it because I am afraid of accidents myself. All eyes were now fixed on Kennedy. That body, he answered quickly, was a body purchased by you at a medical school, brought in your car to Riverwood, dressed in Williams's clothes with a watch that would show he was Forbes, placed on the track in front of the auto while you two watched the Buffalo Express run it down, and screamed. It was a clever scheme that you concocted, but these facts do not agree. He laid the measurements of the corpse obtained by Burke and those from the London police card side by side. Only in the roughest way did they approximate each other. Your Honour, I appeal to your sense of justice, cried our prisoner impatiently. Hasn't this farce been allowed to go far enough? Is there any reason why this fake detective should make fools out of us all and keep my wife longer in this court? I'm not disposed to let the matter drop. I wish to enter a charge against him of false arrest and malicious prosecution. I shall turn the whole thing over to my attorney this afternoon. The deuce with the races. I'll have justice. The man had by this time raised himself to a high pitch of apparently righteous wrath. He advanced menacingly toward Kennedy, who stood with his shoulders thrown back and his hands deep in his pockets and a half-amused look on his face. As for you, Mr. Detective, added the man, for 11 cents I'd lick you to within an inch of your life. Portrait pal, indeed. It's a fine scientific system that has to deny its own main principles in order to vindicate itself. Bah! Take that, you scoundrel! Harriet Woolston threw her arms about him, but he broke away. His fist shot out straight. Kennedy was too quick for him, however. I had seen Craig do it dozens of times with the best boxers in the gym. He simply jerked his head to one side, and the blow passed just a fraction of an inch from his jaw, but passed it as cleanly as if it had been a yard away. The man lost his balance, and as he fell forward and caught himself, Kennedy calmly and deliberately slapped him on the nose. It was an intensely serious instant, yet I actually laughed. The man's nose was quite out of joint, even from such a slight blow. It was twisted over on his face in the most ludicrous position imaginable. "The next time you try that, Forbes," remarked Kennedy, as he pulled the piece of paraffin from his pocket and laid it on the table with the other exhibits, "don't forget that a concave nose built out to hook-nose convexity by injections of paraffin, such as the beauty doctors everywhere advertise, is a poor thing for a white hope." Both Burke and O'Connor had seized Forbes, but Kennedy had turned his attention to the larger of Forbes's grips, which the Woolston woman vociferously claimed as her own. Quickly he wrenched it open. As he turned it up on the table, my eyes fairly bulged at the sight. Forbes' suitcase might have been that of a traveling salesman for the Kimberley, the Klondike, and the Bureau of Engraving, all in one. Craig dumped the wealth out on the table. Stacks of genuine bills, gold coins of 2 realms, diamonds, pearls, everything portable and tangible, all heaped up and topped off with piles of counterfeits, awaiting the magic touch of this Midas to turn them into real gold. "Forbes, you have failed in your getaway," said Craig triumphantly. "Gentlemen, you have here a master counterfeiter, surely a master counterfeiter of features and fingers as well as of currency." Chapter 6. The Sandhog. "Interesting story, this fight between the Five Borough and the Inter-River Transit," I remarked to Kennedy as I sketched out the draft of an exposé of high finance for the Sunday Star. "Then that will interest you also," said he, throwing a letter down on my desk. He had just come in and was looking over his mail. The letterhead bore the name of the Five Borough Company. It was from Jack Orton, one of our intimates at college, who was in charge of the construction of a new tunnel under the river. It was brief, as Jack's letters always were. "I have a case here at the tunnel that I am sure will appeal to you, my own case too," it read. "You can go as far as you like with it, but get to the bottom of the thing, no matter whom it hits. There is some deviltry afoot, and apparently no one is safe. Don't say a word to anybody about it, but drop over to see me as soon as you possibly can." "Yes," I agreed. "That does interest me. When are you going over?" "Now," replied Kennedy, who had not taken off his hat. "Can you come along?" As we sped across the city in a taxicab, Craig remarked, "I wonder what is the trouble. Did you see in the Society News this morning the announcement of Jack's engagement to Vivian Taylor, the daughter of the president of the Five Borough?" I had seen it, but could not connect it with the trouble, whatever it was, at the tunnel, though I did try to connect the tunnel mystery with my exposé. We pulled up at the construction works and a strapping Irishman met us. "Is this Professor Kennedy?" he asked of Craig. "It is. Where is Mr. Orton's office?" "I'm afraid, sir, it will be a long time before Mr. Orton is in his office again, sir. The doctor have just took him out of the medical lock, and he said if you was to come before they took him to the hospital, I was to bring you right up to the lock." "Good heavens, man, what has happened?" exclaimed Kennedy. "Take us up to him quick," without waiting to answer. The Irishman led the way up and across a rough board platform until at last we came to what looked like a huge steel cylinder lying horizontally, in which was a floor with a cot and some strange paraphernalia. On the cot lay Jack Orton, drawn and contorted, so changed that even his own mother would scarcely have recognized him. A doctor was bending over him, massaging the joints of his legs and his side. "Thank you, doctor. I feel a little better," he groaned. "No, I don't want to go back into the lock again, not unless the pain gets worse." His eyes were closed, but hearing us, he opened them and nodded. "Yes, Craig, he murmured with difficulty. "This is Jack Orton. What do you think of me? I'm a pretty sight. How are you? And how are you, Walter?" "Not too vigorous with the handshakes, fellows. Sorry you couldn't get over before this happened. What's the matter?" we asked, glancing blankly from Orton to the doctor. Orton forced a half-smile. "Just a touch of the bends from working in compressed air," he explained. We looked at him but could say nothing. I, at least, was thinking of his engagement. "Yes," he added bitterly. "I know what you are thinking about, fellows. Look at me. Do you think such a wreck as I am now has any right to be engaged to the dearest girl in the world?" "Mr. Orton," interposed the doctor, "I think you'll feel better if you'll keep quiet. You can see your friends in the hospital tonight, but for a few hours I think you had better rest. Gentlemen, if you will be so good as to postpone your conversation with Mr. Orton until later, it would be much better." "Then I'll see you tonight," said Orton to us feebly. Turning to a tall, spare, wiry chap of just the build for tunnel work where fat is fatal, he added, "This is Mr. Capps, my first assistant. He will show you the way down to the street again." "Confound it!" exclaimed Craig after we had left Capps. "What do you think of this? Even before we can get to him, something has happened. The plot thickens before we are well into it. I think I'll not take a cab or a car either. How are you for a walk until we can see Orton again?" I could see that Craig was very much affected by the sudden accident that had happened to our friend, so I fell into his mood, and we walked block after block, scarcely exchanging a word. His only remark, I recall, was, "Walter, I can't think it was an accident, coming so close after that letter." As for me, I scarcely knew what to think. At last our walk brought us around to the private hospital where Orton was. As we were about to enter, a very handsome girl was leaving. Evidently she had been visiting someone of whom she thought a great deal. Her long fur coat was flying carelessly, unfastened in the cold night air. Her features were pale, and her eyes had the fixed look of one who saw nothing but grief. "It's terrible, Miss Taylor," I heard the man with her say soothingly, "and you must know that I sympathize with you a great deal." Looking up quickly, I caught sight of Capps and bowed. He returned our bows and handed her gently into an automobile that was waiting. "He might at least have introduced us," muttered Kennedy, as we went on into the hospital. Orton was lying in bed, white and worn, propped up by pillows which the nurse kept arranging and rearranging to ease his pain. The Irishman whom we had seen at the tunnel was standing deferentially near the foot of the bed. "Quite a number of visitors, nurse, for a new patient," said Orton, as he welcomed us. "First Capps and Paddy from the tunnel, then Vivian." He was fingering some beautiful roses in a vase on a table near him. "And now, you fellows. I sent her home with Capps. She oughtn't to be out alone at this hour. And Capps is a good fellow. She's known him a long time. No, Paddy, put down your hat. I want you to stay. Paddy, by the way, fellows, is my right-hand man in managing the sandhogs, as we call the tunnel workers. He has been a sand hog on every tunnel job about the city since the first successful tunnel was completed. His real name is Flanagan, but we all know him best as Paddy." Paddy nodded. "If I ever get over this and back to the tunnel," Orton went on, "Paddy will stick to me, and we will show Taylor, my prospective father-in-law and the president of the railroad company from which I took this contract, that I am not to blame for all the troubles we are having on the tunnel. Heaven knows that—" "Oh, Mr. Orton, you ain't so bad," put in Paddy without the faintest touch of undue familiarity. "Look what I was when you come to see me when I had the bends, sir." "You old rascal," returned Orton, brightening up. "Craig, do you know how I found him? Crawling over the floor to the sink to pour the doctor's medicine down." "Think I'd take that medicine?" explained Paddy hastily. "Not much. Don't I know that the only cure for the bends is being put back in the air in the medical lock, same as they did with you, and being brought out slowly? That's the cure, that, and grit and patience and time. Mark me words, gentlemen, he'll finish that tunnel and, begging your pardon, Mr. Orton, marry that girl too. Didn't I see her with tears in her eyes right in this room when he wasn't looking, and a smile when he was? Sure, you'll be all right," continued Paddy, slapping his side and thigh. "We all get the bends, more or less. All us sandhogs. I was that doubled up myself that I felt like a big jackknife. Had it in the arm, the side, and the leg all at once, that time he was just speaking of. He'll be all right in a couple more weeks, sure, and down in the air again, too, with the rest of his men. It's something else he has on his mind. Then the case has nothing to do with your trouble, nothing to do with the Bens? Asked Kennedy, keenly showing his anxiety to help our old friend. Well, it may and it may not, replied Orton thoughtfully. I begin to think it has. We have had a great many cases of the Bens among the men, and lots of the poor fellows have died too. You know, of course, how the newspapers are roasting us. We are being called inhuman. They are going to investigate us, perhaps indict me. Oh, it's an awful mess, and now someone is trying to make Taylor believe it is my fault. Of course, he continued, we are working under a high air pressure just now, some days as high as 40 pounds. You see, we have struck the very worst part of the job, a stretch of quicksand in the riverbed, and if we can get through this, we'll strike pebbles and rock pretty soon, and then we'll be all right again. He paused. Paddy quietly put in, Begging your pardon again, Mr. Orton, but we had entirely too many cases of the Bens even when we were working at low pressure in the rock before we struck this sand. There's something wrong, sir, or you wouldn't be here yourself like this. The Bens don't strike the engineers, them as don't do the hard work, sir, and is careful, as you know, not often. It's this way, Craig, resumed Orton. When I took this contract for the 5-borough transit company, they agreed to pay me liberally for it, with a big bonus if I finished ahead of time, and a big penalty if I exceeded the time. You may or may not know it, but there is some doubt about the validity of their franchise after a certain date, provided the tunnel is not ready for operation. Well, to make a long story short, you know there are rival companies that would like to see the work fail and the franchise revert to the city, or at least get tied up in the courts. I took it with the understanding that it was every man for himself and the devil take the hindmost. Have you yourself seen any evidences of rival influences hindering the work? Asked Kennedy. Orton carefully weighed his reply. To begin with, he answered at length, while I was pushing the construction end, the 5-borough was working with the state legislature to get a bill extending the time limit of the franchise another year. Of course, if it had gone through, it would have been fine for us. But some unseen influence blocked the company at every turn. It was subtle. It never came into the open. They played on public opinion, as only demagogues of high finance can, very plausibly, of course, but from the most selfish and ulterior motives. The bill was defeated. I nodded. I knew all about that part of it, for it was in the article which I had been writing for the Star. But I had not counted on the extra year anyhow, continued Orton, so I wasn't disappointed. My plans were laid for the shorter time from the start. I built an island in the river so that we could work from each shore to it, as well as from the island to each shore, really from 4 points at once. And then, when everything was going ahead fine, and we were actually doubling the speed in this way, these confounded accidents, he was leaning excitedly forward, and lawsuits and delays and deaths began to happen. Orton sank back as a paroxysm of the bends seized him, following his excitement. I should like very much to go down into the tunnel, said Kennedy simply. No sooner said than done, replied Orton, almost cheerfully, at seeing Kennedy so interested. We can arrange that easily. Paddy will be glad to do the honours of the place in my absence. Indeed, I will do that same, sir, responded the faithful Paddy, and it's a small return for all you've done for me. Very well then, agreed Kennedy. Tomorrow morning we shall be on hand. Jack, depend on us. We will do our level best to get you out of this scrape. I knew you would, Craig, he replied. I've read of some of your and Walter's exploits. You're a pair of bricks, you are. Goodbye, fellows. And his hands mechanically sought the vase of flowers which reminded him of their giver. At home we sat for a long time in silence. By George, Craig, I exclaimed at length, my mind reverting through the whirl of events to the glimpse of pain I had caught on the delicate face of the girl having the hospital. Vivian Taylor is a beauty, though, isn't she? And Caps thinks so too, he returned, sinking again into his shell of silence. Then he suddenly rose and put on his hat and coat. I could see the old restless fever for work which came into his eyes whenever he had a case which interested him more than usual. I knew there would be no rest for Kennedy until he had finished it. Moreover, I knew it was useless for me to remonstrate with him, so I kept silent. "Don't wait up for me," he said. "I don't know when I'll be back. I'm going to the laboratory and the university library. Be ready early in the morning to help me delve into this tunnel mystery." I awoke to find Kennedy dozing in a chair, partly dressed, but just as fresh as I was after my sleep. I think he had been dreaming out his course of action. At any rate, breakfast was a mere incident in his scheme, and we were over at the tunnel works when the night shift were going off. Kennedy carried with him a moderate-sized box of the contents of which he seemed very careful. Paddy was waiting for us, and after a hasty whispered conversation, Craig stowed the box away behind the switchboard of the telephone central after attaching it to the various wires. Paddy stood guard while this was going on so that no one would know about it, not even the telephone girl, whom he sent off on an errand. Our first inspection was of that part of the works which was above ground. Paddy, who conducted us, introduced us first to the engineer in charge of this part of the work, a man named Shelton, who had knocked about the world a great deal, but had acquired a taciturnity that was sphinx-like. If it had not been for Paddy, I fear we should have seen very little, for Shelton was not only secretive, but his explanations were such that even the editor of a technical journal would have had to blue pencil them considerably. However, we gained a pretty good idea of the tunnel works above ground, at least Kennedy did. He seemed very much interested in how the air was conveyed below ground, the tank for storing compressed air for emergencies, and other features. It quite won Paddy, although Shelton seemed to resent his interest even more than he despised my ignorance. Next, Paddy conducted us to the dressing rooms. There we put on old clothes and oilskins, and the tunnel doctor examined us and extracted a written statement that we went down at our own risk and released the company from all liability, much to the disgust of Paddy. "We're ready now, Mr. Capps," called Paddy, opening an office door on the way out. "Very well, Flanagan," answered Capps, barely nodding to us. We heard him telephone someone but could not catch the message, and in a minute he joined us. By this time I had formed the opinion, which I have since found to be correct, that tunnel men are not as a rule loquacious. It was a new kind of thrill to me to go under the air, as the men called it, with an instinctive last look at the skyline of New York and the waves playing in the glad sunlight. We entered a rude construction elevator and dropped from the surface to the bottom of a deep shaft. It was like going down into a mine. There was the airlock, studded with bolts, and looking just like a huge boiler, turned horizontally. The heavy iron door swung shut with a bang as Paddy and Capps, followed by Kennedy and myself, crept into the airlock. Paddy turned on a valve, and compressed air from the tunnel began to rush in with a hiss as of escaping steam. Pound after pound to the square inch, the pressure slowly rose until I felt sure the drums of my ears would burst. Then the hissing noise began to dwindle down to a wheeze, and then it stopped all of a sudden. That meant that the air pressure in the lock was the same as that in the tunnel. Paddy pushed open the door in the other end of the lock from that by which we had entered. Along the bottom of the completed tube we followed Paddy and Capps. On we trudged, fanned by the moist breath of the tunnel. Every few feet an incandescent light gleamed in the misty darkness. After perhaps 100 paces we had to duck down under a semicircular partition covering the upper half of the tube. "What is that?" I shouted at Paddy, the nasal ring of my own voice startling me. "Emergency curtain," he shouted back. Words were economized. Later, I learned that should the tunnel start to flood, the other half of the emergency curtain could be dropped so as to cut off the inrushing water. Men passed, pushing little cars full of muck or sand taken out from before the shield, which is the head by which this mechanical mole advances under the riverbed. These men and others who do the shoveling are the muckers. Pipes laid along the side of the tunnel conducted compressed air and fresh water, while electric light and telephone wires were strung all about. These and the tools and other things strewn along the tunnel obstructed the narrow passage to such an extent that we had to be careful in picking our way. At last we reached the shield, and on hands and knees we crawled out into one of its compartments. Here we experienced for the first time the weird realization that only the air stood between us and destruction from the tons and tons of sand and water overhead. At some points in the sand we could feel the air escaping, which appeared at the surface of the river overhead in bubbles, indicating to those passing in the river boats just how far each tunnel heading below had proceeded. When the loss of air became too great, I learned, scows would dump hundreds of tons of clay overhead to make an artificial riverbed for the shield to stick its nose safely through. For if the riverbed became too thin overhead, the air would blow a hole in it. Caps, it seemed to me, was unusually anxious to have the visit over. At any rate, while Kennedy and Paddy were still crawling about the shield, he stood aside, now and then giving the men an order, and apparently forgetful of us. My own curiosity was quickly satisfied, and I sat down on a pile of the segments out of which the successive rings of the tunnel were made. As I sat there waiting for Kennedy, I absently reached into my pocket and pulled out a cigarette and lighted it. It burned amazingly fast, as if it were made of tinder, the reason being the excess of oxygen in the compressed air. I was looking at it in astonishment when suddenly I felt a blow on my hand. It was Caps. "You chump!" he shouted as he ground the cigarette under his boot. "Don't you know it is dangerous to smoke in compressed air?" "Why, no," I replied, smothering my anger at his manner. "No one said anything about it." "Well, it is dangerous, and Orton's a fool to let greenhorns come in here." "And to whom may it be dangerous?" I heard a voice inquire over my shoulder. It was Kennedy. "To Mr. Jameson or the rest of us?" "Well," answered Caps, "I supposed everybody knew it was reckless, and that he would hurt himself more by one smoke in the air than by 100 up above. That's all." He turned on Kennedy sullenly and started to walk back up the tunnel, but I could not help thinking that his manner was anything but solicitude for my own health. I could just barely catch his words over the tunnel telephone some feet away. I thought he said that everything was going along all right and that he was about to start back again. Then he disappeared in the mist of the tube without even nodding a farewell. Kennedy and I remained standing, not far from the outlet of the pipe by which the compressed air was being supplied in the tunnel from the compressors above in order to keep the pressure up to the constant level necessary. I saw Kennedy give a hurried glance about, as if to note whether anyone were looking at us. No one was. With a quick motion, he reached down. In his hand was a stout little glass flask, with a tight-fitting metal top. For a second he held it near the outlet of the pipe, then he snapped the top shut and slipped it back into his pocket as quickly as he had produced it. Slowly we commenced to retrace our steps to the airlock, our curiosity satisfied by this glimpse of one of the most remarkable developments of modern engineering. "Where's Paddy?" asked Kennedy, stopping suddenly. "We've forgotten him." "Back there at the shield, I suppose," said I. "Let's whistle and attract his attention." I pursed up my lips, but if I'd been whistling for $1 million, I couldn't have done it. Craig laughed. "Walter, you are indeed learning many strange things. You can't whistle in compressed air." I was too chagrined to answer. First it was Caps. Now it was my own friend Kennedy chaffing me for my ignorance. I was glad to see Paddy's huge form looming in the semi-darkness. He had seen that we were gone and hurried after us. "Won't you stay down and see some more, gentlemen?" he asked. "Or have ye had enough of the air? It seems very smelly to me this morning." "I don't blame ye. I guess them as doesn't have to stay here is satisfied with a few minutes of it." "No, thanks. I guess we needn't stay down any longer," replied Craig. "I think I've seen all that is necessary, at least for the present. Caps has gone out ahead of us. I think you can take us out now, Paddy. I would much rather have you do it than to go with anybody else. Coming out, I found, was really more dangerous than going in, for it is while coming out of that men are liable to get the bends. Roughly, half a minute should be consumed in coming out from each pound of pressure, though for such high pressures as we had been under, considerably more time was required in order to do it safely. We spent about half an hour in the airlock, I should judge. Paddy let the air out of the lock by turning on a valve leading to the outside normal atmosphere. Thus he let the air out rapidly at first until we had got down to half the pressure of the tunnel. The second half he did slowly, and it was indeed tedious, but it was safe. There was articulto 21st a hissing sound when he opened the valve, and it grew colder in the lock since air absorbs heat from surrounding objects when it expands. We were glad to draw sweaters on over our heads. It also grew as misty as a London fog as the water vapour in the air was condensed. At last the hiss of escaping air ceased. The door to the modern dungeon of science grated open. We walked out of the lock to the elevator shaft and were hoisted up to God's air again. We gazed out across the river with its waves dancing in the sunlight. There, out in the middle, was a wreath of bubbles on the water. That marked the end of the tunnel, over the shield. Down beneath those bubbles the sandhogs were rooting. But what was the mystery that the tunnel held in its dark, dank bosom? Had Kennedy a clue? "I think we had better wait around a bit," remarked Kennedy, as we sipped our hot coffee in the dressing room and warmed ourselves from the chill of coming out of the lock. "In case anything should happen to us and we should get the bends, this is the place for us. Near the medical lock, as it is called, that big steel cylinder over there where we found Orton. The best cure for the bends is to go back under the air recompression, they call it. The renewed pressure causes the gas in the blood to contract again, and thus it is eliminated sometimes. At any rate, it is the best known cure and considerably reduces the pain in the worst cases. When you have a bad case like Orton's, it means that the damage is done, the gas has ruptured some veins." Paddy was right. Only time will cure that. Nothing happened to us, however, and in a couple of hours we dropped in on Orton at the hospital where he was slowly convalescing. "What do you think of the case?" he asked anxiously. "Nothing as yet," replied Craig, "but I have set certain things in motion which will give us a pretty good line on what is taking place in a day or so." Orton's face fell, but he said nothing. He bit his lip nervously and looked out of the sun parlour at the roofs of New York around him. "What has happened since last night to increase your anxiety, Jack?" asked Craig sympathetically. Orton wheeled his chair about slowly, faced us, and drew a letter from his pocket. Laying it flat on the table, he covered the lower part with the envelope. "Read that," he said. "Dear Jack," it began. I saw at once that it was from Miss Taylor. "Just a line," she wrote, "to let you know that I am thinking about you always and hoping that you are better than when I saw you this evening. Papa had the chairman of the board of directors of the 5 Borough here late tonight, and they were in the library for over an hour. For your sake, Jack, I played the eavesdropper, but they talked so low that I could hear nothing, though I know they were talking about you and the tunnel. When they came out, I had no time to escape, so I slipped behind a portiere. I heard Father say, 'Yes, I guess you are right, Morris. The thing has gone on long enough. If there is one more big accident, we shall have to compromise with the Inter-River and carry on the work jointly. We have given Orton his chance, and if they demand that this other fellow shall be put in, I suppose we shall have to concede it.'" Mr. Morris seemed pleased that Father agreed with him and said so. "Oh, Jack, can't you do something to show them they are wrong, and do it quickly? I never miss an opportunity of telling Papa it is not your fault that all these delays take place." The rest of the letter was covered by the envelope, and Orton would not have shown it for worlds. "Orton," said Kennedy after a few moments' reflection, "I will take a chance for your sake, a long chance, but I think a good one. If you can pull yourself together by this afternoon, be over at your office at 4. Be sure to have Shelton and Capps there, and you can tell Mr. Taylor that you have something very important to set before him. Now I must hurry if I am to fulfill my part of the contract. Goodbye, Jack. Keep a stiff upper lip, old man. I'll have something that will surprise you this afternoon." Outside, as he hurried uptown, Craig was silent, but I could see his features working nervously, and as we parted he merely said, "Of course, you'll be there, Walter. I'll put the finishing touches on your story of high finance." Slowly enough the few hours passed before I found myself again in Orton's office. He was there already, despite the orders of his physician, who was disgusted at this excursion from the hospital. Kennedy was there too, grim and silent. We sat watching the two indicators beside Orton's desk, which showed the air pressure in the two tubes. The needles were vibrating ever so little, and tracing a red ink line on the ruled paper that unwound from the drum. From the moment the tunnels were started, here was preserved a faithful record of every slightest variation of air pressure. "Telephone down into the tube and have Caps come up," said Craig at length, glancing at Orton's desk clock. "Taylor will be here pretty soon, and I want Caps to be out of the tunnel by the time he comes. Then get Shelton too." In response to Orton's summons, Caps and Shelton came into the office, just as a large town car pulled up outside the tunnel works. A tall, distinguished-looking man stepped out and turned again toward the door of the car. "There's Taylor," I remarked, for I had seen him often at investigations before the Public Service Commission. "And Vivian, too," exclaimed Orton excitedly. "Say, fellows, clear off these desks. Quick, before she gets up here. In the closet with these blueprints, Walter. There, that's a little better. If I had known she was coming, I would at least have had the place swept out. Puff! Look at the dust on this desk of mine. Well, there's no help for it. There they are at the door now. Why, Vivian, what a surprise." "Jack!" she exclaimed, almost ignoring the rest of us and quickly crossing to his chair to lay a restraining hand on his shoulder, as he vainly tried to stand up to welcome her. "Why didn't you tell me you were coming?" he asked eagerly. "I would have had the place fixed up a bit." "I prefer it this way," she said, looking curiously around at the samples of tunnel paraphernalia and the charts and diagrams on the walls. "Yes, Orton," said President Taylor. "She would come dropped in at the office, and when I tried to excuse myself for a business appointment, demanded which way I was going. When I said I was coming here, she insisted on coming too." Orton smiled. He knew that she had taken this simple and direct means of being there, but he said nothing, and merely introduced us to the President and Miss Taylor. An awkward silence followed. Orton cleared his throat. "I think you all know why we are here," he began. "We have been and are having altogether too many accidents in the tunnel, too many cases of the bends, too many deaths, too many delays to the work. Well, Mr. Kennedy has something to say about them, I believe." No sound was heard save the vibration of the air compressors and an occasional shout of a workman at the shaft leading down to the airlocks. "There is no need for me to say anything about caisson disease to you, gentlemen, or to you, Miss Taylor," began Kennedy. "I think you all know how it is caused and a good deal about it already. But, to be perfectly clear, I will say that there are live things that must, above all others, be looked after in tunnel work. The air pressure, the amount of carbon dioxide in the air, the length of the shifts which the men work, the state of health of the men as near as physical examination can determine it, and the rapidity with which the men come out of the air, so as to prevent carelessness which may cause the bends. I find," he continued, "that the air pressure is not too high for safety. Proper examinations for carbon dioxide are made, and the amount in the air is not excessive. The shifts are not even as long as those prescribed by the law. The medical inspection is quite adequate, and as for the time taken in coming out through the locks, the rules are stringent." A look of relief crossed the face of Orton at this commendation of his work, followed by a puzzled expression that plainly indicated that he would like to know what was the matter, if all the crucial things were all right. "But," resumed Kennedy, "the bends are still hitting the men, and there is no telling when a fire or a blowout may occur in any of the 8 headings that are now being pushed under the river. Quite often the work has been delayed and the tunnel partly or wholly flooded. Now, you know the theory of the bends. It is that air, mostly the nitrogen in the air, is absorbed by the blood under the pressure. In coming out of the air, if the nitrogen is not all eliminated, it stays in the blood and, as the pressure is reduced, it expands. It is just as if you take a bottle of charged water and pull the cork suddenly. The gas rises in big bubbles. Cork it again and the gas bubbles cease to rise and finally disappear. If you make a pinhole in the cork, the gas will escape slowly, without a bubble. You must decompress the human body slowly, by stages, to let the supersaturated blood give up its nitrogen to the lungs, which can eliminate it. Otherwise, these bubbles catch in the veins, and the result is severe pains, paralysis, and even death. Gentlemen, I see that I am just wasting time telling you this, for you know it all well. But consider. Kennedy placed an empty corked flask on the table. The others regarded it curiously, but I recalled having seen it in the tunnel. "In this bottle," explained Kennedy. "I collected some of the air from the tunnel when I was down there this morning. I have since analyzed it. The quantity of carbon dioxide is approximately what it should be. Not high enough of itself to cause trouble, but," he spoke slowly to emphasize his words, "I found something else in that air beside carbon dioxide. Nitrogen," broke in Orton quickly, leaning forward. "Of course, it is a constituent of air, but that is not what I mean." "Then, for heaven's sake, what did you find?" asked Orton. "I found in this air," replied Kennedy, "a very peculiar mixture, an explosive mixture." "An explosive mixture," echoed Orton. "Yes, Jack, the blowouts that you have had at the end of the tunnel were not blowouts at all, properly speaking. They were explosions." We sat aghast at this revelation. "And, furthermore," added Kennedy, "I should, if I were you, call back all the men from the tunnel until the cause for the presence of this explosive mixture is discovered and remedied." Orton reached mechanically for the telephone to give the order, but Taylor laid his hand on his arm. "One moment, Orton," he said. "Let's hear Professor Kennedy out. He may be mistaken, and there is no use frightening the men until we are certain." "Shelton," asked Kennedy, "what sort of flash oil is used to lubricate the machinery?" "It is 360° Fahrenheit flash test," he answered tersely. "And are the pipes leading air down into the tunnel perfectly straight?" "Straight. Yes, straight. No joints, no pockets where oil, moisture, and gases can collect." "Straight as lines, Kennedy," he said with a sort of contemptuous defiance. They were facing each other coldly, sizing each other up. Like a skillful lawyer, Kennedy dropped that point for a moment to take up a new line of attack. "Caps," he demanded, turning suddenly, "why do you always call up on the telephone and let someone know when you are going down in the tunnel and when you are coming out?" "I don't," replied Caps, quickly recovering his composure. "Walter," said Craig to me quietly, "go out in the outer office. Behind the telephone switchboard you will find a small box which you saw me carry in there this morning and connect with the switchboard. Detach the wires as you saw me attach them and bring it here." No one moved as I placed the box on a drafting table before them. Craig opened it. Inside he disclosed a large disc of thin steel, like those used by some mechanical music boxes, only without any perforations. He connected the wires from the box to a sort of megaphone. Then he started the disc revolving. Out of the little megaphone horn, sticking up like a miniature talking machine, came a voice. "Number, please. 4430 Yorkville. Busy. I'll call you. Try them again, Central. Hello, hello, Central." Kennedy stopped the machine. "It must be further along on the disc," he remarked. "This, by the way, is an instrument known as the telegraphone, invented by a Dane named Poulsen. It records conversations over a telephone on this plain metal disc by means of localized minute electric charges." Having adjusted the needle to another place on the disc, he tried again. "We have here a record of the entire day's conversations over the telephone, preserved on this disc. I could wipe out the whole thing by pulling a magnet across it, but needless to say, I wouldn't do that. Yet. Listen." This time it was Caps speaking. "Give me Mr. Shelton." "Oh, Shelton. I'm going down in the South Tube with those men Orton has sent nosing around here. I'll let you know when I start up again. Meanwhile, don't let anything happen while I am there. Goodbye." Cap sat looking defiantly at Kennedy as he stopped the telegraphone. "Now," continued Kennedy suavely, "what could happen? I'll answer my own question by telling what actually did happen. Oil that was smoky at a lower point than its flash was being used in the machinery, not really 360-degree oil. The water jacket had been tampered with too. More than that, there is a joint in the pipe leading down into the tunnel where explosive gases can collect. It is a well-known fact in the use of compressed air that such a condition is the best possible way to secure an explosion. It would all seem so natural even if discovered, explained Kennedy rapidly. The smoking oil, smoking just as an automobile often does, is passed into the compressed air pipe. Condensed oil, moisture, and gases collect in the joint, and perhaps they line the whole distance of the pipe. A spark from the low-grade oil, and they are ignited. What takes place is the same thing that occurs in the cylinder of an automobile where the air is compressed with gasoline vapor. Only here we have compressed air charged with vapor of oil. The flame proceeds down the pipe, exploding through the pipe if it happens to be not strong enough. This pipe, however, is strong. Therefore, the flame in this case shoots out at the open end of the pipe, down near the shield, and if the air in the tunnel happens also to be surcharged with oil vapor, an explosion takes place in the tunnel. The river bottom is blown out. Then God help the sand hogs. That's how your accidents took place, Orton, concluded Kennedy in triumph. And that impure air, not impure from carbon dioxide but from this oil vapor mixture, increased the liability of the men for the bends. Capps knew about it. He was careful while he was there to see that the air was made as pure as possible under the circumstances. He was so careful that he wouldn't even let Mr. Jameson smoke in the tunnel, but as soon as he went to the surface, the same deadly mixture was pumped down again. I caught some of it in this flask and, my God, Paddy's down there now, cried Orton, suddenly seizing his telephone. Operator, give me the south tube. Quick. What? They don't answer. Out in the river above the end of the heading, where a short time before there had been only a few bubbles on the surface of the water, I could see what looked like a huge geyser of water spouting up. I pulled Craig over to me and pointed. A blowout, cried Kennedy as he rushed to the door, only to be met by a group of blanched-faced workers who had come breathless to the office to deliver the news. Craig acted quickly. Hold these men, he ordered, pointing to Capps and Shelton, until we come back. Orton, while we are gone, go over the entire day's record on the telegraphone. I suspect you and Miss Taylor will find something there that will interest you. He sprang down the ladder to the tunnel airlock, not waiting for the elevator. In front of the closed door of the lock, an excited group of men was gathered. One of them was peering through the dim, thick glass porthole in the door. There he is, standing by the door with a club, and the men's crowd in so fast that they're all wedged so's none can get in at all. He's beaten 'em back with the stick. Now he's got the door clear and has dragged one poor fellow in. It's Jimmy Rourke, him with the 8-childer. Now he's dragged in a Polak. Now he's fighting back a big Jamaica who's trying to shove ahead of a little Italian. It's Paddy, cried Craig. If he can bring them all out safely without the loss of a life, he'll save the day yet for Orton. And he'll do it too, Walter. Instantly I reconstructed in my mind the scene in the tunnel, the explosion of the oil vapor, the mad race up the tube, perhaps the failure of the emergency curtain to work, the frantic efforts of the men, in panic, all to crowd through the narrow little door at once, the rapidly rising water, and above all the heroic Paddy, cool to the last, standing at the door and single-handed beating the men back with a club so that they could go through one at a time. Only when the water had reached the level of the door of the lock did Paddy bang it shut as he dragged the last man in. Then followed an interminable wait for the air in the lock to be exhausted. When, at last, the door at our end of the lock swung open, the men with a cheer seized Paddy and, in spite of his struggles, hoisted him onto their shoulders and carried him off, still struggling, in triumph up the construction elevator to the open air above. The scene in Orton's office was dramatic as the men entered with Paddy. Vivian Taylor was standing defiantly, with burning eyes, facing Capps, who stared sullenly at the floor before him. Shelton was plainly abashed. Kennedy, cried Orton, vainly trying to rise. Listen, have you still that place on the telegraphone record, Vivian? Miss Taylor started the telegraphone, while we all crowded around, leaning forward eagerly. Hello. Inter River? Is this the President's office? Oh, hello. This is Caps talking. How are you? Oh, you've heard about Orton, have you? Not so bad, eh? Well, I'm arranging with my man Shelton here for the final act this afternoon. After that you can compromise with the 5 borough on your own terms. I think I have argued Taylor and Morris into the right frame of mind for it, if we have one more big accident. What's that? How is my love affair? Well, Orton's in the way yet, but you know why I went into this deal. When you put me into his place after the compromise, I think I will pull strong with her. Saw her last night. She feels pretty bad about Orton, but she'll get over it. Besides, the pater will never let her marry a man who's down and out. By the way, you've got to do something handsome for Shelton. All right. I'll see you tonight and tell you some more. Watch the papers in the meantime for the grand finale. Goodbye. An angry growl rose from one or two of the more quick-witted men. Kennedy reached over and pulled me with him quickly through the crowd. Hurry, Walter, he whispered hoarsely. Hustle Shelton and Caps out quick before the rest of the men wake up to what it's all about, or we shall have a lynching instead of an arrest. As we shoved and pushed them out, I saw the rough and grimy sandhogs in the rear move quickly aside, and off came their muddy, frayed hats. A dainty figure flitted among them toward Orton. It was Vivian Taylor. "Papa!" she cried, grasping Jack by both hands and turning to Taylor, who followed her closely. "Papa, I told you not to be too hasty with Jack." Chapter 7. The White Slave. Kennedy and I had just tossed a coin to decide whether it should be a comic opera or a good walk in the mellow spring night air, and the opera had won. But we had scarcely begun to argue the vital point as to where to go when the door buzzer sounded, a sure sign that some box office had lost $4. It was a much agitated middle-aged couple who entered as Craig threw open the door. Of our 2 visitors, the woman attracted my attention first, for on her pale face the lines of sorrow were almost visibly deepening. Her nervous manner interested me greatly, though I took pains to conceal the fact that I noticed it. It was quickly accounted for, however, by the card which the man presented, bearing the name Mr. George Gilbert and a short scribble from First Deputy O'Connor. "Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert desire to consult you with regard to the mysterious disappearance of their daughter, Georgette. I am sure I need say nothing further to interest you than that the MP squad is completely baffled." O'Connor. "HM," remarked Kennedy. "Not strange for the missing persons squad to be baffled, at least at this case. Then you know of our daughter's strange, departure?" asked Mr. Gilbert, eagerly scanning Kennedy's face and using a euphemism that would fall less harshly on his wife's ears than the truth. "Indeed, yes," nodded Craig with marked sympathy. "That is, I have read most of what the papers have said. Let me introduce my friend, Mr. Jameson. You recall we were discussing the Georgette Gilbert case this morning, Walter?" I did. "And perhaps before I proceed further with the story, I should quote at least the important parts of the article in the Morning Star which had occasioned the discussion. The article had been headed, 'When Personalities Are Lost,' and with the Gilbert case as a text, many instances had been cited which had later been solved by the return of the memory of the sufferer. In part, the article had said, "Mysterious disappearances, such as that of Georgette Gilbert, have alarmed the public and baffled the police before this, disappearances that in their suddenness, apparent lack of purpose, and inexplicability have had much in common with the case of Miss Gilbert, leaving out of account the class of disappearances such as embezzlers, blackmailers, and other criminals. There is still a large number of recorded cases where the subjects have dropped out of sight without apparent cause or reason and have left behind them untarnished reputations. Of these, a small percentage are found to have met with violence. Others have been victims of a suicidal mania. And sooner or later a clue has come to light, for the dead are often easier to find than the living, Of the remaining small proportion there are on record a number of carefully authenticated cases where the subjects have been the victims of a sudden and complete loss of memory. This dislocation of memory is a variety of aphasia known as amnesia, and when the memory is recurrently lost and restored, it is an alternating personality. The psychical researchers and psychologists have reported many cases of alternating personality. Studious efforts are being made to understand and to explain the strange type of mental phenomena exhibited in these cases. But no one has as yet given a final, clear and comprehensive explanation of them. Such cases are by no means always connected with disappearances, but the variety known as the ambulatory type, where the patient suddenly loses all knowledge of his own identity and of his past and takes himself off, leaving no trace or clue, is the variety which the present case calls to popular attention. Then followed a list of a dozen or so interesting cases of persons who had vanished completely and had, some several days and some even years later, suddenly awakened to their first personality, returned, and taken up the thread of that personality where it had been broken. To Kennedy's inquiry, I was about to reply that I recalled the conversation distinctly, when Mr. Gilbert shot an inquiring glance from beneath his bushy eyebrows, quickly shifting from my face to Kennedy's, and asked, "And what was your conclusion? What do you think of the case? Is it aphasia or amnesia, or whatever the doctors call it? And do you think she is wandering about somewhere, unable to recover her real personality?" "I should like to have all the facts at first hand before venturing an opinion," Craig replied with precisely that shade of hesitancy that might reassure the anxious father and mother, without raising a false hope. Mr. and Mrs. Gilbert exchanged glances, the purport of which was that she desired him to tell the story. "It was day before yesterday," began Mr. Gilbert, gently touching his wife's trembling hand that sought his arm as he began rehearsing the tragedy that had cast its shadow across their lives. "Thursday. That Georgette, since we have heard of Georgette." His voice faltered a bit, but he proceeded, "As you know, she was last seen walking on Fifth Avenue. The police have traced her since she left home that morning. It is known that she went first to the public library, then that she stopped at a department store on the avenue, where she made a small purchase which she had charged to our family account, and finally that she went to a large bookstore. Then, that is the last." Mrs. Gilbert sighed and buried her face in a lace handkerchief as her shoulders shook convulsively. "Yes, I have read that," repeated Kennedy gently, though with manifest eagerness to get down to facts that might prove more illuminating. "I think I need hardly impress upon you the advantage of complete frankness, the fact that anything you may tell me is of a much more confidential nature than if it were told to the police. Had Miss Gilbert any love affair, any trouble of such a nature that it might have preyed on her mind?" Kennedy's tactful manner seemed to reassure both the father and the mother, who exchanged another glance. "Although we have said no to the reporters," Mrs. Gilbert replied bravely in answer to the nod of approval from her husband, and much as if she herself were making a confession for them both. "I fear that Georgette had had a love affair. No doubt you have heard hints of Dudley Lawton's name in connection with the case? I can't imagine how they could have leaked out, for I should have said that that old affair had long since been forgotten even by the society gossips. The fact is that shortly after Georgette came out, Dudley Lawton, who is quite on the road to becoming one of the rather notorious members of the younger set, began to pay her marked attentions. He is a fascinating, romantic sort of fellow, one that I imagine possesses much attraction for a girl who has been brought up as simply as Georgette was, and who has absorbed a surreptitious diet of modern literature such as we now know Georgette did. I suppose you have seen portraits of Georgette in the newspapers and know what a dreamy and artistic nature her face indicates." Kennedy nodded. "It is, of course, one of the cardinal tenets of journalism that all women are beautiful, but even the coarse screen of the ordinary newspaper half-tone had not been able to conceal the rather exceptional beauty of Miss Georgette Gilbert. If it had, all the shortcomings of the newspaper photographic art would have been quickly glossed over by the almost ardent descriptions by those ladies of the press who come along about the second day after an event of this kind, with signed articles analyzing the character and motives, the life and gowns of the latest actors in the front-page stories. Naturally, both my husband and myself opposed his attentions from the first. It was a hard struggle, for Georgette, of course, assumed the much-injured air of some of the heroines of her favourite novels, but I at least believed that we had won, and that Georgette finally was brought to respect and, I hoped, understand our wishes in the matter. I believe so yet. Mr. Gilbert, in a roundabout way, came to an understanding with old Mr. Dudley Lawton, who possesses a great influence over his son, and, well, Dudley Lawton seemed to have passed out of Georgette's life. I believed so then, at least, and I see no reason for not believing so yet. I feel that you ought to know this, but really, I don't think it is right to say that Georgette had a love affair. I should rather say that she had had a love affair, but that it had been forgotten, perhaps a year ago. Mrs. Gilbert paused again, and it was evident that though she was concealing nothing, she was measuring her words carefully in order not to give a false impression. "What does Dudley Lawton say about the newspapers bringing his name into the case?" asked Kennedy, addressing Mr. Gilbert. "Nothing," replied he. "He denies that he has even spoken to her for nearly a year. Apparently he has no interest in the case, and yet I cannot quite believe that Lawton is as uninterested as he seems. I know that he has often spoken about her to members of the Cosmos Club where he lives, and that he reads practically everything that the newspapers print about the case. But you have no reason to think that there has ever been any secret communication between them. Miss Georgette left no letters or anything that would indicate that her former infatuation survived." "None whatever," repeated Mr. Gilbert emphatically. "We have gone over her personal effects very carefully, and I can't say they furnish a clue. In fact, there were very few letters. She rarely kept a letter. Whether it was merely from habit or for some purpose, I can't say. Besides her liking for Dudley Lawton and her rather romantic nature, there are no other things in her life that would cause a desire for freedom?" asked Kennedy, much as a doctor might test the nerves of a patient. "She had no hobbies. Beyond the reading of some books which her mother and I did not altogether approve of, I should say no hobbies. So far, I suppose it is true that neither you nor the police have received even a hint as to where she went after leaving the bookstore." "Not a hint. She dropped out as completely as if the earth had swallowed her." "Mrs. Gilbert," said Kennedy, as our visitors rose to go, "you may rest assured that if it is humanly possible to find your daughter, I shall leave no stone unturned until I have probed to the bottom of this mystery. I have seldom had a case that hung on more slender threads, yet if I can weave other threads to support it, I feel that we shall soon find that the mystery is not so baffling as the missing persons squad has found it so far." Scarcely had the Gilberts left when Kennedy put on his hat, remarking, "We'll at least get our walk, if not the show. Let's stroll around to the Cosmos Club. Perhaps we may catch Lawton in." Luckily, we chanced to find him there in the reading room. Lawton was, as Mrs. Gilbert had said, a type that is common enough in New York and is very fascinating to many girls. In fact, he was one of those fellows whose sins are readily forgiven because they are always interesting. Not a few men secretly admire, though publicly execrate, the Lawton type. I say we chanced to find him in. That was about all we found. Our interview was most unsatisfactory. For my part, I could not determine whether he was merely anxious to avoid any notoriety in connection with the case, or whether he was concealing something that might compromise himself. "Really, gentlemen," he drawled, puffing languidly on a cigarette and turning slowly toward the window to watch the passing throng under the lights of the avenue, "really, I don't see how I can be of any assistance. You see, except for a mere passing acquaintance, Miss Gilbert and I had drifted entirely apart, owing to circumstances over which I, at least, had no control. I thought perhaps you might have heard from her or about her, through some mutual friend," remarked Kennedy, carefully concealing under his nonchalance what I knew was working in his mind, a belief that, after all, the old attachment had not been so dead as the Gilberts had fancied. "No, Not a breath, either before this sad occurrence or, of course, after. Believe me, if I could add one fact that would simplify the search for Georgette— Miss Gilbert. I would do so in a moment," replied Lawton quickly, as if desirous of getting rid of us as soon as possible. Then, perhaps as if regretting the brusqueness with which he had tried to end the interview, he added, "Don't misunderstand me. The moment you have discovered anything that points to her whereabouts, let me know immediately. You can count on me, provided you don't get me into the papers. Good night, gentlemen. I wish you the best of success." "Do you think he could have kept up the acquaintance secretly?" I asked Craig as we walked up the avenue after this baffling interview. Could he have cast her off when he found that in spite of her parents' protests she was still in his power? "It's impossible to say what a man of Dudley Lawton's type could do," mused Kennedy, "for the simple reason that he himself doesn't know until he has to do it. Until we have more facts, anything is both possible and probable." There was nothing more that could be done that night, though after our walk we sat up for an hour or two discussing probabilities. It did not take me long to reach the end of my imagination and give up the case, but Kennedy continued to revolve the matter in his mind, looking at it from every angle and calling upon all the vast store of information that he had treasured up in that marvelous brain of his, ready to be called on almost as if his mind were card-indexed. Murders, suicides, robberies and burglaries are, after all, pretty easily explained, he remarked, after a long period of silence on my part. But the sudden disappearance of people out of the crowded city into nowhere is something that is much harder to explain. And it isn't so difficult to disappear as some people imagine either. You remember the case of the celebrated Arctic explorer, whose picture had been published scores of times in every illustrated paper. He had no trouble in disappearing and then reappearing later when he got ready. Yet experience has taught me that there is always a reason for disappearances. It is our next duty to discover that reason. Still, it won't do to say that disappearances are not mysterious. Disappearances, except for money troubles, are all mysterious. The first thing in such a case is to discover whether the person has any hobbies or habits or fads. That is what I tried to find out from the Gilberts. I can't tell yet whether I succeeded." Kennedy took a pencil and hastily jotted down something on a piece of paper which he tossed over to me. It read, 1. Love, family trouble. 2. A romantic disposition. 3. Temporary insanity, self-destruction. 4. Criminal assault. 5. Aphasia. 6. Kidnapping. Those are the reasons why people disappear, eliminating criminals and those who have financial difficulties. Dream on that and see if you can work out the answer in your subliminal consciousness. Good night. Needless to say, I was no further advanced in the morning than at midnight, but Kennedy seemed to have evolved at least a tentative program. It started with a visit to the public library, where he carefully went over the ground already gone over by the police. Finding nothing, he concluded that Miss Gilbert had not found what she wanted at the library and had continued the quest, even as he was continuing the quest of herself. His next step was to visit the department store. The purchase had been an inconsequential affair of half a dozen handkerchiefs to be sent home. This certainly did not look like a premeditated disappearance, but Craig was proceeding on the assumption that this purchase indicated nothing except that there had been a sale of handkerchiefs which had caught her eye. Having stopped at the library first and a bookshop afterward, he assumed that she had also visited the book department of the store. But here again nobody seemed to recall her or that she had asked for anything in particular. Our last hope was the bookshop. We paused for a moment to look at the display in the window, but only for a moment, for Craig quickly pulled me along inside. In the window was a display of books bearing the sign, Books on New Thought, Occultism, Clairvoyance, Mesmerism, instead of attempting to go over the ground already traversed by the police, who had interrogated the numerous clerks without discovering which one, if any, had waited on Miss Gilbert. Kennedy asked at once to see the record of sales of the morning on which she had disappeared. Running his eye quickly down the record, he picked out a work on clairvoyance and asked to see the young woman who had made the sale. The clerk was, however, unable to recall to whom she had sold the book, though she finally admitted that she thought it might have been a young woman who had some difficulty in making up her mind just which one of the numerous volumes she wanted. She could not say whether the picture Kennedy showed her of Miss Gilbert was that of her customer, nor was she sure that the customer was not escorted by someone. Altogether, it was nearly as hazy as our interview with Lawton. "Still," remarked Kennedy cheerfully, "it may furnish a clue after all. The clerk at least was not positive that it was not Miss Gilbert to whom she sold the book. Since we are down in this neighborhood, let us drop in and see Mr. Gilbert again. Perhaps something may have happened since last night." Mr. Gilbert was in the dry goods business in a loft building in the new dry goods section on 4th Avenue. One could almost feel that a tragedy had invaded even his place of business. As we entered, we could see groups of clerks, evidently discussing the case. It was no wonder, I felt, for the head of the firm was almost frantic, and beside the loss of his only daughter, the loss of his business would count as nothing, at least until the keen edge of his grief was worn off. "Mr. Gilbert is out," replied his secretary in answer to our inquiry. "Haven't you heard? They have just discovered the body of his daughter in a lonely spot in the Croton Aqueduct. The report came in from the police just a few minutes ago. It is thought that she was murdered in the city and carried there in an automobile. The news came with a stinging shock. I felt that after all we were too late. In another hour the extras would be out and the news would be spread broadcast. The affair would be in the hands of the amateur detectives, and there was no telling how many promising clues might be lost." "Dead!" exclaimed Kennedy, as he jammed his hat on his head and bolted for the door. "Hurry, Walter. We must get there before the coroner makes his examination." I don't know how we managed to do it, but by dint of subway, elevated, and taxicab, we arrived on the scene of the tragedy not very long after the